Okanagan West Kootenay.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Ouvre les portes, let the doors be open. Statements by members, déclaration des députés. The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, on April 29th, I proudly attended the unveiling of the Canadian Naval Tribute Project. The monument honors 14 Canadian heroes who put service before self, with some making the ultimate sacrifice in defense of Canada. Thanks to the leadership of Honorary Captain Navy Mark McQueen, Lieutenant Navy Sean Livingston and Mark Phillips, and my former commanding officer, Commander Walter Moniz, Spadina Fort York is now home to our nation's largest flagpole that flies the largest naval ensign in Canada. At its base, 14 panels recognize a diverse but previously uncelebrated group for their contributions and impact on the Royal Canadian Navy. Heroes like Lieutenant Commander Margaret Brooke, who bravely worked to save a nursing sister even though her own life was at risk. Like Quartermaster William Hall, the first Nova Scotian and Black recipient of the Victoria Cross, and trailblazers like Lieutenant Commander William King Lolord, thrice rejected from the Navy until the Chief of Naval Staff intervened. A personal hero of mine, Lord was the first Chinese-Canadian officer and first naval officer of Chinese heritage to serve in any Commonwealth Navy. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to be a member of the ship's company and serve at His Majesty's Canadian Ship York and invite all Canadians to learn about this incredible naval project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, to kick off National Youth Week, I was proud to celebrate the grand opening of the Susan Fennell Youth Hub in Brampton South. Supported by more than $500,000 in federal funding, the hub will provide young people in Brampton with a safe and accessible space to connect, learn, and grow. It is an addition to more than $15 million in federal funding for green energy retrofits. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the youth of Brampton for inspiring us with your energy and creativity. You are the driving force behind this project, and we are committed to supporting you as you follow your dreams and build a bright future for yourself and our community. This National Youth Week, let's continue to reflect on the value of empowering and supporting the next generation, because they are our true leaders of today. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, I represent thousands of law-abiding firearm owners who are each approved by the RCMP to legally purchase, own, and use a long gun in Canada. They follow the law, pay their taxes, and enjoy time at the range and hunting in the woods. Earlier this week, the Liberal government introduced another backdoor hunting rifle ban that again targets law-abiding Canadians. This ban will not improve public safety because criminals do not acquire their firearms legally. Over the past 8 years under these Liberals, why has violent crime increased by 32% and gang-related murder doubled? Because the Liberals often help offenders avoid mandatory jail time for gun crime.
Unreal.
Why do criminals selling fentanyl and crystal meth stay in business? Because Liberals give dealers house arrest for dealing death sentences. Why are all three Canadian premiers demanding bail reform? Because the Liberals are soft on crime. Ottawa's priority must be to go after gun smugglers and criminals using illegal firearms. It's hard work, but it will make Canada's cities safer.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Speaker, approximately 1 in 400 Canadians lives with multiple sclerosis. MS can happen to anyone without warning. Canada is home to many world-leading MS researchers. New scientific discoveries like the research that identified Epstein-Barr virus as the leading risk factor for developing MS are within our grasp and can change the outcome of the disease. Canada has one of the highest rates of MS in the world. Let's prioritize and fund the research that shows so much promise. Families living with MS are anxiously awaiting the passage and implementation of the Canada Disability Benefit and an EI sickness benefit that takes account of episodic illness. Today, in honor of MS Awareness Month, I'm wearing a carnation to show my solidarity with the MS community. I ask my fellow parliamentarians to join me to support MS Canada's quest to accelerate MS research and legislation that will have a life-changing impact on those living with multiple sclerosis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, multiple sclerosis is an affliction that affects thousands of Canadians on average. 12 people are diagnosed with MS every single day. This disease typically strikes people between the ages of 20 and 49, that is in the prime of their working lives. Struggling to keep a job whilst living with an episodic illness such as MS can be a terrifying and exhausting ordeal for many people. It is therefore essential that employment supports are put in place for all those living with MS. Today, in recognition of MS Awareness Month, I am wearing a carnation, and I urge each of us to continue to show our commitment to all those affected by MS during this MS Awareness Month, but only during this month, but also throughout the year. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to pay tribute to the Sache-Bear Foundation during this month. The Sache-Bear Foundation was established in 2012, shortly after the death by suicide of its founder's daughter, Sacha Menyukuri, who had lost her battle with borderline personality disorder. Sache-Bear's mission has offered mental health services in French and in English to more than 14,000 family and friends. Its mission is to drive reform in mental health services by raising awareness of the need for prevention, recognition, timely intervention and access to affordable treatment for people living with BPD. I would like to thank the co-founders of the Sache-Bear Foundation, Lynn Curry and Mike Menu, and their team of over 150 volunteers for their dedication and commitment in order to dispel the myths of mental illness, building community and connection, and to bring hope once again to families affected by borderline personality disorder and emotional dysregulation. In the Sache-Bear family, no one is left behind.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
It's an exciting time in oil country, Mr. Speaker, as our hometown Oilers are second round bound.
Hear, hear.
Round 2 starts tonight in Las Vegas, but I know Ice District Plaza and Joey Moss Pit will be packed with fans in Edmonton. Now, this is a big deal, Mr. Speaker. The Oilers, rather fitting during the week of His Majesty's coronation, have first knocked off the Kings and now going after all his Knights.
That's right.
We have 97, 29, 93, take your pick, reasons to get excited about this round. And I can assure you all of Edmonton is behind what many in our country are now referring to as Canada's team.
That's right. That's right.
It's time to leap the other teams in our dust, Mr. Speaker, as we quest towards the Cup. Game 1 starts tonight, and I know I speak for nearly everyone in this chamber when I say, go Oilers, go!
Hey, good job.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Today is a special day for the over 1 million Polish Canadians celebrating Polish Constitution Day. Known as the Constitution of May 3rd, it is the first written constitution in modern Europe and the second constitution in the world after the United States. The Polish Constitution introduced progressive democratic reforms that included a constitutional monarchy and the separation of powers. Here in Canada, Polish Canadians celebrate Constitution Day by gathering in Polish halls and church basements to sing hymns, enact plays, recite poems, and reflect on Poland's legacy of fighting for freedom and democracy. To all Polish Canadians across Canada, I wish a happy Constitution Day and a happy Polish Heritage Month in Ontario. And I join all Polish Canadians in reciting the beautiful words, Witaj Maj, Trzeci Maj, dla Polaków Bogi Raj. Thank you.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mental health must be a standard part of all perinatal medical checkups. Today I joined the Canadian Perinatal Mental Health Collaborative along with the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, fellow MPs and community members for the second annual Flores Walk to raise awareness in ensuring that postpartum psychosis and perinatal mental health are identified quickly and treated seriously. I'm proud that the Minister today announced close to $857,000 to support perinatal mental health. Though a number of Canadians have a perinatal mental illness, it's sadly not talked about, and when it is, many support and mental health services may not be there, and there are gaps. Thank you, Jamie, Patricia, and all those who've been a part of bridging the gap and working to make sure perinatal mental care includes mental health care. Let us continue to support Canadian women and their babies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, when my family came to Canada, we chose this country because it was a land of hopes and dreams. That Canadian dream was a promise to the common people. If you worked hard, you could achieve anything. That's what my parents did, and many newcomers to this country. Today, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, that Canadian dream is broken, where 1 in 5 are skipping meals, and 1 in 5 newcomers are wanting to pack up and leave because of the high cost of living. But Mr. Speaker, there's hope on the horizon.
That's right.
Conservatives are ready to step in and restore the promise of a better tomorrow. We're ready to restore common sense policies for the common people. We will bring home powerful paychecks so it pays to work again in this country. We will bring home lower prices by scrapping the failed carbon tax scam. We will bring home more affordable homes by firing the government gatekeepers. There's a big mess to clean up, Mr. Speaker, but Conservatives, under the leadership of Canada's next Prime Minister, are ready to turn the hurt into hope and restore the Canadian dream for the common people once again. Now let's bring it home.
The honourable member for Yukon.
2 weeks ago, 4 more Yukoners in 3 different communities died from toxic drug overdose. Remote Old Crow is the latest Yukon community to declare a substance use emergency. Families and communities everywhere in Canada are grieving, and chances are that you are part of at least one. In recent years, we have made progress and saved lives, but we are not where we should be. Our approach is incremental when the epidemic is a tidal wave. In the pandemic, we made bold decisions based on the best available evidence. We took risks because we had to, and we worked together, all parties and all levels of government. This toxic drug crisis requires no less of us. We must end the criminalization of those who use drugs. We need investments in prevention, treatment, social supports, and yes, we need accessible, safe supply for those who need it. Every drug death is another toll of a dark bell that tells us there is more we can do. I know my colleagues will stand with me as we contemplate all options to overcome this terrible crisis. As we showed in the pandemic, by working together, we can overcome, we can do better, and we will.
Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, Liberals are out of touch, Canadians are out of money, and everything feels broken. Out-of-control Liberal tax and spending means Canadians pay more for gas, groceries, and heating, and take more from paychecks to make it impossible to get ahead. Criminals and gangsters terrorize neighbourhoods because Liberals give bail, not jail, for serious crimes. Hostile states threaten Canadians and their families, buy up resources, influence elections while the PM turns a blind eye to the basic dictatorship he admires. He jets to fancy vacations from fancy mansions paid by taxpayers while housing costs for everyday Canadians double and they can't afford the basics. But Conservatives have a plan to turn hurt into hope. We will cut taxes and axe the carbon tax to bring home powerful paychecks and make sure hard work pays again. Keep violent criminals behind bars and combat foreign threats. And the costly coalition's inflationary spending to make life more affordable and fire the gatekeepers so businesses can build more homes so Canadians can afford roofs over their heads again. Conservatives are ready. Let's bring it home.
Honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr.
Speaker, Canadians from across the country continue to be failed by this Prime Minister, who has only made their lives more difficult and more expensive. It is time for a change. As Conservatives, we stand for the common sense of the common people, united for our common home, Canada. Our leader is committed to bringing home a country for those who have done the hard work. He will bring home lower prices by ending inflationary deficits and scrapping the carbon tax on heat, gas, and groceries. Bring home powerful paychecks by lowering taxes and clawbacks to reward hard work. Bring home housing for workers that can afford by firing the gatekeepers and freeing up land to build. Bringing home safety by ending the catch and release repeat violent criminals. And bring home freedom from foreign interference and woke government censorship. It is time to make Canada honored and respected once again. It is time for a new Conservative government that will bring home a country that we can all be proud of.
The Honourable for Gatineau, l'Honorable député de Gatineau.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this 3rd of May, countries around the world is marking the 30th anniversary of World Press Freedom Day. It is a special occasion to celebrate the principles of press freedom and to pay tribute to the journalists who have been killed or imprisoned for simply doing their job.
The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees freedom of the press. But unfortunately, even in Canada, the safety and freedom of the press are increasingly under threat. Many members of the press are regularly subjected to hate, racist, sexist, and other abusive messages. And this is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. According to Reporters Without Borders, in 2022, a new world record of 533 journalists were detained. Our thoughts are, of course, with American reporter Evan Gershkovich, imprisoned in Russia since late March for carrying out his work. That is unacceptable, and journalism is not a crime. Thank you to Canadian journalists for their hard work, dedication to truth, transparency, and accountability. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the phenomenal work of My Voice, My Choice. These women have courageously sought justice through a system that we know is re-traumatizing. And then they've continued to courageously advocate to make sure other survivors have a choice when it comes to publication bans. Currently, there's no obligation to inform or get consent from victim complainants when a ban has been placed on their name. And if they choose to speak out about their own experiences, they can face criminal charges. This is outrageous. I stand with them today as a sexual assault survivor who chose not to go through the legal system, knowing that the system is not kind to victims. As MPs, we have a responsibility to listen to survivors and to reform these systems. My Voice, My Choice advocates have fought tirelessly, and their work has led to the introduction of Bill S-12. They are here in Ottawa with a clear message that we must amend and strengthen this bill to ensure survivors never face criminal charges for sharing their own story, and that they always are given the choice.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure today to pay tribute to Michel Rochefort, an exceptional man from Salaberry-sur-Roi. So exceptional, in fact, that the city of Salaberry de Valleyfield recently decided to name an arena in honour of this pillar of our community. Well known as a physical education teacher, Mr. Rochefort devoted his life to the development of sports. Mr. Rochefort, you had no idea that all those hours at the hockey rink in a basketball park at the Quebec Games would lead you to get an arena named after you. Little did you know as well, in 1982, when you were a key player in the construction of the Civic Centre, that the very building would one day bear your name. Take it as a well-deserved recognition of your contribution to the sports community in our region over the past 50 years. Every day, families from the Campy-Valence region will go to the Arena Michel Rochefort to play. Thank you for everything, Michel.
The Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant.
Speaker, yesterday, Maurice Rosenberg, the former Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and ex-CEO of the Pierre Trudeau Foundation, stated that Alexandre Trudeau, the Prime Minister's brother, was only involved involved in the signing of one donation. And to no one's surprise, it was the infamous $200,000 donation from two wealthy Chinese nationals with direct links to the communist regime in Beijing. He then signed the tax receipts not to the actual donors, but rather to an address in China. In his former role, he was briefed daily on foreign interference, yet saw no red flags and found it acceptable by his own standards to send the tax receipts abroad. This is the same so-called ethical and independent professional whom the Prime Minister appointed to produce a report on foreign interference in the last election. It begs the question, Mr. Speaker, what else has this individual swept under the rug?
Exactly.
Hear, hear.
Honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year marks the 11th anniversary of the Sash Bear Foundation's Sash Bear Walk for Mental Health and Suicide Prevention. Starting on May 13th and running through the month of June, the Sash Bear Walk will be held virtually and in 5 in-person locations in British Columbia, Alberta, Ontario, Quebec, and Newfoundland. The foundation and annual community fundraiser were inspired by Sasha Menu-Curie, a champion swimmer and an Olympic hopeful who lost her battle to borderline personality disorder because she and her family couldn't get the services and support that they needed. Funds raised from the Sash Bear Walk go towards Sash Bear Family Connections, program which provides the skills for family members to regain balance in their lives and be more effectively involved in the lives of their loved ones with emotional dysregulation. The walk also supports the Sash Bear free educational webinars presented by scientific and clinical experts to provide information and skills to families coping with self-harm, suicidality, trauma, and more. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all members of the House of Commons to visit sashbear.org, attend a Sash Bear Walk in their community, and to work together to provide more mental health resources to those who are struggling. Let's all make waves for emotion, dysregulation, and suicide prevention.
Oral questions, question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
2 years ago, Mr. Speaker, CSIS indicated in a report that a member of Parliament and his family were threatened by a Beijing agent because of a vote in the House of Commons. The Prime Minister says that he didn't know, despite the fact that the former head of CSIS said that the Prime Minister's advisor was informed, and even the Chief of Staff of the Prime Minister said that nothing is ever hidden from the Prime Minister. So how is it possible that the Prime Minister did not know that this was going on? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, as the Leader of the Opposition knows full well, the government takes all threats to members of Parliament very seriously, especially from foreign agents. And as soon as we were informed of the issue with the member, we said that we would offer a briefing to him. He accepted it. And this is not the first briefing that the member has received. And we're going to continue to work to protect everyone who works in this chamber, to protect our democratic institutions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Yes, but it's difficult to imagine what information would have been important enough to give to the Prime Minister if the information on the threat against the member and his family were not important enough to give to the Prime Minister. It's impossible to believe that the Prime Minister would not have received such information. So either he did not know and he's incompetent, or he knew and he's dishonest, which is true. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the member for Wellington Halton Hills received a briefing from CSIS yesterday. That's not the first time that he has received such a briefing, and that includes a number of examples of how the government is taking concrete action to fight foreign interference. It is on this side of the House that we are protecting the members of this House, and we're going to continue to do so because our members work hard. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Minister, not for his incompetent minister.
Okay. I just want to remind all the members in the House that when they're asking questions or answering them, to try to be respectful to each other. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, please continue.
The question was for the Prime Minister, and he should have the courage to stand up and answer it. The former head of CSIS indicates that a briefing note with explosive revelations about a threat against the family of a member of Parliament would have been brought to the Prime Minister's top advisors, and his top advisor says everything is brought to him. It is impossible to believe that he was not made aware of these threats 2 years ago when they were documented by his own intelligence services. How does the Prime Minister expect us to believe such a ridiculous claim?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, does the member opposite really think that by exaggerating rhetoric and lobbying attacks at the government that he's doing any service to the member for Halton Hills? Of course the members of this government care for the safety and security of the member for Halton Hills and his family. That's why we provided him a briefing yesterday. It wasn't the first briefing that he received, and Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to do the work to protect the members that work in the space and our democratic institutions.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
If intelligence services would not tell the Prime Minister about this, what would they tell him about? It is hard to imagine something more grave to the security of our democracy than members of Parliament having their families threatened because of how they voted on the floor of the House of Commons. Now, if the intelligence agency is not telling the Prime Minister these things, it's because he is not competent enough to ask for them. So there are two options. Option one, either he didn't know and he's incompetent, or he did know and he's dishonest. Which is it?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we put confidence in our intelligence agencies to take the actions that are necessary when threats are posed against members in this chamber. As you heard, the member for Wellington Halton Hills was briefed yesterday. He has been briefed on a number of occasions, and it is this government, Mr. Speaker, that will continue to ensure that parliamentarians are getting timely and concrete briefings. We have issued fresh instructions to CSIS on this point so that we can protect the people and the families that work in the space, so we can protect our democratic institutions.
The Leader of the Opposition.
They're not protecting anybody but themselves, Mr. Speaker. The same agent for Beijing that carried out the threats against the family of a member of Parliament is able to do so because he has diplomatic immunity from Canadian laws. If any other Canadian had done this, they'd be charged and in jail, but because the Prime Minister has given diplomatic immunity and credentials to this agent, he's able to act with impunity right here on Canadian soil. And even if you believe the Prime Minister's far-fetched claim that he didn't know about this until Monday, since Monday, he has not kicked out that agent. Why?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid the Conservative leader is inventing the laws around diplomatic immunities. More importantly, it is this government that has introduced new laws to provide CSIS with the powers that are necessary to protect parliamentarians, to protect Canadians from foreign interference. It is this government that has raised the bar in transparency by creating NCCOP and NCIRA. And Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work with all members of Parliament so that we can ensure that they are able to represent their constituencies in a way that is safe and secure from foreign interference.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I find it at best irresponsible and perhaps even imprudent on the part of the Prime Minister to invoke his own lack of knowledge and to systematically attack the quality, integrity, and honesty of CSIS. Now, heaven knows, as a sovereigntist, that is not a small comment. Now, I would like to know if people are very, very sure that Mr. Trudeau, Mr. Johnson, and Mr. Rosenberg, did they know? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, the government appointed Mr. Johnston, a distinguished Canadian, to help the government navigate national security. Mr. Johnson will formulate recommendations with the help of a public commission as needed, and that is another concrete example of how the government has advanced policies and resources to fight foreign interference. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, that's all very well, but let me specify. The Prime Minister said yesterday that he hadn't had contact with the Trudeau Foundation for 10 years. So let's say we're all naive and that's true. But that wasn't my question. Here it is. If ever the brother of the Prime Minister is challenged by the CRA or by another authority or by the committee, would the Prime Minister recognize that he is not qualified to appoint a public commission? The Honourable Leader of the Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister has confirmed on many occasions, there is no relationship between the Prime Minister and the Trudeau Foundation, either direct or indirect, and that is clear. The Foundation is responsible for scholarships, and I think that it is absolutely irresponsible to attack a foundation which is independent. And if the Bloc Québécois leader has questions to put to the foundation, he should do so directly. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. The revelations of threats against a member of Parliament and his family, those revelations are shocking. And the Public Safety Minister is not saying that he knew about this. He's had 24 hours to refresh his memory. Can he tell us when he was informed of these threats? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I must emphasize that there are laws to protect top-secret information, and we rely on the counsel of our independent and nonpartisan officials to guide us on decisions regarding information disclosure. Yesterday, the member for Wellington Halton Hills received a briefing, and we're going to continue to work together with all members of Parliament to protect people who work in our democratic institutions.
I don't think the government understands how serious this is. We've got a member of Parliament and his family that are being threatened by a foreign government for the work that he does in this Parliament. That is a problem. That is something serious. This government is not taking it seriously. I've written a letter to the Prime Minister to call all party leaders to deal with this really serious matter. But in the meantime, can this government and can the Prime Minister inform this House if there are any other members of Parliament that are currently the subject of any similar threats?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, of course we care for the member for Wellington Halton Hills. That's why we have been providing him support through multiple briefings from CSIS, as we care for the safety and security of all of the members in this chamber, the people that support them and their families. That's why this government since day one has been giving additional powers to CSIS to address concerns around foreign interference. I would just pause to note that we're in a different era, Mr. Speaker. This threat landscape has become much more complex. This government will continue to be vigilant when it comes to protecting our democratic institutions and the people that work within them.
Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, in reference to the July 2021 intelligence assessment, the Prime Minister said this morning that CSIS made a determination that it wasn't something that needed to be raised to a higher level. But former CSIS Director Dick Fadden said the assessment would certainly have been sent to the Departments of Public Safety and Foreign Affairs and the Prime Minister's National Security Advisor, which appears to have been David Morrison, the current Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. Will the government confirm the Prime Minister's assertion this morning that the intelligence assessment never made it out of CSIS?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can certainly confirm that we are guided by the advice that we get from our intelligence agencies, which is strictly governed under the Security of Information Act, as my colleague across the aisle knows. And it's important that we navigate this very carefully, because when we talk about matters that relate to national security, It's people's lives who are at stake. The people who work for CSIS, the people who work within the law enforcement community, the people that work in this chamber, including the member for Wellington Halton Hills. That's why we briefed him on numerous times. We'll continue to ensure his safety and security so that we can protect the people that work within these institutions.
Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, again, Dick Fadden said today the assessment would certainly have been sent to the Departments of Foreign Affairs and Public Safety and to the Prime Minister's National Security Advisor. And Sherry Henderson, a CSIS Assistant Director, recently testified, quote, "I can say that we definitely have seen specific cases of hostile activities of states against politicians. In those specific cases, we definitely brief our government on the challenges that are being faced." How are we supposed to reconcile these differing and conflicting accounts?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would hope that the member opposite would be able to reconcile that with his own personal experience, which not only within the last 24 hours he received a briefing, but on a number of occasions he has received support from CSIS to make sure that...
I'm having a hard time hearing the Honourable Minister. The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills asked a question which he deserves to hear the response to. So I'm just going to ask everyone to bring it down a notch and listen to what the Honourable Minister has to say. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety, from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, as I was saying before I was interrupted by the Conservatives across the aisle, the member opposite has received briefings from CSIS on a number of occasions. That is one of the ways in which we are attempting to address the concerns that have been raised around foreign interference. More importantly than that, we have put in place people, resources, new laws, and transparency mechanisms to shine a light on the way in which we are combating foreign interference so we can protect the people in this chamber as well as their loved ones. That is our paramount objective.
Member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
The only light that's being shone is by the Globe and Mail on this government's failure to keep parliamentarians informed and safe when foreign actors are threatening them. We heard very clearly from CSIS officials at committee that, quote, "In those specific cases, we definitely brief our government on the challenges that are being faced," end quote. We heard from the Prime Minister's own Chief of Staff that the Prime Minister is a voracious reader of all the briefing notes that come across his desk. Are we actually supposed to believe that the Globe and Mail gets briefed by CSIS before the Prime Minister?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, those types of absurd suggestions don't advance this debate. Neither does the suggestion that we don't care about the members opposite or their safety and security. As I said yesterday, there are intense debates in this chamber about both foreign and domestic policy. But rest assured that the members of this government will do everything in its power to fight against foreign interference, to protect the members that work in this chamber and their families so that we can defend our democratic institutions. That is something that we should all be united behind.
Member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
But the exact opposite has proven to be true. For 2 years, they failed to inform the member for Wellington Halton Hills about these threats against his family. This is an attack on all parliamentarians. And we've now known based on the reports in the Globe and Mail, that the government knew 2 years ago. So the question is very simple. And instead of the minister carrying on with non-answers, he needs to be very direct. When did the minister's office become aware of this specific instance?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear that as soon as we became aware of the specific issue regarding the member of Wellington and Halton Hills, that we took decisive actions. We reached out. We spoke to the member opposite. We offered him a briefing. We made sure that that briefing occurred. It occurred yesterday. It was not the only briefing that the member opposite received. That's because we want to be sure that we can protect him, his family, and indeed all of the members in this chamber so that they can do their job, so that they can represent their constituencies, so that we can defend our sworn obligation to uphold this democracy.
The Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, on March 7th at committee, the Minister of Foreign Affairs said Let me tell you that if we had the slightest evidence of wrongdoing, we would immediately expel the diplomats. The government has known for 2 years that an agent threatened a member of Parliament and his family after a vote in this House. Since Monday, all of Canada knows that this Prime Minister wanted to keep this secret. Is this because it's a Conservative member that the Prime Minister didn't punish the wrongdoing of this diplomat and immediately expel him?
Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, that assertion is utterly false, utterly below the dignity of this chamber. Let me be very clear. Our government has repeatedly stated that we follow the Vienna Convention. If there is any evidence that is brought to our attention that a diplomat is acting outside of the Vienna Convention, we will act upon it because we take the rule of law seriously. We take the rule of law to the core, and we will continue to fight to ensure that not just members of Parliament are protected, but every Canadian is protected from foreign interference.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Vienna Convention is clear. They can expel the diplomat right away if they want to, Mr. Speaker, but they're not doing so. They're not doing so. Why? Why? If it's except maybe because they were advantaged by what was happening. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker. What does the Prime Minister have to protect? We want to know. The government has known for 2 years. The public has known since Monday. So when will the Prime Minister finally do the right thing and expel the diplomat in question who bullied our colleague? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Let's just dial down the rhetoric a little bit on this. Let's just dial down the temperature a little bit on this and state very clearly that their government might have operated in the best interest. This government will always operate in the best interest of all Canadians, every member of Parliament, and all people of every persuasion. We will act in due diligence, following the rule of law, following the conventions that we have signed. We will take our time and do it appropriately, always, to ensure that Canadians are protected and members of this chamber can do their work as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the government, the Prime Minister's staff, and therefore the Prime Minister himself knew about the threats against the member for Wellington-Halton Hills, threats against himself and his family, and the government did nothing and said nothing. Regardless of how many questions we ask, the Prime Minister can't come up with a valid reason. If parliamentarians want to be safe and if they don't want their families threatened because they vote a certain way in this House, then we're all at risk. Will the Prime Minister finally apologize to the member for Wellington-Halton Hills in this House now? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I share the concerns of my honourable colleague. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I share the concerns of my honourable colleague, and that is why CSIS offered a briefing to the member for Wellington-Halton Hills, and we have a very strong record in terms of fighting foreign interference with new authorities for our intel agencies, for our public safety community, with new committees to increase levels of transparency, and we're going to build on that record with the cooperation of the Bloc and all members in this House. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those weren't apologies. A member and his family were threatened. The government knew about it, but kept the information secret for 2 years. Let's just reflect for a minute on how serious this is. In addition, if you read the Globe and Mail, it could be MPs plural. So here are 3 questions. Was the government informed whether more than one member of Parliament was or still is being threatened? Second, has it informed the members in question? And third, if not, is it because the members in question are not part of his party? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker. Order. Order. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, so many questions. But the short answer is that the government will continue to take action against foreign interference with resources, with new mechanisms, with consultations, with commitments. For example, by the creation of a new register. We need to continue to be vigilant in close cooperation with all the members in this House to protect our democratic institutions.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Speaker, CSIS says that Beijing sees Canada as a high priority target and that its agents are unconcerned about repercussions. No wonder, because under this Prime Minister's watch, Beijing diplomats with impunity have been interfering in our elections and setting up illegal police stations. We now learned that a diplomat at Beijing's Toronto consulate tried to punish the family of a sitting member of Parliament. Shame. On what date did the Minister of Public Safety's office first learn of this serious incident?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague opposite raised a number of concerns, one of which is how it is that we are protecting our democratic institutions, including our elections. As he knows, Mr. Speaker, we have set up independent panels, including with protocols to make sure that we inform Canadians when there are threats, but also making sure that we are vigilant about the threats that occur today, which is why in Budget 2023, there is $49 million for the law enforcement community to protect Canadians from foreign interference. And I sincerely hope that the Conservatives will see fit to support that budget, because that is the way we will protect Canadians from foreign interference.
For St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the minister's non-answer is an absolute disgrace. We can't, the seriousness of this cannot be understated. We're talking about a hostile foreign state who targeted a sitting member of Parliament to intimidate him from doing his job, from being able to vote freely in this place, free of Beijing's coercion. CSIS told committee that they definitely brief the government when they learn of foreign states targeting politicians. So again, to the minister, on what date did his office learn of this most serious incident?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as we said before, the idea that somehow we are not concerned for the safety and security of the member for Wellington-Halton Hills is outrageous. That is why we took decisive, concrete action to ensure that he was provided with the briefing yesterday. We will continue to be vigilant on this front, putting in place the resources, the personnel, and the authorities to protect the people that work in this chamber so that we can uphold our democracy.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, our country is a country of law and order, which respects international agreements. So allow me, Mr. Speaker, to read you something that means that Article 9 says that a country under the Vienna Convention says that a country has the power, without having to explain its decision, to expel a citizen or anyone who is persona non grata. Mr. Speaker, here's a simple question. Since Monday, at least, all Canadians know that there is a so-called diplomat from China who should be expelled. And why hasn't the government done it yet? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Secretary for Global Affairs informed this chamber that we will leave all options on the table for any agents who may be engaging in conduct which goes beyond
Order. The Honourable Minister, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary for Global Affairs, informed this chamber that if any agent representing a foreign government exceeds their lawful authorities and activities here, that we will take whatever appropriate steps are necessary. Canada's record in condemning the actions of foreign and hostile actors is universally well known. We will continue to take the steps that are necessary to protect our institution.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. He doesn't have the dignity to give a proper response. So we'll have to turn to the parliamentary secretary. Mr. Speaker, the Vienna Convention is clear. Section 9 gives power to a country to expel any diplomat. Since Monday, all Canadians know that a diplomat from Beijing acted unacceptably towards one of our members. And when one member is attacked, it's all parliamentarians who are attacked, all Canadians. So what is he waiting for to kick him out? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, this is a government who has put the focus on an issue that affects everyone in this chamber, and that is the reason that we supported the member opposite who works for the riding of Wellington Halton Hills. That is why we created new mechanisms, new powers for secret agents, and that is why we are going to work 24/7 to protect everyone in this House and their families, and that is how they can do their jobs.
Canada's failure and neglect is so evident in Grassy Narrows First Nations with the decades of mercury poisoning. Governments knew and did nothing. So Chief Turtle and his nation fought back. 3 years ago, the Liberals finally announced they would build a mercury treatment center. 3 years later, nothing has been built. Neglect once more. Grassy Narrows is doing their part. Why are the Liberals continuing to fail Chief Turtle and his nation?
Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member opposite that what has happened in Grassy Narrows is a national tragedy. In fact, we have to do better, Mr. Speaker, to protect waterways across this country from the kind of toxic poisoning that Grassy Narrows now lives with. And that's why this government has worked with Grassy Narrows and Chief Turtle to build a recovery centre. But, Mr. Speaker, we have to do more to prevent these kinds of tragedies in the future. I'll be meeting with Mr. Turtle and Council this afternoon.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Canadians pay the third highest prices in the world for prescription medicines, and since 2015 the Liberals have been promising to lower costs but failed to deliver. Now officials from Canada's drug price regulator confirm the Minister of Health stopped them from lowering drug prices for Canadians by billions of dollars. Former board member Matthew Herder testified that Big Pharma knows it can get this minister to do its bidding. That's right. Why are the Liberals putting Big Pharma's profits ahead of Canadians' health?
Yes. Hear, hear. Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our government and the Minister of Health appreciate the leadership and contributions of the PMPRB. As an independent, quasi-judicial body, the Minister does not provide direction to the PMPRB. And as stated in Section 96(5) of the Patent Act, the PMPRB must consult with various parties, which include the Minister, before issuing any new guidelines. In this context, on November 28, 2022, Minister Duclos sent a letter to the PMPRB, which is available for everybody who would like to see online. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Whitby.
Speaker, my question is to the chair of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Yesterday, Conservative MPs and Finance Committee held hostage the committee, blocking supports to countless middle-class Canadians. Not only is that shameful, but this obstruction caused our PROC committee meeting to be cancelled. It's at that same committee meeting that we were set to hear from high-level Conservative Party staffer Jenny Byrne as part of our study on foreign interference. Does the chair not find this highly suspicious, and will the committee address these avoidance tactics by the Conservatives?
Okay, can I The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Whitby is correct. It's very concerning that Conservative members are filibustering at Finance Committee to avoid Jenny Byrne's testimony. It is essential that Canadians be able to have confidence in our democratic institutions, and that is why all parties agreed.
Order. Order. There seems to be some confusion here. I just want to remind the honourable members to just get up when it's their turn to speak, just a few seconds before, maybe 5-10 seconds before. It just makes the job for the speaker a lot easier so that we don't have the confusion. The honourable, and please, I mean, I know everybody's trying to help each other, but offering advice across the floor is not a good idea. Maybe just help yourselves out. The honourable member for Waterloo from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Whitby is correct. It's very concerning that Conservative members are filibustering at Finance Committee to avoid Jenny Byrne's testimony. It is essential that Canadians be able to have confidence in our democratic institutions, and that is why all parties agreed to prioritize a study on foreign election interference. Canadians now know that the previous Conservative government knew of foreign interference in our elections. Jenny Byrne served in senior roles to both Prime Minister Stephen Harper and the Conservative Party. She was to appear yesterday evening, yet the Conservatives chose using dirty tricks to avoid accountability. Mr. Speaker, they say this is a serious matter, but they sure...
I understand that there may have been something offensive said, but I have no idea what the hell it was. The honourable member for Brantford Brant, because I couldn't hear it. I apologize for using unparliamentary language. The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Public Safety Minister is misleading the House. He claimed that the RCMP had taken decisive actions to shut down all Beijing-funded police stations. Yet, contrary to this claim, 2 Montreal community groups under investigation for holding secret Chinese government police stations say they continue to operate normally with no closure requests from the RCMP. Why is this minister misleading Canadians, and why won't he shut these stations down?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, it is the quality of that question that betrays the member opposite's understanding of what we do in elected government and what our police agencies do, which is operationally independent. And it is astonishing to me that the member opposite does not understand that. The RCMP have been clear that when there have been activities associated with police stations that they have taken concrete action, and if more pop up, our expectation is that they will do so backed by the investments, the record investments that this government has put in to keeping our community safe.
Brantford Brant.
Speaker, our democracy is at stake. Here. The Public Safety Minister looked Canadians in the eyes and claimed that decisive action had been taken to shut all of these stations down. This minister has a significant credibility deficit. He has misled Canadians in the past and continues to do so today. When will this minister finally stand up, prioritize the safety of Canadians, stop mocking the Conservatives, and shut these stations down?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we take this issue very seriously, which is why the RCMP have been on top of it, providing public updates to everyone around the actions they are taking to disrupt any foreign interference which may be affiliated with these so-called police stations. And obviously, if there are more threats along these lines, our expectation is that they will do so. But they will do so in a manner that is respectful of operational independence, and it is quite shocking to me that at this stage in the member opposite's career that he doesn't understand that important democratic principle.
The Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, on our side, we are talking about the facts. Here's the fact. 2 months ago, the RCMP announced that there were 2 police stations being operated by Beijing, one in Brossard, one in Montreal. Another fact, the minister said very clearly that he would take all necessary action to put an end to hostile operations and activities in Canada. Third fact, the public safety minister said in committee on Thursday last week that Beijing's police stations here were closed. Why is the Minister of Public Safety misleading Canadians? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, my colleague should read the updates and briefings provided by the RCMP. The RCMP has indicated that it is taking concrete action to deal with these so-called police stations run by Beijing. They will remain vigilant, the RCMP, with the assistance of investments made by our government. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. But, Mr. Speaker, that's the problem. The Minister of Public Safety is explaining to us what happens with public security in Canada. The RCMP says one thing, the minister says something else. Then the minister comes back and says, well, I don't lead the RCMP. Yes, but he's the minister responsible for public safety. Canadians need to know the truth. Are the Beijing-run police stations in Canada closed or not? Or are they still open, like we heard on Monday? What's the truth? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I have already explained many times, the RCMP is taking tangible action to deal with the operations of the so-called Beijing-run police stations. This is the issue that we have addressed through investments and resources, which are already there in the 2023 budget. I hope the Conservatives will support our budget, which is very important, and will help support Canadians. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, when CSIS informed the Prime Minister in 2019 that a future Liberal MP was supported by China, he did nothing, and he kept it secret. In 2021, when CSIS informed the Prime Minister that an opposition MP and his family were being threatened by China, he did nothing and kept it secret. So in short, the Prime Minister keeps things secret when it serves the Liberals and doesn't serve the opposition. After all that, the same Prime Minister tells us, you can trust my inquiry, you can trust my special reporter, who I appointed and who reports to me. Mr. Speaker, when will there be a public and independent commission of inquiry? The Honourable Public Safety Minister. Mr. Speaker, the reason we can have trust in Mr. Johnston is that he's a very distinguished individual. He was Canada's Governor-General. He was appointed by a former Conservative Prime Minister. He will work in a nonpartisan way on this nonpartisan issue. We are ready to work with Mr. Johnston, and we will follow any recommendations he makes. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, with just 2 days to go before Charles III's coronation and the Liberal convention, Liberal MPs are starting to get vocal. They're saying that the oath to the King is outdated and that it is time to make the oath optional. Mr. Speaker, members of this House should be loyal to the people only. They should not have two loyalties, one to the Crown and the other to the people. They should have one and only one loyalty, and we owe that loyalty to the people. The people do not want any more oaths to the King, no more God save the King. The time is now, and we have a perfect opportunity. Why not sever our ties with the British monarchy once and for all? The Honourable Innovation Minister. I thank the member for his question. I feel that there's a lot of enthusiasm on the other side of the House. But here's the answer, Mr. Speaker. Canadians and Quebecers are concerned about affordability. Canadians are worried about health care. They're thinking about dental care. They're thinking about building the economy of the future, about investments. That's what we care about. That's what Canadians care about. But the Bloc is talking about monarchies. They're talking about monarchies, but Canadians care about affordability.
Minister and this Minister of Public Safety knew 2 years ago that a foreign agent participated in threats to a member of Parliament's family because of his vote in this House. Aside from the member for Wellington Halton Hills, any evidence of any threat against any member in this House should have resulted in expulsion of that agent. Right. Who was asleep at the switch 2 years ago, and who's still asleep this week?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I think by now, and given the repeated nature of the questions we're receiving from Conservatives, they will know that we've taken decisive and concrete action in supporting the member for Wellington and Halton Hills. It was the Conservatives who were asleep at the switch, Mr. Speaker, respectfully. They were asleep at the switch for 10 years when they had the reins of government. They could have introduced new powers for CSIS. They didn't do it. They could have introduced an NCCOP. They didn't do it. They could have introduced an NCIRA. They didn't do it, Mr. Speaker. It was their incompetence and their being asleep at the switch that allowed us the opportunity to do that work, and we will continue to build on it so we can protect the people in our institutions.
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
The government is now trying to hide behind the Vienna Convention to explain its inaction with regards to an agent from Beijing harassing a member of Parliament's family. Let me read it for you. Quote, Article 9, the receiving state may at any time and without having to explain its decision notify the sending state that any member of the diplomatic staff of the mission is persona non grata. In any such case, the sending state shall either recall the person concerned or terminate his functions. Why is that agent from Beijing still in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, it is increasingly clear, and it has been for several years, that China is a disruptive power. China is having interference in our society. We are very aware of that. We are fighting it every day. We are also very aware of the Vienna Convention. We are very aware of our abilities and our responsibilities under it.
I'm going to have to interrupt. Part of my job is listening to find out what is being said. And if I can't hear it, I can't do my job. So I'm going to ask everyone to take a deep breath, let the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary finish his response, and then we can go from there. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to be extra clear. Our Minister of Foreign Affairs has been clear to her Chinese counterpart as recently as a few weeks ago, when she was absolutely clear that any interference in Canada by any agency of the Chinese government is inappropriate, and we will deal with it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Speaker, for almost 2 years, this government has known that an agent from the communist regime in Beijing has been operating in Toronto. That agent orchestrated a harassment campaign against a member of Parliament because of a vote taken in this House. The government does not need to explain itself. If this does not rise to the level of expelling a diplomat, what on earth would? Why is this government more worried about the feelings of a communist agent from Beijing than on the very foundations of our democracy?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, it is the foundations of democracy that are being well served by the authorities and the investments that this government has made in our intelligence community that the Conservatives never did. They brag about their record when it comes to national security. They talk tough, but they never back it up with concrete action. Mr. Speaker, it is the members on this side of the chamber that are rolling up our sleeves, doing the heavy work, and protecting the people that work in this chamber so that we can protect our democracy.
The honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, sexual violence continues to affect too many victims. We know how important it is for police forces to have access to tools such as the National Sex Offender Registry to investigate and prevent sexual violence. We also recognize that the criminal justice process can be daunting and difficult for victims. Can the Minister of Justice tell us more about the legislation we have introduced in order to protect Canadians and to empower victims? The Honourable Minister for Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Vancouver Granville for his question and for having asked it in French. We recently introduced Bill S-12 in the Senate. The bill aims to strengthen the National Sex Offender Registry. They will have to register unless they can prove that they are not a risk to public safety. S-12 also gives victims more choices, Mr. Speaker, more choices about publication bans by making the process clearer. Some victims want to protect their identity, others want to tell their story. The choice should be theirs.
Leader of the opposition.
The Prime Minister wants us to believe that the Beijing dictatorship paid $140,000 to the Trudeau Foundation to influence him, but that he didn't know about it, even though it was his own brother who facilitated the payment. He wants us to believe that donors to the Trudeau Foundation paid for his vacation, but that he didn't know about it. He wants us to believe that for 2 years, intelligence agents knew that a member of Parliament and his family were being intimidated, but that he didn't know about it. If the Prime Minister doesn't know anything about anything, then how can he protect us? The Honourable Government Leader in the House. Well, Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister has confirmed on many occasions, he has no ties to the Trudeau Foundation. The Trudeau Foundation grants scholarships for studies. It is irresponsible to attack an organization, a charity organization, to attack it with partisanship attacks, Mr. Speaker. And there is no indication that there is a relationship between the Prime Minister and the Foundation. There is no connection. If the member across the way has a question for the Foundation, they should ask the question to the Foundation. The Honourable Opposition Leader.
On which we all now agree. We all agree that a foreign dictatorship had an agent organize threats against the family of an MP because of how he voted in the House. We all agree on that. We all agree that the government knew about this 2 years ago. We all agree, whether we like it or not, that the Prime Minister is the head of government. In other words, he is responsible for the action or inaction of his own government. In other words, he should have known and he should have taken action. When will he finally show up for work, take responsibility, and do his job?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
That is precisely what this government has been doing since we took the reins of government in 2015. We have put in place the authorities, the personnel, and all of the technology to protect our institutions from foreign interference. We'll continue to work with the members opposite, despite all of the chicanery, despite all of the lobs of insults, despite all of the distraction, despite their incompetence of 10 years when they had the opportunity to do this work. We're doing this work, and we will do it regardless of partisanship to make sure that all of the MPs in this chamber can do their job.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This is actually not about one member of Parliament. This is not about all members of Parliament. This is about millions of patriotic Canadians of Chinese descent who face this kind of abuse and harassment every single day. We hear stories of Chinese Canadians in tears because they are being intimidated by agents just like the one that attacked this member's family. These are our people. This is our home. When will the Prime Minister finally do his job and protect us?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's finally some measure of relief to see that the Conservative leader, who for weeks and months has been trying to politicize an issue that indeed not only touches all of the members in this chamber, but indeed all Canadians. And one can only hope now that they will abandon their hopped-up rhetoric, their counterproductive insults, and work with the government to protect all members and all Canadians from foreign interference. That is our sworn obligation. We will continue to do that to defend our democracy.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, while the Leader of the official opposition blames local mayors and councillors for a lack of housing supply, our government has taken a different approach. Can the Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion inform this House as to the level
As important as it is to hear the answers, I'd like to hear the questions as well. The Honourable Member for Hamilton's East Stony Creek, please, from the top.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the leader of the official opposition blames local mayors and councillors for a lack of housing supply, our government has taken a different approach. Can the Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion inform this House as to the level of support our Housing Accelerator Fund will provide to municipalities who expedite the planning and approval process for new developments that increase housing supply for all Canadians?
Great question. Well, Minister of Housing.
That's a great question. I want to thank the honourable member for his attention to this important issue. To get more housing supply built, we need everyone at the table. Conservatives just aren't serious about this. They want to pick fights with mayors and cut funding to cities. Just yesterday, the leader of the official opposition stood in this House and he attacked what he called Canada's HoC mayors.
Some noise in the chamber that is really making it difficult for people to understand or hear his answer. I'll have him start right from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for his important question and his attention to this important issue. We know on this side of the House that to get more housing supply built, we need everyone at the table. But the Conservatives are not serious about this. Just yesterday, the leader of the official opposition picked fights with mayors and cut funding to cities. Yesterday, he stood in the House and attacked what he called Canada's HoC mayors. And Conservative cuts and that type of far-right rhetoric will not build one affordable housing unit, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the Conservatives, we know that we need to work with municipalities to get more.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, Quebec is on high alert. Rivers are above major flood threshold levels across the province. Families have had to evacuate their homes. In Charlevoix, 2 firefighters were swept away by the waters of the Rivière du Gouffre while trying to rescue a family whose home was in danger of being swept away. The body of one of these firefighters has been found. Our thoughts are with their families, as well as with the hundreds of Quebecers who are affected by these floods. Will the federal government deploy all of the necessary resources and support to help Quebecers affected by this disaster?
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank the member from Rosemont-La Petite Patrie for a very important question. And I want to join him, as I believe every member of this House, in expressing our concern and our thoughts for all of the communities of Quebec that have impacted. And in particular, we would all extend our sincere condolences to the families of Christopher and Regis Lavoie, the firefighters who rushed to save lives and appear to have lost their life. Mr. Speaker, we immediately deployed Canadian Air Force aircraft to search and engage in the initial search, and I've reached out to Mr. Bonnadel of the Quebec government, first of all, to offer all federal support as required and to assure him that our government will be there for the people of Quebec.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, condolences to people and the loss of those firefighters in these climate events. My question is to the Prime Minister in relation to the business that we'll take up later today, amendments to the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, known as S5. There is still time to improve this act, to increase the opportunities for public participation, for science and Indigenous knowledge to inform the act. The amendments by the Honourable Member for Burnaby, for New Westminster Burnaby, and myself need to be supported by this government. Will they stand for public participation and Indigenous knowledge?
L'Honorable, the Honourable Minister for the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for her question. The last time CEPA was reformed was more than 20 years ago, and what our government did was introduce strong amendment to CEPA, which were in fact applauded by both environmental organizations, scientists, and industry alike. The parliamentary process was a clear success. Both Senate and the House committees worked on this bill, spent 50 years studying it, heard testimony from over 80 witnesses representing civil society, academia, industry, and Indigenous organizations, and we received more than 100 written briefs. It's now time, Mr. Speaker, to pass the bill as reported by the Environment Committee, and we need to send it back to the Senate. Thank you very much.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for question period today. We have a point of order. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday in question period, the Minister of Housing claimed that I had praised the Housing Accelerator program, so I did review the 479 interventions I've made on Hansard here and in committee, and I've been consistent in claiming the government has been inadequate in their approach to affordable housing. I just wanted to correct the record.
It being 3:22, pursuant to order made on June 23rd, 2022, the House will now proceed to a recorded division on the motion of Mr. Poiliev regarding business of supply.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following.
That given that after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister's inflammatory policies, may I dispense? No. 1, inflation has reached a 40-year high and is forcing Canadians to cut back on the basic necessities of eating and heating their homes. 2, les coûts hypothécaires.
2, monthly mortgage costs have more than doubled since 2015 and now cost Canadians an average of $3,000 per month.
Statistics Canada reports that mortgage interest costs rose at a faster rate in March, plus 26.4%. This was the largest yearly increase on record as Canadians continued to renew and initiate mortgages at higher interest rates.
4, government fees, taxes, and delays now add on average $200,000 to the cost of every new home in Canada.
Average rent for a 2-bedroom apartment across Canada's 10 biggest cities has almost doubled to over $2,200 per month from $1,171 per month in 2015.
6. 9 out of 10 young people who do not own a home believe they never will.
7. Reports state that a couple is paying $2,450 to rent a single room in a Toronto townhouse, that they have 2 other roommates, and they consider this an excellent deal. The House call on the government to make renting affordable and home ownership a reality for more Canadians by enacting policy that will remove big city gatekeepers, NIMBY local politicians who block construction of new housing, and unnecessary red tape by
A. Tying federal infrastructure dollars for municipalities to the number of new homes built and imposing clawbacks on municipalities who delay new home construction.
De nouveaux logements. B. Tying federal funding to major transit projects to cities that preemptively upzoned upzone land around transit infrastructure for high-density housing so that young and middle-class people don't need to use cars. And C,
making available 15% of underutilized federal properties across Canada for new housing while guaranteeing an appropriate ratio of affordable units in the developments.
De développement. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Miss Lewis, Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis, Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Miss Findlay.
Miss Findlay.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Miss Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Miss Rood.
Miss Rood.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Rempel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Allison.
Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Miss Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Miss Hutchings.
Hutchins.
Miss Tassi.
Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Chegger.
Miss Chager.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Miss Groh.
Grove.
Mr. McGinty.
McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Cara.
Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Miss Ing.
Miss Ing.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Bendayen.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Miss Vandenberg.
Miss Vandenberg.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Sahoda.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis. Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Miss Dillon.
Dillon.
Miss Zerowicz.
Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Sassy.
Monsieur El Khoury.
El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Vancouverden.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Kuzmerichek.
Miss O'Connell.
O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Miss Suds.
Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragascados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip. Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Miss Bradford.
Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Henley.
Mr. Henley.
Miss Hepfner.
Miss Hepfner.
Miss Kayabaga.
Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Taylor Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Valdez.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Descharlet.
Miss McPherson.
McPherson.
Miss May, Sanish Gulf Islands.
May, Sanish Gulf Islands.
La Chambre attendant maintenant la fin de...
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceeding.
désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Sidhu. Okay. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 116, 116. Nay contre 211.
I declare the motion defeated. Conformément à l'ordre adopté.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill S-211 under private members' business. The question is as follows.
Mr. McKay, seconded by Mr. Zuberi, moved that Bill S-211, an act to enact the Fight Against Forced Labor and Child Labor in Supply Chains Act and to amend the customs tariff, be now read a third time and do pass. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés votant par voie.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. Que tous ceux à ma droite.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Madame Mendez. Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Châtel.
Chappelle.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Henley.
Mr. Henley.
Ms. Epner.
Epner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Valdez.
Cinquième rangée à ma droite.
Fifth row to my right.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pawlowski.
Mr. Pawlowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Hari.
Mr. Kuzmaricek.
Mr. Kuzmaricek.
Miss O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Miss Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Batterway.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Fragascatos.
Miss May, Sanish Gulf Islands.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Third row on my right.
Beld.
Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Ramanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Miss Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Duguid.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Miss Dillon.
Dillon.
Miss Zerowicz.
Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Second row on my right.
Miss Groh.
Crow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Scarpalagia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Saint-Onge.
Miss Cara.
Cara.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Miss Murray.
Murray.
Miss Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Miss Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Miss Haidu.
Miss Haidu.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Bendayen.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
First row on my right.
Mr. Blair.
Blair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Miss Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Miss Anand.
Anand.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Miss Hutchings.
Hutchings.
Miss Tassi.
Miss Tassi.
Madame Pitzpa-Taylor.
Petitpa Taylor.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Cheger.
Sager.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Albus.
Albus.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Allison.
Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Padzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Lawrence.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Troisième rangée, third row on my left.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Miss Rood.
Miss Rood.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Moran.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Aitchison.
Aitchison.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stomodunda South Glengarry.
Miss Findlay.
Miss Findlay.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
First row on my left.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Bazan.
Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui...
All those on my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Sixth row. Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row. Second row.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss McPherson.
McPherson.
Première rangée.
First row.
Angus. Mr. Davies.
Davies.
Que tous ceux à ma gauche qui...
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Sixth row. Sixième rangée.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Miss Barron.
Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Quatrième rangée.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Marcelo Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Plamondon.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Posé.
Mr. Green.
Green.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Monsieur Beaulieu. Correction, Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Larouche.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
McGregor.
Deuxième
Second row.
rangée.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Massey.
Première rangée.
First row.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Sidhu.
Mr. Speaker, in favor.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats.
The table will now compile the result of the vote.
Yeas pour 271, 271. Nays contre 57, 57.
I declare the motion carried. I understand the honourable member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock is rising on a point of order.
Speaker, thank you. There have been consultations, and I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That, notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, Bill C-45, an act to amend the First Nations Fiscal Management Act, to make consequential amendments to other acts, and to make a clarification relating to another act, be deemed read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
No more continue to the oh, yes, sorry, yes, exactly. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's response to 5 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport de...
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 15th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, entitled The Human Rights Situation in Haiti.
Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Presenting reports from committees, présentation de rapport de comité. The Honourable Member for Willowdale. No, je le vois pas. All right. L'honorable député de Vaudreuil.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of presenting in both official languages the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities, entitled Main Estimates 2023-2024. Under Standing Order 109, we ask that the government table a response to the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting of petitions. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am honoured to present in both official languages 2 petitions, which collectively have over 5,000 signatures. Wow. And the subject of these petitions is publication bans. The petitioners note that these restrictions, when unwanted, are paternalistic and prevent a victim complainant from exercising freedom of expression. They reinforce shame and the notion that anonymity always equals protection. Unwanted publication bans can give the impression that abusers are protected and benefit from the restrictions on the victim complainants, as they prevent open communication about the offense and harm experiences. They are calling on the government to allow victim complainants to attribute their own experience of sexual offenses without being charged, to grant adult victim complainants of sexual offenses a choice in the application of publication bans, to produce comprehensive, accessible, multilingual, and public information on these bans on government websites, to simplify the process to lift a ban without the services of a lawyer, and to allow victim complainants to opt out of these bans on their victim impact statement form. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presentation of petitions. Presenting of petitions, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad I caught your eye. As I've done before, I'm tabling another petition on behalf of the minority ethnic Hazara community from my riding specifically. They're again drawing attention of the House to the ongoing genocide of the Hazaras by the Taliban regime, something that's been ongoing for many decades now. And they're calling on the government, 1, to recognize the genocide of Hazaras by the Taliban, and 2, to include the Hazara ethnic minority from Afghanistan within the 40,000 Afghan refugees that the Canadian government is trying to resettle by end of this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
On behalf of many constituents across the country who have asked that the government acknowledge the important contribution German Canadians have made to this country and recognize that during World War I and II, innocent German and Austrian Canadians were interned alongside enemy combatants. They recognize that Ukrainian Canadians, Japanese Canadians, and Italian Canadians were apologized, and they would like the government to apologize for their unlawful internment. Thank you.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, your home, my home, our home, let's bring it home and stand with petitioners in Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon who want federal action to combat the vandalism and theft to telecommunications infrastructure. While these crimes are not considered to cause actual danger to life in the context of the criminal code, and thus not persecuted as severely as they otherwise would be, they can in fact be life-threatening. Damaged and stolen cables can lead to local residents being unable to call 911 in the event of an emergency, or keep up to date on emergency weather situations in ridings like mine. These residents call on the Government of Canada to enact tougher penalties for vandalizing or stealing telecommunications infrastructure. When second matter, Canadians must be able to contact emergency services without delay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting a petitions, Présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to present a petition signed by 141 people in my area of Hamilton who are concerned about the Ford government's proposal to build Highway 413 and pave over more than 2,400 acres of land, including protected greenbelt, farmlands, forests, wetlands, and the traditional indigenous lands of the Mississauga, Haudenosaunee, Huron-Wendat, Chippewa, and Six Nations. This petition calls upon the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change to commence a complete and thorough federal environmental impact assessment to identify and predict and evaluate the environmental effects of the Highway 413 project and conduct public hearings prior to the start of any construction. Mr. Speaker, I have a second petition that I'm pleased to rise in the House to present today, which highlights the need for greater action to address the humanitarian crisis in Syria, particularly in light of the earthquakes that devastated the region earlier this year. The petition highlights the calls from the UN Special Rapporteur, the Syrian Arab Red Crescent, and a member of the European Parliament, Claire Daly, to take immediate action to ensure greater aid can reach the most in need, and calls for the Government of Canada to immediately end sanctions against Syria and urge other states to follow suit and amplify its aid and rescue efforts in all areas of the region. Thank you.
Presenting a petitions, Présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise in this place today to speak, and I want to let people know watching that the reason we're all wearing red carnations is multiple sclerosis awareness, in case anyone was watching and wondering from home. The petition I'm honored to present today is from, I think, a rather specific and unusual group of petitioners, medical doctors who are also mothers. And the Physician Mothers of Canada are calling on the Government of Canada to recognize that the World Health Organization has identified climate change as, quote, the greatest threat to global health in the 21st century. They've called upon the Government of Canada to view the advice from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and the special report on 1.5 degrees as a call for urgent and transformative change. In short, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners, being Physician Mothers of Canada, call on the Government of Canada to act on the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment calls for action to decarbonize our economy rapidly, to recognize that we must ensure green energy policies at every level, and that every minister in the Government of Canada should view their actions through the climate lens. There are other elements of this petition, Mr. Speaker. I'm summarizing a really important work rather quickly, but thank you.
Presenting a petitions, Présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and as always, it is an honour to be able to rise in this place and share a petition on the matters that are so important to Canadians, and specifically one today that references Bill C-311, an important bill that protects pregnant women and the unborn. These petitioners establish, Mr. Speaker, that there is an increased risk of violence against women who are pregnant, and that there needs to be action taken to ensure that violence against pregnant women is addressed accordingly. These petitioners call upon the House of Commons to pass legislation that the abuse or infliction of harm on a pregnant woman and that preborn child as an aggravating circumstance in the sentencing of those crimes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting a petitions, Présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm really pleased to stand today to bring a number of petitions forward, all on the same topic. and it is again in regard to Bill C-311. It's well established that the risk of violence against women increases when they're pregnant. We all agree on that in this House, and we know that is to be the case. Currently, the injury or death of a woman and the child that she is carrying as victims of crime are not considered aggravating circumstances in that pregnancy for sentencing purposes in the Criminal Code of Canada. It's true Canada has no abortion law, and it is still a huge discussion in our country. However, the majority of Canadians, which crosses all those boundaries, agree that this legal void is extreme, and we must protect pregnant women from abuse and from murder that impacts their lives and the lives of the children they're choosing to carry.
Questions or comments? Chiefs, I'm in that sequence. Presenting petitions, présentation pétition. The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on behalf of Canadians regarding Bill C-311, they are very concerned that there is no law protecting children, the unborn, from injury or death, killing, and it's not considered an aggravating circumstance for the purposes of the Criminal Code of Canada. And so the petitioners feel that justice requires that an attacker who abuses a pregnant woman and her preborn child be sentenced accordingly. The sentence should match the crime. Thank you.
Petitions, présentation pétition. The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a petition signed here by many Canadians, similar to the previous two that we've just heard. And that's the petitioners recognize that there's a legal void in our legislation that doesn't recognize preborn victims as victims of crime in the event of an incident of violence against a pregnant woman. And there's recognition that pregnant women are more prone to violent attacks, and what these petitioners would like is recognition in the case of a pregnant woman being attacked, that there would be an aggravating circumstance in the sentencing of that perpetrator. Thank you.
Presenting a petitions, présentation pétition, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Just very quickly, Mr. Speaker, with regards to a petition that I'd like to table today, it's in regards to the growing retiree population in Canada, which are increasingly becoming a target of fraud, given they have built up wealth over a lifetime to help them support their retirement years, and are vulnerable due to lack of controls and protection through the transmission of money within the Canadian banking system, and seniors are seeing their savings built up over years removed in many cases through sophistication and disguised deceit and trickery. They're calling upon the House of Commons to undertake a serious and comprehensive review of the current transit system of Canadian citizens' money in this country, with the aim of putting more stringent procedures, protocols, and safeguards in place to protect our seniors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 1319, 1320, and 1325. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 1316 to 1318, 1321 to 1324, and 1326 and 1327 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
The House, of the aforementioned questions, be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I would then ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
And notice of motion for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And once again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time.
Good. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du...
Bill S5, report stage study for Bill S5.
There are three motions and amending standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill S5. Motions numbered 1 to 3 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table. Je vais maintenant soumettre les...
I would now like to submit motions 1 to 3 to the House.
Motion number 1, Ms. Collins, Victoria, seconded by Ms. McPherson, moves that the amendment to Clause 9 of Bill S5 be deleted. Motion number 2, Madame May.
Ms. May, Senator Scarfile, and seconded by Ms. Collins, Victoria, moves that the amendment to Clause 39.1 of Bill S5 be amended by replacing subsections 108.1.1 and 2 with the following.
108.1.1, if the information that the ministers assess under subsection 108.1 or 2 is in the respect of a vertebrate or a prescribed living organism, of groups living organisms, the minister shall ensure that the public is provided with the opportunity to bring forward any relevant Indigenous knowledge and scientific information before the expiry of the period for assessing that information.
2, if the minister is provided under paragraph 106.1a.
Can I dispense? Thank you. There you go. Motion number 3. Ms. May, Senator Gulf Island, seconded by Ms. Collins, Victoria, moves that the amendment to Clause 44.1 of Bill S5 be amended by adding the following after paragraph 1141 G1, G2, prescribing processes for the consideration of Indigenous knowledge and scientific information provided to the ministers under subsection 108.1.1. Debate. The Honourable Member. Je pense que j'allais trop vite de nouveau, donc je vais le lire.
I will read it in French now. Ms. May, Senator Gulf Island, seconded by Ms. Collins, Victoria, moves that the amendment to Clause 44.1 of Bill S5 be amended by adding the following after paragraph 1141 G1. G2, prescribing processes for the consideration of Indigenous knowledge and scientific information provided to the ministers under subsection 108.1.1.
Débat. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honour to rise in Parliament to represent the people of Victoria, and people in my community care deeply about the environment. Protecting coastal ecosystems, being able to enjoy clean lakes, clean rivers, to breathe clean air. These are things that people in Victoria and across our country care deeply about. And they are things that we cannot take for granted. It's why enshrining the right to a healthy environment in the Canadian Environmental Protection Act is so important. The Canadian Environmental Protection Act is the largest piece of legislation that governs environmental protection in Canada, and it's been over 20 years since the last time it was updated. The world has changed, and toxic substances are different than they were 2 decades ago. And this was an opportunity to address environmental justice and to better protect the most marginalized who are impacted by pollution. This was such an important opportunity to strengthen environmental protections, and there are some great pieces of this legislation, but there were also so many missed opportunities. So while Bill S5 does not address a number of the critical aspects of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act that need to be updated, I'm going to start by outlining what we accomplished in committee and what was accomplished in the Senate and why it's important to pass this bill. The right to a healthy environment will be recognized for the first time under federal law. And we were able to strengthen the legislation in committee to ensure there's a duty for the government to uphold the principles of environmental justice, intergenerational equity, and non-regression. This bill also requires the federal government to take the cumulative impacts of toxics into account and their effects on vulnerable populations. And I want to thank the Senator McCullum for her work in providing amendments for vulnerable populations. It updates also how we control toxic substances and dangerous chemicals. It prioritizes prohibiting the most hazardous substances, and New Democrats worked to improve transparency and accountability. The bill wouldn't be as strong without the amendments that we fought for and passed at Environment Committee, or without the work of senators like Mary Jane McCullum and others who strengthened the bill in the Senate. But unfortunately, there were so many important amendments that the government, along with the Conservatives, voted against, and they went so far as to take out provisions in the bill that watered down environmental protections, undermined provisions for public consultation and protection of Indigenous rights, and denied Parliament the opportunity to deal with the grave concerns around enforcement. They voted against amendments on the right to a healthy environment for future generations, against implementing enforceable air quality standards, stronger labeling requirements for consumer products, requirements for public and Indigenous consultations regarding genetically engineered organisms, among others. It was disappointing that the Liberals and Conservatives teamed up to undermine environmental protections, but not surprising to see them yet again listening to corporate lobbyists instead of scientists, doctors, and environmental experts. One example of this was when the Liberals and Conservatives joined together to remove the reference to tailings ponds in the bill. This egregious amendment came from the Conservative members who argued that tailings ponds are being managed very well, blatantly ignoring the science, the reports, the testimony from Indigenous communities about the impact of pollution from tailings ponds. But what was shocking was that the Liberals, who say they care about the environment, voted with the Conservatives to remove this vital provision. Mr. Speaker, pollution from tailings ponds is having devastating effects on communities. And the Liberal members on committee decided they would take out the only reference to tailings ponds in this legislation. Not even a month after this amendment passed, it was widely reported that the oil and gas giant Imperial Oil had a massive tailings ponds leak that affected many Indigenous communities near the site, including the Athabasca Fort Chipewyan First Nation. But what makes this case particularly horrific is that it has been happening since May 2022, and that Indigenous nations that were impacted were only informed almost a year later, February 2023. This was after 5.3 million liters of toxic waste seeped into the ground and watershed that these communities rely on. 2 Olympic-sized swimming pools of toxic waste. Members from these communities came to speak about the failures of this federal government, the failure to protect the environment, the failure to the Indigenous communities who are impacted. We must do more. We need to address this failure and to properly regulate tailings ponds. It's why I've put forward a report stage amendment to put the words tailings ponds back into this bill. And I urge my colleagues in this chamber to vote in support of this amendment. Another area where this bill fails is on air quality. In fact, S5 doesn't mention air quality. Air pollution is the single greatest environmental risk to human health. Health Canada estimates that air pollution kills more than 15,000 people each year in Canada. And it's responsible for over $120 billion in socioeconomic costs on the Canadian economy. Exposure to air pollution increases the risk of stroke, heart attack, and lung cancer, as well as chronic and acute respiratory illnesses, such as asthma. And there are also links to neurological diseases and adverse birth effects. The U.S. has had enforceable air quality standards for over 50 years. But Canada has decided to continue to rely on voluntary standards. And I want to quote David Boyd, the UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and the Environment. He says, legally binding and enforceable ambient air quality standards are not just a matter of protecting the environment and public health, but they're also important in creating a more equal Canada. Air pollution affects everyone, causing widespread violations of the right to breathe clean air. Yet the burden of related diseases has a disproportionate impact on certain vulnerable populations. Among the most severely harmed are women, children, the elderly, minorities, Indigenous people, people living in poverty, people with pre-existing health conditions such as respiratory conditions or heart disease, and people who fall in several of these categories. Major sources of ambient air pollution, including power plants, refineries, factories, incinerators, and busy roads, are often located in poor and racialized communities. Therefore, implementing ambient air quality standards in law and enforcing those standards across Canada is a matter of environmental justice. Parliament should strengthen Bill S5 to ensure Canada's first law recognizing the right to a healthy environment doesn't overlook action on air pollution. People's lives depend on it. When given the chance to make the Canadian Environmental Protection Act the strongest piece of environmental protection possible, the Liberals and Conservatives listened to the interests of big corporations over those of scientists and environmental experts. I also, before my time runs out, want to mention the amendments put forward by the member from Saanich Gulf Islands. When it comes to protection of nature, when it comes to addressing genetically modified organisms, we need to ensure that not only are we listening to science, but we are also listening to Indigenous communities who are impacted when the Canadian government pushes through approvals for genetically modified salmon and other organisms that are central to the culture and livelihoods of Indigenous communities. There's a lot more to be said, but I see that I'm running out of time, so I'll conclude with just that my New Democrat colleagues and I are going to keep fighting to ensure that we protect our environment, that we protect human health, and that we protect everything that we hold most dear for ourselves, for our children, and for future generations. I'm proud of the work that's been done, and I will be voting for this bill, but I hope that we do not wait another 2 decades to fix these changes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for Victoria for her work on this very important bill. The collaboration that we enjoyed. We worked closely on this bill for a number of months, and I do have to disagree with her characterization of the ultimate result, Mr. Speaker, because from what I've heard, environmental groups, industry representatives, health professionals, the feedback coming to me is that this is a good bill. It moves the agenda forward. And Mr. Speaker, this is not the last that we will hear of CEPA. We will be entertaining further improvements when other sections of the Act open up. Mr. Speaker, I just wonder if the honourable member would acknowledge that collecting information on tailing ponds under CEPA is already a provision under CEPA, Mr. Speaker, and we had a very robust discussion in committee, and it was decided that this was redundant and was singling out one particular industry. We could have added 10 more, Mr. Speaker, and that we have, in fact, are dealing with the curl issue, which is a separate subject, Mr. Speaker, that we are all in agreement that what happened in Alberta was absolutely unacceptable, and we are putting measures in place to put in place a better monitoring and reporting system for the good people of Northern Alberta. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
I want to thank the member for his question and for his work on committee. But I have to say I am extremely disappointed by the question. I was extremely disappointed to see Liberal members vote alongside the Conservatives to take out the only reference to tailings ponds in this entire piece of legislation. This is an issue that is impacting Indigenous communities right now. And the fact that the government has decided that they don't want the words tailings ponds in CEPA is egregious, in my opinion. And honestly, I hope that the members in this House are listening and that they'll take the time to listen to Indigenous communities who are impacted by the toxic pollution from tailings ponds, and they will reverse this decision and vote in favor of the report stage amendment to put tailings ponds back into CEPA.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Victoria. I also want to thank her for, in committee, voting for a number of the amendments that the Green Party tried to put forward, over 24 amendments, on which we were working on Bill S5 from mid-December right through till into March. And all of those good amendments were defeated, as were the many good amendments that had been brought forward from the Senate. I put this to my honourable colleague. We're asked to believe that this legislation, which, by the way, I can't vote for, is so important, but we know it's flawed. So wait a minute, because any minute now, the Liberal government will bring forward a new version of amendments to the Canadian Environment Protection Act, which nobody has touched it for 20 years. It stretches credulity to the breaking point, but I asked my honourable colleague from Victoria, has she seen any evidence that there's any likelihood that we'll see any new legislation from this government on the various sections of the Environmental Protection Act that were never touched in this amendment review?
For Victoria.
Thank you, and I want to thank the member for her question and for her diligent work in committee attempting to strengthen this piece of legislation. And no, the answer is no. I don't think that the government, if they were serious about actually amending the pieces, especially Section 22 on enforcement of the right to a healthy environment, a critical piece. They did not allow us to open it up. If they were serious about that, they would have done it this time. And I don't think they would argue for any other, maybe more well-known bill that, oh, we're putting this forward now, but don't worry, we'll put forward another bill in a few months, a few years. We know that it took 24 years for this iteration, this update. It's been years and years of advocacy to get to this point where we can modernize SEPA. It stretches the imagination to think that they are going to table a comprehensive SEPA 2 bill in this Parliament. I don't believe them. But I do think it's critical that we start pushing the government to do this work. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to give a reminder to folks that the quicker the answers, the quicker the questions, the more people can participate in this discussion. Continuing debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was temporarily almost promoted to parliamentary secretary, but I'll stay put so I can ask the honourable parliamentary secretary some questions. I want to start with the matter before us right now and hope that members will decide to support the amendments that have been put forward in today's debate at report stage. My honourable colleague, the member for Victoria, has just walked through some of them. I do want to stress that it's important to vote in favour of the reasoned NDP amendment put forward by the honourable member for Victoria, which is to restore a change that was made in the Senate. Now, anyone watching this could be confused. It's changes made in the Senate, it's going back to the Senate, what's going on here? This is a fundamental concern I have about the bill, is that the Minister of Environment, having had the amendments to the Environmental Protection Act put forward in the previous Parliament in the month of June of 2021, when the Liberal government was pretty sure they were going to bring themselves down and have a snap election in midsummer, so it was put on the order paper with no intention of really pursuing it. But it did give people and environmental law groups and others a chance to read that and say, wait a minute, there's more that needs to be done here. A lot of efforts in that regard, to which I'll refer later. Then we got back from the election. There's nothing on the order paper for the long-promised amendments to the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. So the minister and the Liberal machinery for putting forward legislation decide they ought to start this one in the Senate. Why? Because it's not such an important bill to the Liberal Party that they could start it in the House. They couldn't get House time, so they started it in the Senate. So then you have this convoluted process, and the Senate worked hard. And by the way, the Senate, having worked on this bill, sent a letter to the House that said, we couldn't get to some of the key amendments we really need to make, particularly to make the right to a healthy environment enforceable, because it's outside the scope of the bill. What does that mean to people who might be watching this and wondering why I'd be voting against the Canadian Environment Protection Act amendments? In order to make the right to a healthy environment enforceable, one would have needed to open up Section 22, which is the section of this bill that deals with enforcement. That was not before the Senate as a possible place for amendment, any more than it was before the House of Commons Environment Committee, because Section 22, which has in the entire long history of this bill never been used because it's unusable, we really needed to open that up. But those were the amendments made in the Senate, many of them, and then the Senate said there's some things that really need to be changed that we can't get at. But the Senate did succeed in amending this bill to say we have to pay attention to tailings ponds. And that was deleted by the House of Environment Committee, and that's why the Honourable Member for Victoria has put forward the amendment that you find in motion number 1 before us today. The amendment to Clause 9 that was made in the committee restores what had been done in the Senate. I know the procedural path here is a bit circuitous. What I've brought forward is in amendments, and they're really the work. I want to credit who did the work on these. It was the Nature Canada and the Canadian Environmental Law Association, a number of other groups that wanted to see meaningful public participation in this legislation. So in order to do that, the amendments here at report stage change very slightly, well, I mean, not just slightly, it changed it substantially, but it really, in terms of language, we move from saying what the bill says now, there'll be a consultation with interested parties having a particular meaning in law, which might not be the public, and wouldn't be Indigenous people, and wouldn't necessarily be scientists. So this amendment is a compromise. I want to stress that. This is a compromise from what we wanted to what we hope to get here at report stage, which is to allow, when there is a decision to genetically modify a living organism. For instance, we've had genetic modification of salmon in this country. We're the only country in the world, by the way, that allows genetic modification of a fish that is intended for human consumption. Pacific salmon are almost sacred, or we should say sacred, to Indigenous peoples in the territories I represent. Indigenous knowledge is an important component to looking at that kind of a decision. So that's the First Amendment. And then the Second Amendment deals with the processes for considering Indigenous knowledge and scientific information in the process. Now, it's really important that we identify where the barriers to this kind of thing lie. And some of them, unfortunately, are in the advice the Minister received from people within Environment Canada. So this should be a process with significant public participation. The counter-argument from John Moffat, who is the senior Environment Canada expert in this area, and he says that, quote, and I'm quoting this from Hansard and the evidence given to the Standing Committee on Environment on February 16th. John Moffat says, this is not a public participation process. This is a science-based process. Well, that would all be very well and good if scientists could also intervene at this point, but that's not clear that they can. To say that this is, quote, not a public process flies in the face of commitments that the Liberals have made that there will be public participation. There will be Indigenous knowledge. We will listen to scientists. So before my time expires to speak to the rest of the bill, I really urge members on all sides of this House to give favorable consideration to these 3 amendments at report stage, because they will substantially increase the chance that we'll have meaningful public participation, including incorporating Indigenous knowledge into the bill. Now, I'm going to go through, with the 3.5 minutes I have left, Mr. Speaker, the deep disappointment I feel in Bill S5. It's tragic, really. I believe it or not, I know I don't look old enough for this to be true, or at least I'd like to believe it. I worked on this bill before first reading in 1988. Yeah, I worked on this bill in 1988 when it was brought forward under the office of the, well, it was at the time of the Mulroney government, a majority progressive conservative government, brought forward the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, bringing together many disparate pieces of legislation, including the Ocean Dumping Act, the Air Quality Acts, creating Part 5, which is all we're really dealing with here today, Part 5 of the original Canadian Environmental Protection Act that deals with toxic substances. We're not dealing with Part 6, which we should, to modernize genetically modified organisms and how we regulate those. We're not dealing with the parts dealing with the Ocean Dumping Act, which are crying out for amendments. We have a lot going on right now with our ports with cruise ships. But we know we're going to hear the trumpets and the horns and the hallelujahs that we have put a right to a healthy environment into this bill. What kind of a right is it if it's not enforceable? A non-enforceable right is a bumper sticker. It's good to have in the bill. People can point to it and say that's improvement, but it's not a right if you can't enforce it. The deep disappointment gets deeper when we look at the changes to the schedule for toxic chemicals. The Canadian Environmental Law Association and their briefs, and I agree with them, having worked on this legislation for longer than I care to mention, this bill survived constitutional challenge in the Hydro-Quebec case in the 1990s in the Supreme Court of Canada because it focused on toxic chemicals as a health issue, and because of that and the fact the Minister of Health and the Minister of Environment jointly administer this act, it was seen as legitimate exercise of federal jurisdiction. Why would it be changed now? Well, that would be thanks to the lobbying of the plastics industry that didn't like the idea that their products could be described as toxic. We know that for many decades now, courts understand the concept of quote-unquote CEPA toxic, Canadian Environmental Protection Act version of toxic, which is in the environment in adequate amounts, in sufficient quantities, it's a threat to the environment and human health. Doesn't mean that if you pick up a piece of plastic, you're going to poison yourself. It means the enormous amount of plastics that we dump into the environment are a threat to our environment on a planetary scale. So to help a potential reputational public relations problem for the plastics industry, this bill weakens the constitutional foundations of the Act, and I'm unable to support a bill that takes any risk with the constitutional underpinnings of the Act to help the industry out with a public relations problem. There is also the elimination of key sections of original CEPA. Well, actually, the virtual elimination piece came in later after the first passage of the Act in 1990 and so on. We've had a lot of improvements to this Act over the years, but S5 is not one of them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member down the way for her intervention and for coming to Environment Committee to take part in some of our discussions. Some of those discussions were centered around the Senate amendments. Clause 9 she's mentioned, I think 46.1 K2 mentions the tailings ponds, which is included in our legislation. We're also including the multiple chemicals from different sources that can add to cumulative effects on vulnerable populations, again, which would apply to situations such as we have in Curl in the tailings pond. So the bill as written and amended by the committee is now covering situations around tailings ponds which can be detrimental to human health. Could the honourable member say what she thinks of the watch list that we've created and the management of that watch list? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Honourable member for Guelph, I have to start by saying he thanked me for coming to the Environment Committee. I was coerced into being at the Environment Committee. I'm not allowed to be a member of the committee. And the motions passed in every committee in this place give me 48 hours notice to submit all my amendments to the committee for clause by clause, but I'm not allowed to participate. I'm not allowed to move my own amendments. They are deemed to have been moved. This is not an opportunity I've ever sought, because if not for the motions passed in every committee, I would have a right today, right now, to submit all the amendments I made at committee, argue them out, discuss them here at report stage, all of them, and then we would have to vote on all of them, which is why, under Stephen Harper's PMO, they invented this motion that every committee passes without thinking about the fact that the party in this House that has the least procedural fairness with the one right we have to put forward substantive amendments at report stage, had that right reduced because we knew how to use it. And the watch list is a small improvement within an act that overall reduces the effectiveness of the Canadian Environment Protection Act in a way, again, the only word is tragic.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must say that I share the frustration of the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, because when you're not recognized as a party, it's very difficult to go to committee or make amendments. And so this is rather a comment than a question. And then I have to commend the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for all the work she's done, and also the work done by Nature Canada. That this is an advocacy group for the environment, and it helps protect the environment. And the amendments we're talking about that were moved by the member and by the member for Victoria. So I want to thank her, because we, the members, need these outside experts to help us better understand the issues. Thank you.
Saanich Gulf Islands.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. I'd like to thank my dear colleague from Repentigny, and I completely agree that groups such as Nature Canada, which have done such great work on GMOs, for example, it is really incredible that we've had the opportunity to make these changes in order to amend this act, and the government chose to do nothing to protect Canadians and our food. It's really terrible. And I hope that everyone will work together to continue to change these environmental laws, to manage toxic products, and also to ensure the protection of Canadians against big companies, multinationals that are dangerous for our health.
The Honourable Member for Victoria with a quick question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I did want to follow up about the amendments that the member put forward at report stage, and in particular, the work of Nature Canada and the criticisms about the language around interested parties when it comes to public consultation, how important it is that we have public consultation, and how problematic that particular language is.
Gulf Islands, quickly.
Drawing on my previous work as a practicing lawyer, the words interested parties will definitely mean the chemical industry is an interested party. It will not mean Nature Canada is automatically an interested party.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I indeed am pleased to rise in the House today to speak to Bill S5, the proposed Strengthening Environmental Protection for a Healthier Canada Act, which proposes amendments to the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, 1999, also known as CEPA. As you know, Mr. Speaker, our government introduced Bill S5 in the Senate on February 9th, 2022. Over the past year, S5 has moved steadily through the parliamentary process. I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the tremendous contribution from parliamentarians on all sides of the House, Mr. Speaker, for their insight and efforts to advance and strengthen this bill. The parliamentary process was clearly a success. The committees that worked on this bill spent nearly 50 hours studying it, Mr. Speaker, heard testimony from over 80 witnesses representing civil society, academia, industry, and Indigenous organizations, and received more than 100 written briefs. In the end, over 40 amendments were adopted, with the government supporting more than half of these changes. The bill is stronger as a result, and the government supports it. It is now time to pass the bill. As reported by the NV Committee, send it back to the other place, and most importantly, ensure that the bill receives royal assent without delay, Mr. Speaker, so we can implement it. Mr. Speaker, Bill S5 is the first major overhaul of CEPA in more than a generation, as many members have pointed out. The bill modernizes CEPA in two key areas. First, it recognizes a right to a healthy environment as provided under CEPA. Second, it strengthens the foundation for chemicals management in Canada and enables robust protection for Canadians and their environment from the risks posed by harmful substances. The recognition of the right to a healthy environment as provided under this Act is an important achievement. It is the first time such a right has been recognized in federal legislation. Under the bill, the government has a duty to protect that right and uphold related principles, such as environmental justice. Within 2 years of coming into force, the ministers of Health and Environment must develop an implementation framework to set out how that right will be considered in the administration of the Act. People may ask, what difference will the recognition of this right make? Recall that CEPA provides the foundation for multiple programs aimed at preventing pollution, such as those dealing with air quality, environmental emergencies, greenhouse gases, and, of course, the Chemicals Management Program. And the right applies to the administration of the whole Act, Mr. Speaker. To take one principle, environmental justice, I've heard those words in the chamber today, which includes avoiding disproportionate harmful impact on vulnerable populations. Examining decision-making from this perspective would require a greater understanding of who is most impacted by pollution and putting some priority on addressing those situations. And because a solid understanding of the situation will be important, the bill requires the ministers to conduct research, studies, or monitoring activities to support the protection of the right to a healthy environment. Complementary to the right, the bill confirms the government's commitment to implement the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, including free, prior, and informed consent. Amendments confirmed the role of Indigenous knowledge in decision-making related to the protection of the environment and health, and encouraged examination of whether CEPA is implemented in a way that advances reconciliation. Bill S5 also modernizes Canada's approach to chemicals management by, among other things, emphasizing protection of Canadians who are most vulnerable to harm from chemicals, encouraging the shift to safer alternatives, and accounting for the reality that Canadians are exposed to chemicals from multiple sources, Mr. Speaker, often referred to as cumulative effects. Central to these amendments is the proposal to develop and implement a plan of chemical management priorities. The Ministers of Environment and Climate Change and Health must develop this plan in consultation with stakeholders within 2 years of royal assent. It will set out a multi-year integrated plan for chemical assessments and supporting research and information gathering activities. The plan must also consider factors such as vulnerable populations, cumulative effects, and safer alternatives, as I've already said. This proposal was strengthened with amendments supported by the government to require that the plan include timelines and be reviewed every 8 years following its publication, Mr. Speaker. Recognizing that Canadians are exposed to multiple chemicals from many different sources, the bill broadens the scientific basis for risk assessments under CEPA to include consideration of cumulative effects and vulnerable populations. Amendments adopted at committee introduced the related concept of a vulnerable environment. The changes will help ensure that assessors consider real-world exposure scenarios. To support the shift to safer alternatives, the bill establishes a new watch list of chemicals of potential concern. Amendments adopted at committee clarify the process for removing chemicals from the watch list and provide helpful guidance to industry and other chemical users. The bill also shifts the risk management paradigm under CEPA by expanding its regulatory focus to a broader subset of toxic substances, that is, toxic substances that pose the highest risk, and by requiring that priority be given to prohibiting activities and releases of these toxic substances. However, amendments adopted at committee and supported by the government make it clear it must include toxic substances that are carcinogenic, mutagenic, or toxic for reproduction, in addition to persistent and bioaccumulated substances which departments have always aimed to eliminate. These important changes bring CEPA in line with the latest science and understanding of environmental and health risks. Having summarized, Mr. Speaker, the key chemicals management components of the bill, I will now speak to some cross-cutting themes that came in through amendments. Openness, transparency, and accountability in respect of environmental and health protection was a major theme underlying many of the amendments made to the bill at committee. These included a preambular statement to this effect, along with various timelines and reporting requirements for the risk assessment and risk management of chemicals. These changes increase accountability under CEPA and will ensure risks to Canadians and their environment from chemicals are assessed and managed in a timely fashion. Similarly, amendments made to the bill will create a more open and transparent regime for confidential business information by requiring that claimants justify their confidentiality requests against Access to Information Act criteria, and requiring that the minister review and validate statistically representative sample of confidentiality requests and report annually on the results. Animal testing, Mr. Speaker, was another major theme of the amendments to the bill, with the committee adding several new provisions aimed at replacing, reducing, or refining the use of vertebrate animals. Moreover, the plan of chemical management priorities discussed earlier will include a strategy to promote the development and use of methods not involving the use of vertebrate animals. These amendments are consistent with work underway in other jurisdictions around the world, such as the US and EU, and help further this government's commitment to move away from vertebrate animal testing. This includes continuing to work with industry, academia, and our international partners to develop and evaluate non-animal alternative methods with the goal of moving closer to ending animal testing. In fact, the government recently reaffirmed its commitment to end cosmetics testing on animals in the 2023 federal budget and amendments to the Food and Drugs Act tabled in Bill C-47. Just winding down, Mr. Speaker, these CEPA amendments will be an important complement to this work. Lastly, on the topic of amendments, not all of the amendments that were made to the bill in the other place were maintained, but I would say the majority, Mr. Speaker. There were some that did not were not in keeping with the principles of the Act, would be difficult to implement, or were premature in light of ongoing consultations being undertaken by Environment and Climate Change Canada and Health Canada, Mr. Speaker. But as I mentioned before, Mr. Speaker, this is not the last chapter on CEPA. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I have to say, this is the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, and while I appreciate that there has been some work done on this bill to make it stronger, I very much appreciate the work that my colleague from Victoria has done on this bill. You know, I've been sitting in the committee listening to the testimony on the Curl Mine spill in northern Alberta. I've been listening to horrific testimony from Indigenous leaders on what this has meant in their community. And I wonder if the member could tell me how on earth he could look those people in the eye and explain to them that tailings ponds won't be protected under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, that the water in their communities, that the land in their communities where they fish, where they hunt, where they live with their families, isn't worthy of being protected under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. How on earth they can stand and say that the tailings ponds don't deserve any sort of environmental protection through this act. It baffles the mind, and I certainly am not comfortable going back to those people and telling them that this government doesn't care about the environment that they live in and breathe in.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the member's statement, question, and frankly, the sentiment she discussed, or sentiment that she expressed at the committee meeting. It was one of disgust, of disappointment, and I did look Chief Adams in the eye, and everyone around that table, Mr. Speaker, was frankly very, very incredulous at how something like this could happen and how the notification was not made. And that's why the minister has established a working group. He's extended his hand to the Indigenous peoples of that area, Mr. Speaker, to the Alberta government, and we will be working together for solutions, not only in the short term, Mr. Speaker, but also in the long term.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And there's a certain substance out there. It's called Penta. It's got a much longer scientific name attached to it. But in essence, it's used to treat utility poles. And the substance is being phased out. But the government has not approved a substitute yet for it. So as I understand it, if they're going to eliminate something, they're supposed to be implementing something else to be a replacement for it, yet they haven't done it. And Mr. Speaker, the problem with that is it becomes a health and safety issue for people who are working on utility poles. So I'm just wondering why the government hasn't bothered to approve a new substance that can be used in place of Penta, even though that they have forced Penta to no longer be used by these companies.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I wasn't aware of that particular issue that he has raised today. I certainly will take it back and see where things lie in terms of safer alternatives. But one of the major thrusts of CEPA is looking for those safer alternatives, and I think we will be looking to the innovation and to the ingenuity of our scientists, our researchers, our universities to find those alternatives so that we can replace substances that are harming the environment or harming human health.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Repentigny. A brief question, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it's hard to speak briefly or quickly on such a majorly important file. Now, I thank the parliamentary secretary, but here this was a great occasion to implement some really strict measures. In his speech, he mentioned the European Union. He mentioned them in his speech, but here's an example. When it comes to GMO labeling, the European Union is light years ahead of Canada. Even the United States is starting to crack down and require some regulation. So why wasn't S5 used as an occasion for Canada to finally catch up to other countries who are way ahead of us?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, a brief answer.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe when I was referring to the EU, I was referring to cosmetic testing, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the whole basis of CEPA is a risk-based analysis, one versus the hazard-based management system of the European Union. I believe our system is much more superior for protecting human health and the environment, Madam Speaker, and it has served our country well, and we've made major improvements to CEPA that will make it even better.
Alors, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Sandwich Gulf Islands, Foreign Affairs, l'honorable député de North Okanagan.
The honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap, government appointments.
Prise de débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise to take part in this debate on Bill S5, which is about a very important file, environment and climate change. As you know, Madam Speaker, I have the joy and privilege of being the shadow minister. I was named by the official opposition leader and the member for Carleton to be shadow critic for the environment. We acknowledge that human beings have had a role in causing climate change, so we need to take on our part to fight against climate change. Now, Madam Speaker, I remind you that this bill is at its final stage. We support the spirit of the bill. We find that there's some important progress here for environmental issues. This bill was expected and awaited because the first version of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act is from 1999, so it's been 24 years, almost a quarter of a century. So the legislation had not been updated or modernized, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, so it was necessary to modernize it and update it. It's being done, and we're happy about it. That said, Madam Speaker, this bill, I'd like to mention, is not new. This bill was tabled as a bill in the House of Commons as C-28 2 years ago. Parliamentary work was ongoing. There was a lot of progress, but then it disappeared. Why? Well, because the Liberal Prime Minister, I say the Prime Minister rather than his government because there may have been people against it, but the Prime Minister decided to trigger an election right in the middle of the COVID pandemic at the beginning of the fourth wave. The election cost Canadian taxpayers over $600,000 and led to pretty similar results in the makeup of this House. So we lost years of work on that bill, Madam Speaker. The bill, Madam Speaker, has come back on the table through a side door, not through the front door. That is, there are two doors. They're equally important, the Senate door and the House of Commons door. And curiously and interestingly, this government decided to reintroduce the legislation through the Senate rather than through the House, which it has the right to do, but it's rather unique. So we heard from 80 witnesses. We studied about 100 briefs. This is a 60-odd page bill, dozens upon dozens of sections. The bill was studied in parliamentary committee and in the Senate and now in the House of Commons too. As I mentioned earlier, this is a step forward. Environmental groups and industry support this legislation. They welcome it. Now, a brief aside. Earlier, the Green Party leader mentioned, and rightly so, that she finds it unfortunate that independent MPs in our parliamentary system cannot table legislation or participate in parliamentary committee to improve legislation. We are all elected, but rules are rules, Madam Speaker, and we must follow them. We know the rules. I will bring up another situation that may seem unfortunate for Canadian democracy, but those are the rules. In 2019, the Liberals had less votes than the Conservatives. And who formed government? The Liberals. And then in 2022, the Liberals again received less votes than the Conservatives, but formed government. Why? Because they had more members elected. So for those who follow democracy, they might wonder how the party which received more votes did not form government. Well, those are the rules. And we, the Conservatives, we are the party of law and order. So we follow the rules as they are. We do our work and we follow the rules, and independent members should also follow rules.
The deep substance of this bill. Well, as I said earlier, this bill is not brand new. It has been tabled 2 years ago, but it has an election. But this bill is to refresh a old bill since 1999 that has been debated and adopted by the House of Commons. So this is why we have to refresh it. Essentiellement, Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, there are three fundamental elements, and I could talk about it for hours. Essentially speaking, this bill provides for the protection of our rights to a healthy environment. This is a major step forward. And, Madam Speaker, what is a healthy environment? That's open to debate and interpretation, and this bill provides for a 24-month period where a legal framework will be created to define this. This isn't a step in the wrong direction, but a step in perhaps not the best direction. But we still commend this step forward. Madam Speaker, this bill recognizes the importance of vulnerable populations, and we have to take into account these populations when we develop and accept new projects that will have an impact on the environment. And when it comes time of evaluating the potential toxicity of certain projects. This bill, Madam Speaker, also provides for the creation of a system for chemical products, toxic products, chemical products that could be evaluated in one way or another, but that have to be regulated under this bill.
I think that this bill is a good direction. This is in a good direction. It's not the end of the road, but this is in a good direction. And also we have to recognize that the Green parties, not the Green Party, but the Green activists, some of them are very positive on that, recognize that we could do something more, recognize also that it's not enough. That's fine. We also recognize that the industry people see it sometimes tough, but think that this is a good way to address it. Alors c'est pourquoi, Madame la...
That is the reason for which, Madam Speaker, this is a step in the right direction that was expected by environmental groups and people from the industry. And then sometimes they worked hand in hand, sometimes the hands were throwing hands, but that's how we ended up with this bill. This bill gives us the opportunity to remind ourselves that this government is great when it comes to rhetoric, but when it comes to tangible results, not so good. Madam Speaker, let us remember that not too long ago, on the 20th of April, the Environment Commissioner tabled here in this very chamber 5 reports. 5 reports, Madam Speaker, that weren't too positive for the government. It had to do with tangible results from this government. The Commissioner, Jerry Vidamarco, mentioned that the very ambitious objective from Prime Minister Trudeau, the Prime Minister, my apologies, the Prime Minister of this country, his ambitions involved planting 2 billion trees by 2031. What a great ambition, great rhetoric, super enthusiasm. This was done in order to attract the eyes of the world. The Prime Minister made that announcement, a historic announcement, an important announcement that would be sensible for the rest of for the future of the world. 2 billion trees. Once again, a lot of hot air, but very little when it comes to results. The Conservatives aren't the ones saying this. It's the very Environment Commissioner who is saying that we won't be able to plant as many trees as the government wants. The same Environment Commissioner stated that a number of regulations put forward by the government are not able to measure the real effectiveness and efficacy of programs. Regulations are all well and good. Ambitious and severe regulations are all well and good, but they're not even measurable. There are no metrics, so a lot of talk for very little results. The Commissioner for the Environment also stated that the government is doing not enough for endangered species. And we know that there was a meeting in Montreal that led to certain results. I would like to commend the Minister for the Environment, who has a very active environmental past and who had this meeting very close to his riding in Montreal. The world came to Montreal to talk about protecting certain environments. This was a good thing. Yes, great, bravo. But once again, the Environment Commissioner is saying that the government is not doing enough for endangered species. Madam Speaker, I would be remiss not to mention the COP27 report of the United Nations that concludes that under this government, Canada, out of 63 countries, is number 58. This 8-year of liberal governance has led us to 58 out of 63 when it comes to protecting the environment. Madam Speaker, I seem to have no more time, and so I'm very pleased to answer any questions that may be coming my way.
Then comments, the honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member across the way and for his work on the Environment Committee. He always does bring accountability into the discussions and looks at ways forward that we can work together for the betterment of both of our ridings, in fact, for all Canadians. One of the things that we discussed at committee was the plan of chemicals management, Madam Speaker, and something that the Minister of Environment and Climate Change has to develop this plan within 2 years of royal assent to have a multi-year integrated plan for chemical assessments and supporting research and information gathering activities. Now, the honourable member across the way talked about accountability, and I think it was him that mentioned in the committee that we should have timelines and that we did modify our proposal so that the plan would be reviewed every 8 years following the publication. Could the honourable member talk about how we need to hold not only government but industry to feet to the fire to make sure that these things get done?
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Welcome. I want to say thank you to the member for his question, and I deeply appreciate working with him and all the other members of the environmental community. That was my first hard work, I would say, on this issue since I've been appointed on the climate change issue with my leader. I'm very proud to be the shadow cabinet on this issue. And yes, I do agree that, with things are moving so fast in our world right now. We see the climate change, we have to address it as soon as possible, but the technology and the impact moving very fast. So this is why we need to review it. We spend the last, I would say, even say a quarter of century before reviewing the law that has been adopted in 1999. For sure, we don't have to wait another 24 years to address it. So this is why I think if we have a time frame that will let people to analyze what is right, what is working, and what we have to fix, to be sure that we apply all the good rules to correct the situation. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, and thank you to the member for Louis Saint Laurent, colleague at the Environment Committee, for his presentation. At the end, he gave statistics with regards to where Canada is, but I have a question. When it comes to voting on amendments when we studied S5, the Conservative Party voted with the Liberals every time. Could you not perhaps have voted on the side of experts and scientists, those who proposed these amendments against which they voted in order to improve Canada's performance? The Honourable MP for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague's contribution. We were elected in 2015, and we always have a bit of a tie to those who were voted for at the same year as us. So I'd like to commend her work on the environment, for example. Yes, from time to time, more often than she believes, but sometimes, or less often than she believes, sometimes we vote with the government because we're just trying to find a consensus, Madam Speaker. We had to find a good middle ground between environmentalist requests and the facts. Companies that will have to operate under these new regulations. So if we were to adopt regulations that are so severe, so brutal, that it means that companies will not even be able to reach objectives no matter what they do immediately, then it would just be all much ado about nothing. Yes, sometimes we vote with the government, but we believe that this was a bill that needed to move forward. It needed our collaboration. And sometimes we still have to continue attacking this government's record over the past 8 years.
Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In our region, the Great Montreal River was almost destroyed by a tailings pond that gave way, that wasn't maintained. So we know the damage. And yet what we're dealing now with industry are tailings dams that are so much more massive than the one that hit out of Matachewan, Ontario. I'm concerned that the Liberal government has taken out the reference for tailings ponds because they are such massive bodies of water. There's so many issues of contamination, and it's about reassuring the public that when projects go forward that there's going to be proper oversight. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague why the Liberals have decided to keep the issue of monitoring of the tailings ponds out of the language.
Brief answer. Bref réponse.
A brief answer, the honourable member.
So much, Madam Speaker. I have a lot of say to address the question raised by my colleague from the NDP. Just what I want to say clearly, just to be very clear and very appropriate on that. I think it's a work in motion. Yes, I think this bill addressed some issues, some specific issues. Maybe not enough for some people. That's fine. We are working forward, and we are working forward to work and to adapt it and to bonify it, de le bonifier si besoin est.
To strengthen it if need be. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And, well, finally, that's what I want to say. Finally, there's finally a revision and modernisation of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. It would be an understatement to say that it was high time. For over 20 years, almost 25 in fact, successive federal governments have not given this legislation the attention it deserves. I can tell you that whilst Canada has been doing this, doing nothing, environmental regulation has been happening everywhere else in the world. With S5, we receive a clause-by-clause report. The door to change has just slightly opened. Now we need to put our foot in the door before it closes again, but here we are. This bill came from the Senate and arrived at the House of Commons just before Christmas. Throughout 2022, for my part, I had an impressive number of meetings aimed at better identifying the expectations and needs expressed by associations, experts in various technical, scientific and legal fields, and organizations dedicated to environmental protection. The Minister for the Environment acknowledged in the aftermath of the 2021 election that this bill to modernize SEPA would be the first of many. Indeed, the magnitude of this piece of legislation is such that a full-scale revision could only be conceived in parts. In addition, the S5 study has certainly justified the need to move quickly to propose the rest of the modernization of SEPA. I can't wait to see it. With the time available to me at this stage of the report, at this report stage, I cannot put forward everything that should have been said, and when everything seems important, well, choices are sometimes difficult to make. So the third reading will no doubt give me the opportunity to address other elements of S5, I hope. So, let's get right to it. The right to a healthy environment. The scope of the sections relating to the right to a healthy environment is the scope of the law itself. It has no effect on other Canadian laws. Whilst the protection of this right is added to the federal government's mandate, the amendments do not create a true fundamental right to live in a healthy environment. That would have been more desirable, and this has been confirmed without ambiguity by senior officials in both the upper and lower house committees. It is a right, the scope of which will have to be balanced by what is defined in the law as reasonable limits, as social, economic factors. We will have to wait for an implementation framework. When I said that the door was just slightly ajar, that is an example. No one is against virtue, of course, but we must name things and be true. We have here a, yes, prudent and very controlled advance, a step forward, which will not necessarily give Canadians more rights to go to court and ask that projects or situations that harm the environment be sanctioned. I would like once again to commend my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands for the rigorous amendments that she presented at committee, but which unfortunately were not adopted. The other point, pollution prevention plans, or PPPs, absolutely zero progress on that front. PPPs should be seen as a centerpiece, a cornerstone of the environmental legal framework, a pillar, if you will. A few years before SEPA 1999 received royal assent, the Environment Committee stated, and I quote, "The committee believes that pollution prevention should be the priority approach to environmental protection. Furthermore, SEPA should provide a key legislative foundation for promoting pollution prevention in Canada. A major shift in focus is needed in the legislation from managing pollution after it has been created to preventing pollution in the first place. We believe that pollution prevention will avoid, eliminate, and reduce more pollution than react and cure strategies." This excerpt is from, Madam Speaker, 1995. So, requiring pollution prevention planning was important 25 years ago. So imagine the urgent need today. Yes, I say the urgent need today because the opportunity to rectify the inertia, the sheer inertia of the last 2 decades regarding pollution control standards based on prevention, and thus tight management of risks, but also of hazards, was at our risk. We could have done it. You know my interest in human health and its links to environmental issues. It is often said, and rightly so, that the best medicine is prevention. A stitch in time saves 9. It's the same thing. Prevention is better than a cure. Preventing illness or pollution, it's all a question of prevention. It is the same with environmental pollution. We talk to law associations and law experts. that were invited to testify both in the Senate and at the House committee. The Senate committee was able to formulate an amendment that was supported by all of its members. When S5 went thereafter down to the lower house, a majority of the House Environment Committees preferred to put it aside, to vote against it. To focus the content of S5 on principles of pollution management, not pollution prevention, is to acquiesce to the industry's desire to move in a less prescriptive, less restrictive direction. I said a minute ago that rectifying inertia was within our grasp. That's right, Madam Speaker, because there is a whole body of science and knowledge that has progressed around the environment and the impact of substances on the environment and our health. This over the past 25 years. There are also experts who have studied and analyzed the regulatory regime, both from a technical and legal point of view, who have submitted recommendation, who have testified in the Senate at the House Committee. They weren't without resources. We weren't without resources. We were able to learn about what is being done elsewhere, to take full measure of what could really structure progress and to cultivate the hopes that this review would be fruitful. But it is the industry's view that prevails when it comes to the regulatory framework for toxic substances. More broadly, their desire was to see legislators soften as much. But watch out, I'm not denying that listening to the industry is essential for a host of good reasons. However, when the industry's dominant discourse resembles a certain intransigence, when it wipes its feet, it seems like the industry is wiping its feet on environmental and human health considerations in order to maintain business as usual, as it is said. Well, there's reason to be annoyed, and annoyed is a weak word. Just one piece of positivity. Between 2006 and 2020, there's been an impressive reduction in the quantities of toxic substances that escape into the air, a drop of 60%. Now, on the other side, we also know that over the same period of time, land-based toxic discharges, whether deliberate or accidental, have jumped by more than 50%. Here, this bill is turning our backs on analysis and facts. Cleverly or not, the government has seriously undermined the excellent amendments of the Senate, the Green Party, the NDP and the Bloc Québécois in relation to the consultation and public participation processes. Here, they are turning their backs on transparency. And when high-quality expert resources have pointed us towards unavoidable regulatory updates and that the Liberal Conservative coalition has chosen to support the industry, here they turn their backs on balance. The Bloc Québécois understands, of course, that environmental policy necessarily requires trade-offs between the imperatives of protecting health and the environment, and on the other hand, commercial and industrial interests. We understand that, but the door is ajar, at least ajar. Because in order to move forward with environmental regulation and legislation, we must begin by recognizing all the weaknesses and pitfalls that characterize this regime in Canada. So the legislator must be reminded of their responsibilities to citizens and the environment. We must avoid at all costs regulatory capture, not in the interest in the protection of the health of millions of people in the environment, but the interests and the financial and commercial health of the industry. And so, this is a small step for man, but a big step for... No, Madam Speaker. It's still a small step for the health and protection of the environment, but we can't wait for that giant leap. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The honour member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her speech as well as for her work on committee. The member put forward many amendments that were similar to New Democrat amendments, and on whether it was pollution prevention planning, timelines, on genetically modified organisms. I am grateful for the work that she diligently tried to push forward in committee. We were able to strengthen some aspects of this legislation, but there are still so many gaps. And I wanted to ask about one of those gaps on air quality standards. We know that the U.S. has had enforceable air quality standards for over 50 years, that over 15,000 lives are lost in Canada every year from air pollution. And that's 15,000 people, the families. Can the member speak to how this is a matter of life and death? These provisions are important. The government needs to do better.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Victoria for her question. I work with her on committee, and it's a real pleasure. And I think that we're all working together to try and get more binding legislation. And, you know, we're talking about health here, the health of millions of people and the health of the environment as well. And those go hand in hand. There are thousands of deaths every year, and it's as if people don't think about it. But I think we're talking about 6% of GDP, billions of dollars to help people who get sick because of air pollution. So we're missing a golden opportunity with S5 to be able to improve that. So it's a real loss.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague and the honourable member of the Environment Committee for all of her work on this bill, her very important work. Madam Speaker, I have a question for the honourable member on the issue of air quality standards that our NDP colleague had raised. I know the Bloc is very sensitive to jurisdictional issues, and one of the reasons we defeated the NDP amendment was because this is an area of joint jurisdiction, and our feeling as a committee was that we needed to work on this together. I wonder if the member would have some reflections on this, and particularly the sensitive issue, Madam Speaker, of jurisdiction and the importance of working together to better the environment.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his question. Yes, obviously, you know, when it comes to the Bloc Québécois, we're very sensitive with regard to jurisdiction, and you know, it was a shared jurisdiction because back in 1867, the environment wasn't referred to. So when we talk about the environment, we sort of have to talk about a balance between what the federal can do and what Quebec and the provinces can do. It's very delicate. I tried to bring forward amendments that mentioned respective fields of jurisdiction, but to no avail, so I just stopped trying.
Questions
and
the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my dear colleague from Repentigny. I have a question because I think in the debates this afternoon, we have talked about the amendments made in the Senate, very good amendments. Very good amendments in terms of information gathering about tailings ponds, and that was voted down by the Liberals. I'm going to go to English now.
Complicated, but what we've been talking about including tailings ponds in S5 is so rudimentary and obvious that it's deeply shocking that the Liberals don't like it, because what they're proposing to change is in...
Can we get a question?
The question is, does the honourable member agree with me that the mere fact of asking for information gathering about the tailings ponds should not have provoked a reaction that it had to be removed?
The Honourable Member for Repentigny, 20 seconds. How many seconds? 2? 3? Yes, is the answer. Yes, there's a terrible lack of transparency, and because of the coalition that voted it down. So the member for Saanich Gulf Islands is absolutely right.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be able to rise and add a few thoughts in regards to the bill. And I know the NDP want to focus a lot of attention on the issue of tail ponds, and I'll deal with that right away, along with the member from Greens and to a certain degree even my friends in the Bloc. But I do find it interesting that they're actually maybe playing a little bit with words on the issue. And it's not to take away from the seriousness of the issue. We've recognized that. And I believe that the member actually knows full well, Madam Speaker, that in good part, what it is that she's talking about is the concerns is already there. And the amendment is somewhat redundant, but you know what, Madam Speaker? It might make a nice social media post or something of this nature. I believe that the member is, maybe if I give her the benefit of the doubt, or those that have been speaking on it, the benefit of the doubt, I'll say that maybe they just don't fully understand in terms of everything that has been explained through the legislation. It is important to recognize that already information in regards to tail ponds is already being collected by and through CEPA, Madam Speaker. It is important for us to...
I have to interrupt the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. There's a point of order from the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, Madam Speaker, we have a long-standing tradition that debate has to be about the subject at hand, and I don't believe you'll see in the legislation there's anything about tails. So I would ask him to stay on focus on subject.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
It's quite possible I might have missed the word pond or tailings. You know, that does happen, Madam Speaker. At times, my understanding of the full English. So my apologies. I didn't mean to offend the member. Having said that, Madam Speaker, when we think in terms of tailing ponds, that you will in fact find that it is in fact covered within the current legislations. And at the end of the day, what I would refer the member to, Madam Speaker, is that within you will see that there are amendments that were adopted at the committee introduced related to the concept of vulnerable environmental or cumulative effects. There's other situations that empower and allow for the minister to be able to track and ultimately enforce issues related to tailing ponds, Madam Speaker. And the member, I suspect, would likely be aware of that. As I indicated, information on tailing ponds is already collected through CEPA. And they tended to give a great deal of their portion of attention on this particular issue. And I know she's anxious to ask a question, Madam Speaker, but unfortunately we're going to run out of time because I only have another minute to go. And I think that one of the things that we're missing out is recognizing, toxic and potential toxic chemicals is something in which the government has taken very seriously. In fact, Madam Speaker, what you will see is that there is a right to a healthy environment that's being enshrined and supported in a very real and tangible way. Canadians are very much concerned about our environment, Madam Speaker, and through this legislation, there is a direct connection that will enable Canadians to be able to express their concerns where there will be attention drawn to that concern, Madam Speaker. And that is something that I think I really haven't heard in the relatively short amount of time that we've had to debate the issue, but I think that in itself is something in which we should be talking about. Because as we see our constituents growing more and more concerned about our environments, Madam Speaker, that at the end of the day, having a statement that's very clear in regards to the rights of Canadians to be able to have a healthy environment is something that's very positive, Madam Speaker. And I would like to see more of a discussion at the next time the bill comes up, where maybe I'll get the tailings right on.
The honourable member will have 5 minutes to pursue, 6 minutes to pursue his speech once we get back to the reading of this bill. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
At second reading of Bill C-316, Court Challenges Program Act, standing in the name of Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that Bill C-316, an act to amend the Department of Canadian Heritage, the Canadian Heritage Act, Court Challenges Program, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Debate. The Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is often too easy to take for granted the many rights and freedoms that we enjoy as Canadians. Canada is a free, successful country because of the decisions made by those who came before us. And we are an open, inclusive democracy in large part because the rights of individuals are respected. Canada is a country where the rule of law operates independently from politicians and where our Constitution protects the rights of Canadians. This is something that we should champion. It is something that we should celebrate. And it is something that we must do everything that we can to protect. Madam Speaker, I have introduced Bill C-316 to build upon the good work of previous parliaments. In the 42nd Parliament, the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, to which I was then a member, as part of our study on access to justice, we recommended the Court Challenges program, which had previously been cancelled, be recommenced. I'm happy to say that this was in fact done. In our report, we also called for enshrining the Court Challenges program in legislation to enhance its sustainability and to ensure that any government seeking its cancellation in future would require the approval of Parliament to do so. Bill C-316 will do just that. It will enshrine the Court Challenges program into Canadian law, providing stability and certainty to the program and ensuring that it continues to operate predictably. This, in turn, will give greater protection to the rights of Canadians as we continue to provide a mechanism that enables individuals and organizations to challenge laws and regulations that they believe violate their rights. Le programme de contestation judiciaire.
The Court Challenges program protects and strengthens constitutional laws. It funds individuals and organizations who wish to bring important proceedings before the courts. More specifically, the program provides funding to protect our constitutional laws and quasi-constitutional laws in terms of official languages and human rights. First, in the 1970s, the Court Challenges program played a decisive role in helping Canadians to clarify and exercise their rights, in particular, official languages and rights to equality. The program was cancelled in 2006, and in 2017, our government reinstated it.
Nous avons élargi.
We broadened the program to include rights that were not included at first, including specific sections of the Canadian Constitution, a Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which constitute fundamental freedoms, including democratic rights, freedom of speech, and the right to life, freedom, and safety of the individual.
Over the years, been used many times to protect the rights and freedoms of Canadians. It has provided funds to disabled Canadians to help them ensure that they are treated fairly. It has helped to clarify the rights of LGBTQ+ people to marry whom they love, and it has strengthened the rights of official language minorities to protect their rights and preserve their culture. The Court Challenges program also provided support to important cases such as Andrews versus Law Society of British Columbia, where the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that a law society could not prevent a qualified permanent resident from practicing law in Canada simply because they were not a Canadian citizen. The Programme de Contestation.
The Court Challenges program strengthened the rights of French language minority communities in British Columbia. It also contributed to protecting the rights of Francophone children to receive French language instruction of equal quality to English language instruction. In its ruling, handed down in June 2020, the Supreme Court of Canada reaffirmed the importance of receiving education in the official language of children's choice. The court also recognized the key role played by Article 23 of the Charter in ensuring the vitality of official language minority communities.
I know that some of my honourable colleagues may ask why provide funding to allow people to sue us. I think that this asks the wrong question. The right question is, why fund cases defending the Charter? And the answer is that, as we know, the cost of justice can be prohibitively expensive. Justice should not be decided by who has the most money. It is of significant public good that the constitutional rights of Canadians be protected, whether or not they have money. The value of the Court Challenges program is that it breathes life into the Charter and into the Official Languages Act. It provides meaning to our constitutional rights, particularly enabling those with lesser means to protect their rights. The program allows matters of merit with significant public impact to be brought forward, regardless of the means of those bringing forward the case.
Others might wonder whether the program allows the federal government to decide which cases will receive funding, or whether it allows the federal government to sue provincial governments who do not agree. To this question, I can respond, no. This program is at arm's length from the government. It is overseen by the University of Ottawa, and funding decisions are made by two groups of independent experts, one concerning official language rights and the other for human rights. These committees are composed of experts selected based on their expertise in law. The government does not decide which cases will be funded, and the funds are often used to challenge federal decisions or policies.
In fact, a good thing. I think that I can say without much controversy that the government does not always get it right. And it is important that when policies and laws are put into place, that we have a process to review and possibly to correct these decisions. In a constitutional democracy where the rule of law is paramount, allowing Canadians to bring forward cases when their rights may have been infringed is an important part of our constitutional democracy. We face a great many challenges as Canadians. The world is an uncertain place, but Canada is blessed with tremendous resources and potential. We have some of the best and brightest people in the world. And we have inherited the tremendous institutions which have made us successful. Pluralism, freedom of speech and debate, and the opportunity to make a better life for our families. These are the things that bring us together as Canadians. The rights and the freedoms that we hold dear are critically important to Canada's success as a country. We must do everything that we can to shore up our democracy and protect our constitutional system. By passing Bill C-316 and enshrining the Court Challenges program into Canadian law, we will be sending a strong message about the importance of protecting the rights of Canadians. It will demonstrate our shared commitment to ensuring that the rights and freedoms guaranteed by the Charter, the Official Languages Act, and the Canadian Constitution are respected and upheld. Madam Speaker, I hope members will join me in supporting Bill C-316 so that we can better protect our democratic institutions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleagues for this intervention. I will be supporting this bill, and I thank him for bringing it forward. My question, though, is he spoke a little bit about some of the groups that are protected by having this put into legislation. Can he perhaps tell us about some of the other pieces of legislation or some of the other pieces of action that the government undertakes that he would see that we would also need to protect in the event that the government was to change?
The honourable member for Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Thank the member for the question. I certainly think there are many areas that we can continue to act to protect the rights and freedoms of Canadians, although my focus at this point is on the Court Challenges program. I think it's very important that we are able to test the laws in some manner or mechanism in order to make sure that the provisions of the Charter are upheld.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipopa.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the member for the great intervention there. You mentioned around arm's length. Oh, sorry. The member mentioned the suggestion around arm's length in developing this committee around legislation and appointing someone that's at arm's length. What is the definition of arm's length, in your opinion, in developing this bill? Through the Speaker, would that include someone from the Trudeau Foundation? Would that include some sister-in-law from somewhere? What is the actual definition of arm's length in this member's opinion? Through you.
The honourable member for Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the key here is that the members of these different committees are not chosen by the government nor any government body. The program is administered by the University of Ottawa, and they are responsible for selecting appropriate people that are versed in the law, who can make the decisions about which cases that come before them are of sufficient public importance that they should be supported under the program.
L'honorable député de La Pointe-de-L'Île.
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-L'Île. I'd like to hear what my colleague thinks, because the Court Challenges program was established in '78 to help to deal with the French language charter, which was democratically adopted in Quebec. Then there was a situation in 1982. The Court Challenges program was created to deal with the French language charter, which is under Quebec's jurisdiction. The most frustrating aspect of this jurisdiction is that we don't know who gets the funding. It's public money, public funding. Previously, the Justice Committee proposed that once the court case is concluded, then the organization can, in fact, make public who received subsidies and funding. I'd like to know how he would feel about making the process more transparent and to exclude this from Quebec, or at least to ensure that it's not systematically used to undo 101 and Bill 96.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate the member's question, because that is precisely what this bill does. It adds to the existing process the requirement that the administrators of the program report to the minister on I believe, an annual basis, and that the minister table that report in the House within 15 days. So the report that is requested is to identify the cases of, or at least the nature of cases that have been supported. And it should be remembered as well that, as the member notes, this program originally was constituted to protect French language rights, really across the country. And we wish to build on that. And I note that, the more we can defend the more we can defend French elsewhere in Canada, the more it supports Quebec. And I'll note that both of my children who live and were born and raised in British Columbia are fluently Francophones. So thank you.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we're here to talk about the Court Challenges program, which has been, of course, brought forward by the honourable member, and I appreciate his words prior to this. Now, right now, we already have a Court Challenges program in place. However, it is there based only on a contribution agreement within the Heritage Department. What this bill looks to do is permanently enshrine in law that there would forever be a court challenges program here in Canada. Now, what is that? I'll quote the bill. It says that it is an independently administered program whose objective is to provide financial support to Canadians to bring before the courts test cases of national significance that aim to clarify and assert certain constitutional and quasi-constitutional official language rights and human rights cases. So there's these two streams, official languages and human rights. And individuals or groups can come forward and apply for funding to this supposedly independent body, and then go ahead and essentially go after the federal government or a provincial government in terms of a court challenge. Now, it should be pointed out, just as a side note, but important note, that this program is currently funded to the tune of $5 million per year. Now, we know that about 3.3 of that is spent on actual cases, which means that 1.7 is being used on administrative costs. That's a lot of money tied up in administration, and I have many significant questions, as do Canadians, around that money and its wastefulness. Because really, if this program is about equipping Canadians or empowering Canadians to be able to seek justice, then the money should be going toward that and not the hefty fees for administering this program. Nevertheless, I will also point out that this government has said that they are supposedly doubling this amount. That's what the 2023 budget says. But what is the amount that they're committing to in the 2023 budget? It's $4.9 million. They currently spend $5 million. They're committing to $4.9 million. And they say that they're somehow doubling the funding to this program. Madam Speaker, I point that out because it's as if this government relies on saying something and being believed on that and being able to pull the wool over Canadians' eyes. Going from $5 million per year to $4.9 million a year is not doubling the program. The numbers speak for themselves. So while the Prime Minister and this government might claim one thing, they really, in fact, are doing another, and it's incredibly disingenuous of them. So I want to point that out. Nevertheless, the bill itself is deserving of our attention today. We have to look at the history to fully understand it. The history of this bill is this. It originated with Trudeau Sr., Pierre Elliott Trudeau. And the reason why Mr. Trudeau Sr. brought this bill into place was because he was faced with Bill 101, which threatened the unity of this country because it looked to make French the sole official language in Quebec. The Prime Minister at the time, Trudeau Sr., did not want to challenge this himself. And so he decided to put in this crafty mechanism called the Court Challenges Program, which then gave money to third-party groups to challenge Bill 101. In other words, the Prime Minister, with his left hand, was saying, I'm in support of Quebec and their independence. And with his right hand, he was handing over millions of dollars to have these third-party groups challenge Quebec. That is the birth of this bill. It is incredibly disingenuous once again. That is where it started. And so it's, of course, morphed over the years. Sometimes it's been, backed up and supported, and sometimes it's been scrapped or supported to a lesser amount. But nevertheless, it's existed in some form since the late 1970s. Now, one of the problems with this bill is that it actually undermines this place, Parliament. This is where laws are made in this country. This is the place that has been entrusted by the Canadian electorate to make decisions with regard to legislation. And when we take that responsibility or that authority and we put it into the hands of the courts, we are actually doing a disservice, and I would even say an injustice, to the Canadian people. And so I would raise that as a significant concern. Further to that, I have many more. They have to do with transparency. They have to do with accountability. They have to do with independence. And so I'll explore those. So first, it should be noted that this bill is often used as a direct attack on Quebec and its culture and language rights. So for example, even right now, the Court Challenges Program is being used by activists to fight against Bill 21, which is a Quebec bill. So it is currently being used to fight that bill. The other thing that I will point out is that this program is often used by woke groups to push woke agendas. And of course, that is supported by the panels that exist. Now, why is it supported by those panels that make these decisions? Well, because I would argue that those panels are not, in fact, independent, and they are not, in fact, transparent, which, again, there's this shroud of secrecy around the Court Challenges program and how it functions. Let me explain more. With regards to transparency, there are panels that exist. One panel with regards to language rights cases, and one panel that exists with regard to human rights cases. Now, concerning those panels, how are those individuals selected? I don't know. I don't know. And the reason I don't know is because it's actually not available. Now, they claim that it is supposed to be available, but my staff and I have been checking back to the government's website numerous times over the last several months, and it's always been down. So we decided to go on the Wayback Machine, thinking perhaps the site is just down momentarily, and we weren't able to find anything on the Wayback Machine. So I wonder, is this government purposely being secretive in terms of the selection of these panel members, or is the site just down? Interesting. I'm sure someone in IT would be able to fix that, should they wish to do so. Further to that, though, these panels, yes, there's some secrecy there, but also with regards to the supposedly independent organization, which currently is the University of Ottawa. Well, how is that selected? Again, crickets. I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you, because it's not readily available in the public domain. Further to that, I must highlight then that there is also an issue around transparency with regards to which cases are funded. That is never made public knowledge. That is never made knowledge here in Parliament. Further to that, there's this shroud of secrecy around the level of funding. So not only what gets funded, but also to what extent. How much money is going towards each of these cases? Again, it's secret. So you have this program that is taking tax dollars and putting those tax dollars towards these cases, but there's no transparency as to the decision-making process. Canadians deserve better than that. Transparency is one issue, but another issue would be independence. So one would expect that the administrating body, which is the University of Ottawa, would be functioning fully independently of this government. Well, a little bit of research shows us that that just simply is likely not the case. So we have the University of Ottawa functioning as this body. Now, this is a university where the former U of Ottawa president was a man by the name of Alan Rock. And he was a cabinet minister under Chrétien. He was convicted of an ethics violation for taking a free trip with the Irving family where they covered for his transportation and his hotel. Sound familiar? We see a lot of that. And further to that, Alan Rock is known also for initiating legislation that brought the Trudeau Foundation into place. And he's known, of course, for his relationship with the Chinese. So super interesting, isn't it? Super interesting. So you have this super independent body with these secretive criteria that aren't transparent that are being used in order to select it. And then further to that, you have these two panels that are making decisions. And when I look at the biographies of these panelists, all of them read as if it is the Liberal Party of Canada platform just copied and pasted under a name. There is no doubt about it. These panels are not independently selected. There is no merit-based process being utilized unless it's the same merit-based process that's used for the supposedly independent senators over in the other place. And we all know how independent that is. So, Madam Speaker, you will excuse this out of the House for the conclusion that we must draw, which is that this program is absolutely ludicrous. It lacks transparency, it lacks accountability, it lacks independence, and it must not go on.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-316, an act to amend the Canadian Heritage Act with respect to the Court Challenges program. The Bloc Québécois supports the principle of this bill, but we would like to examine the bill in committee and suggest certain amendments. The current position of the Bloc Québécois is already in favor of the existence of the Court Challenges program, especially because of its importance for the rights of Francophones outside Quebec. We therefore support the idea of making the program permanent by including it in the Department of Canadian Heritage Act. That said, Madam Speaker, I will address in my speech the fact that the Bloc Québécois is critical of the CCP's procedures, particularly the opacity of its management and the decision-making process in determining which causes and organizations are funded. Also, since Bill C-316 proposes measures to ensure greater transparency in the administration of the CCP, it appears at first glance to respond to one of the Bloc Québécois' requests. In fact, indeed, one of our main criticisms was about the CCP's claim of being independent from the executive branch. And finally, in my speech, I will address the fact that the CCP is currently implemented and administered by the University of Ottawa, but the lack of transparency and accountability measures makes it impossible to demonstrate that the choice of cases is not politically driven. First, regarding transparency, C-316 establishes that the body responsible for administering the Court Challenges program would have to report annually on its activities, including a list of the causes funded during the year. These reports would be tabled in Parliament. The Bloc Québécois believes that it is necessary that the reports include not only the cases, but also the recipient organizations and the amounts of money allocated. This aspect could be improved in Bill C-316. We would also be able to assess the share received by each component of the program, for example, the official languages and human rights components. It would be interesting and positive if the report also included the obligation to disclose a list of unsuccessful grant applicants. Second, Madam Speaker, the fact remains that the Court Challenges program can be used to fund challenges to Quebec's laws, such as the Charter of the French Language and the Secularism Act. The crux of the problem is that we cannot cherry-pick, based on our political positions, which laws should be open to challenges and which should not, even if we have good reason to believe that some laws might be found constitutional under a future Quebec constitution, but would not pass the test in Canadian courts. A partial solution to this problem for the official languages component of the Court Challenges program could lie in a framework based on an asymmetrical approach to official languages in Canada. Since the Liberal government recognizes that of the two official languages, only one is at risk, it should agree that CCP funding should only be directed to cases that defend the rights of Francophones. C-316 amends the Department of Canadian Heritage Act to specify that the Minister of Canadian Heritage, as part of his powers and duties under that Act, is responsible for maintaining the Court Challenges program. To explain, from the Bloc Québécois' perspective, the Court Challenges program has two fundamental problems or flaws in its design. The first is that it has historically contributed to the disadvantage of protecting French in Quebec. The second is that it has been politically oriented historically. It has acted as the judicial arm of the executive's agenda. Bill C-316 has the potential to solve or at least mitigate the second problem, which we can call the problem of the program's lack of transparency and lack of independence. This can be achieved through adjustments and improvements, including the disclosure in annual reports, not only of the cases funded, but of the recipient organizations and all of the amounts granted. The first problem could also be solved, but would require a reorientation of the vision of Canada's official languages policy, which the Liberal government and its NDP ally have just rejected in the context of Bill C-13. This problem could be addressed either through amendments to this bill or through subsequent legislation. Three historical phases can be distinguished in the existence of the Court Challenges program, Madam Speaker. The date of the program's creation is not insignificant. The Court Challenges program was set up in 1978 in a very particular context of heightened linguistic tensions and confrontations between Quebec and Ottawa, following the election of the Parti Québécois in 1976 and the adoption of the Charter of the French Language the following year. As we know, Bill 101 was very unpopular with the Canadian Prime Minister at the time, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, and his government. So, the year after Bill 101 was passed, Ottawa created the Court Challenges program to subsidize the legal costs of Anglophone lobby groups challenging Bill 101.
In its first version, the program was not formalized. The Department for Justice decided on the funding of cases and the amounts granted according to its own objectives. This clearly placed the government in a conflict of interest situation. From 1978 to 1982, the program funded 6 cases, half of which challenged Bill 101. At that time, the program had absolutely no independence. Cases to be brought before the courts were selected and funded by the executive. To evaluate applications for language law funding, a committee was formed by selecting members from a small number of applicants proposed by official language organizations. In its third iteration, it was first called the Language Rights Support Program, the LRSP. Stephen Harper's government, which had abolished the first program, was forced to create this one, following an out-of-court settlement with the Fédération des communautés francophones et acadiennes du Canada, the FCFA. The new and existing program is the result of a 2015 Liberal election promise. It was entrusted to the University of Ottawa and relies on 2 panels of experts who decide which cases can be funded under both the human rights and official language components. There's a bit of a problem that could happen with that currently. By making an access to information request, it is possible to find out which remedies are supported, but it is impossible to know the amounts and beneficiaries of the program's grants. Therefore, taxpayers cannot know how the money given to the program is spent. The names of individuals or organizations that receive money cannot be disclosed since 2000 due to a court ruling that funding applications and contracts will be protected by professional secrecy, making access to specific information difficult, if not impossible, for at least 2 decades. Annual reports, when available, contain only general information and mention only examples. In order to ensure transparency and accountability, a report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights recommended that after a case is filed, the names of the recipients of court challenges program funding and the nature of the cases be disclosed in each annual report. This, unless such disclosures would be detrimental to the complainants. No follow-up appears to have been done in that regard. During the committee review of Bill C-13 to modernise the Official Languages Act, the Bloc Québécois tabled an amendment to ensure that the program be administered transparently, taking into account the rights conferred by provincial and territorial language regimes and echoing the Justice Committee's proposal to ensure as much transparency as possible. The proposal, with the support of the NDP, who claimed to support the right to self-determination of the Quebec people. The problem of transparency and independence of the program was made very visible by the controversy over the awarding of a $125,000 grant to the English Montreal School Board to challenge the Loi sur la laïcité de l'État. State secularism. The Liberal government is hiding behind the supposed independence of the program in order to avoid speaking out on the substance of the issue. The Canadian government's financial commitment to fund the challenge to Quebec secularism and our language laws. In addition to the problems of transparency, the other problem with the program is that it has been used to challenge Quebec laws aimed at promoting and protecting the French language in Quebec, although it has also been used to advance the rights of Francophones, minority communities, and other provinces. This problem stems from the central flaw in Canada's official languages policy, which assumes symmetry between English and French minority communities. This architecture, conceived by Pierre Trudeau and which Liberals have just refused to correct when modernising the Official Languages Act, has the effect of pitting the interests of Quebec against those of Canada's Francophones. To conclude, Madam Speaker, Canada's Francophone communities are right to value the existence of the programme and to want it to continue. The programme helps advance their language rights. This is the main reason for which the Bloc Québécois is not advocating the abolition of the program, but rather its supervision and modernization. The program, therefore, has real virtues, but it contributes to the official languages trap. The situation would not arise if the Liberal Party and the NDP accepted the Quebec government's solution and that of the Bloc Québécois to apply a differentiated approach to the implementation of the OLA, that is, by ceasing to put the 2 languages on an equal footing. If the Liberal government recognises that of the 2 official languages, only one is at risk, resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Strathcona.
very much,
Edmonton, Strathcona.
And as always, it is a delight to stand in this place and represent the great people of Edmonton, Strathcona. Madam Speaker, today we are talking about Bill C-316, an act to amend the Department of Canadian Heritage Act. Basically what this bill does is that it amends the Heritage Act to require that the Minister of Heritage maintain the court challenges program, making sure that this is now in legislation, so that if any future government wanted to cut this program, they would have to do that through legislation. So of course, it is not a perfect protection for this program, but it is a good start. It really does make me think about all of the different policies that have been put in place by various governments that I would like to see protected, and I'm going to come back to that, Madam Speaker, as we go forward. Some people in this House today have said that this is bad legislation, that this is not something that should be in place, have expressed some, what I would consider some pretty faux outrage about this particular bill. And I do want to just highlight that there are a number of people who believe in the court challenges program, and very, very notable groups that actually think that this court challenges program needs to be put into legislation, but also needs to be protected and expanded. So the New Democratic Party has been calling for an expansion of this. There's very little money that is allocated to this. It is a very small fraction, a drop in the bucket compared to what we spend on our justice with the Department of Justice. So we would like to see this expanded, and we're not alone. The people that would also like to see this program expanded are people like Cindy Blackstock and other leaders of the Indigenous community, or advocates within the Indigenous communities. Legal organizations, including the Women's Legal Education and Action Fund, or LEAF, would love to see this expanded and love to see this program put into legislation so that it is protected. Even more notably, the Canadian Bar Association supports the court challenges program.
Member, can I ask the honourable members if they would like to have the discussion in the lobbies instead in the House, please? Would you mind going to the lobby so we can listen to the speech by the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So there are people around this country that I think are leaders in this that have asked for this program to be maintained and this program to be expanded. And I think it's something that all parliamentarians need to consider. We are very few of us experts in the fields in which we produce legislation on. So we take advice from experts. And I would say when we are looking at the justice system, the Canadian Bar Association, Cindy Blackstock, others would be excellent examples of experts that we should be listening to. And the reason that this program is so important, there's several reasons, but one of the ones that means the most to me is that it levels the playing field. So what it does is it allows for it allows Canadian citizens to have access to justice. And often, those Canadian citizens who are least likely to be able to access justice are marginalized Canadians. So they are women, they are Indigenous people, they are members of the LGBTQ2 plus community. So the people that are often disproportionately impacted by the justice system in a negative way, this helps level the playing field. So I strongly support the program. The bill itself, I think we could work on making this bill stronger, and certainly I would like to see this government to commit to better funding. I mean, we've been calling for stronger funding for this program for some time, so we would like to see that. But I wanted to talk a little bit tonight about some of the other things that I think we should be putting into legislation. I mean, we are all lawmakers in this place. And as I was preparing my notes for the speech this evening, I was thinking about how important it is that we put things into legislation to protect them from potential future governments that don't share the values of ensuring that there is a level playing field for Canadians within the justice system. And the first thing that came to my mind is my bill C-205, which is actually on the Environmental Impact Assessment Bill. So I was very, very happy because Minister Wilkinson, when I brought that bill
Member knows you cannot use names of current members.
When I brought that bill forward, the Minister for Natural Resources was kind enough to take what was in that bill and put it into policy. So what that bill did is it actually said that coal mines trigger the Impact Assessment Act. so that regardless of the size, prior to that, Madam Speaker, it had to be over 5,000 tons a day, but we just took that little bit out, and that made it so that all coal mines were triggered by the Federal Impact Assessment Act. And the reason that was important is because companies were trying to skirt around that, and in Alberta, I don't know if you know, but there is a real movement to mine in our Rocky Mountains, which Albertans are appalled by, but also I think most Canadians would be appalled by. So the example of that is that it's now in policy. Now, I retabled that legislation in this Parliament for the simple reason that in policy, it's not protected the same way. So what happens is if another government comes in, and a government that, maybe doesn't believe in climate change, maybe doesn't believe that there is a need to protect the environment and to protect the Rocky Mountains and to protect our vital natural resources in this country, if there is a government that was to come in like that, they would be able to take that out of policy and just start strip mining and taking down our mountains. So of course we don't want that to happen. So we'd like to see this put into law, put into legislation to protect that. There's other things that I can think of that are exactly the same. We saw in our development dollars that were spent under the Stephen Harper years that there was I can say Stephen Harper, right?
Please do.
There was no support for the full range of reproductive services for women around the world. That was cut out of our official development assistance, even though, thousands of women a year die because they don't have access to the full range of reproductive services. So that's another example where I would very much welcome legislation that was put in place that would protect people's right to the entire range of reproductive resources. That's just another one. An example I could bring up from last night. We were, many of us here, very, very late last night working with my colleague for Winnipeg Centre, who's been calling tirelessly for a red dress alert. So, a red dress alert is something that if we put it into legislation, it would be very difficult for another government who maybe didn't believe in women's rights the same way to take that out. So I would welcome that from the government, that they would actually step up and make sure that the red dress alert is actually done, it's finished, it's put into legislation, and it is much more difficult then for a government who doesn't believe that missing and murdered Indigenous women are a genocide within this country. So there's just a few examples of why I think it's important that we look at programs, we look at policies that are in place, and we think of ways that we can protect those very important programs, those very important policies, by turning them into legislation. So I know that New Democrats will be supporting this bill. We will continue to call on the government to do better by this program. We will continue to call on the government to allocate more funding to ensure that more people are protected by this very, very important program. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, let me just provide maybe a different perspective by recognizing that this is a substantive piece of legislation. And I must acknowledge right at the very beginning, it's difficult to get your name in a position as a member of Parliament where you're able to bring forward legislation or a motion. And what we have before us today is a substantive piece of legislation that would really make a difference. And I wanted to recognize the member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, in terms of just his efforts at getting it to the stage that we're at. Whether it gets to committee or not, and we'll wait and see in terms of what happens there, Madam Speaker. In listening to his comments, I was actually quite impressed when he made reference to he had 2 children. Well, he's got 2 older daughters that are perfectly bilingual. Now, that might not surprise many people, depending in terms of where one lives, but if you're living in British Columbia or a province like Manitoba, I think it is noteworthy and ultimately emphasizes the importance of enshrining, where we can, language rights. And just the other day, we were inside the chamber and we were talking about C13. C13 and the importance of Canada being a land of 2 languages, both English and French. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I think that what you've seen over the years is a commitment from this government to protecting the minority languages. You know, what takes place in the province of Manitoba are Francophone communities in particular, but not only are Francophone communities in Manitoba, but all over the province of Manitoba. The same principles apply whether it's British Columbia, Atlantic Canada, or anywhere in between or going up north, Madam Speaker. We value the protection of the French minority languages outside of the province of Quebec. And when you take a look at the province of Quebec, you know, the emphasis on how important Quebec plays not only in ensuring that that majority French language continues on, but that it is healthy, Madam Speaker, as it speaks volumes in terms of not only for Canada, but in fact, North America. This is a government that has emphasized the importance of language from coast to coast to coast, with an emphasis in regards to protecting minority languages. So if you put that into the perspective of Harper, when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, there used to be a court challenges program that predates this government, but it was Stephen Harper that ultimately canceled the funding for that program. And I suspect that might have been one of the triggers for the member from Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, in terms of looking at the legislation. And say it's the member having in that draw is provided the opportunity to do a wide spectrum of different types of legislation or resolutions. And he could have taken the easy way out and said, well, we're going to have X day being recognized. But he chose an important issue to his constituents, and I would suggest to you, to all communities in Canada. Because not only are we talking about language rights, we're also talking about human rights, Madam Speaker. And when I listen to the member from Lethbridge, and at times it can be tough to listen to the member from Lethbridge, but I can tell you, if you listen to what she said, there is absolutely no doubt in her mind that if the Conservatives, heaven forbid, become government, this program is gone. And I think that's an important part to the debate, because I think it amplifies why my friend from Port Coquitlam is trying to see this legislation get through, Madam Speaker. Because it is an important issue. Do you believe in Canada being a country of two official languages? Do you believe that there is a need to protect minority languages? I, for one, believe that it is the case. I also believe that it is important, Madam Speaker, that we need to recognize that there are organizations, individuals that at times will feel threatened in regards to those rights. And the issue of financial support is of absolute necessity. And that's why, Madam Speaker, and I listen closely and we talk about the independence. It is arm's length. I'm not going to question the independence of a post-secondary facility like the University of Ottawa. I'm disappointed in the member from Lethbridge who tries to give the impression that universities, or post-secondary universities, are not independent, Madam Speaker. I think of the University of Winnipeg. Lloyd Axworthy happened to be a member of Parliament for many years. And I never saw Lloyd Axworthy, when he was president of the university, as someone that would do anything other than what's in the best interest of the University of Winnipeg, Madam Speaker. Recognizing the academic excellence and the expectations that the people have for the University of Winnipeg.
So here we have the University of Ottawa that's been, in essence, delegated the responsibility. And that responsibility, I believe, is taken very seriously. You know, there is a reason why it was being financed prior, and going into the Stephen Harper regime, Madam Speaker. And there's a reason why we have reinstated that funding. And I actually believe it was a few years back when we actually reinstated the funding, Madam Speaker. And in this particular budget, we're enhancing the contribution to the university to administer in order to be able to run this critical program, Madam Speaker. So there should be no doubt, like individuals might want to call into or raise concerns in regards to the need of incorporating it into legislation. But there should be no doubt in terms of the value of the program. Having a court challenges program there to protect and, as I say, expand those rights to incorporate human rights, I see as a positive, Madam Speaker. And I suspect maybe this is one of the considerations that was being taken in terms of why, at a time of constraint, that we enhance, because we are looking at ways in which we can ensure that these rights, human rights and language rights, are in fact protected, Madam Speaker. Because as a government, we recognize not only is it good to just talk about it, but to support it. And one of the ways in which you can support it is to ensure that the budgetary needs, at least in good part, are being met by the government by supporting that arm's length organization, and allow that organization the opportunity to do the, if I can use a medical term, the tertiary that's required in order to be able to select the type of cases that need to be heard at the court level, Madam Speaker. And I believe that they have the expertise that is there in order to be able to do that, far greater than members that I would suggest to you in this House, especially if you take it at random, Madam Speaker. It has been depoliticized. It has a program, just because the member is mocking it because it has money and questions in terms of, well, what is the administrative cost? I don't think the member realizes that there is actually a carryover year to year. I see, Madam Speaker, that my time has already expired. Suffice to say, Madam Speaker, the issue of the court challenge program is one that's worthwhile in terms of supporting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington. The Honourable Member will have about 6 minutes.
6 minutes?
Yes.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And unfortunate for this House, you may only get 6 minutes. What I'm sure would have been normally a 20-minute speech if we had so much opportunity during private members' hour. I heard a riveting one from my colleague behind me, but we won't go quite that far. But it is indeed an honor and a privilege to rise in the House this evening and contribute to the debate on Bill C-316, an act to amend the Department of Canadian Heritage Act Court Challenges program. Indeed, as already has been mentioned in this House, this program has an off-and-on history in this place and in government through the Department of Canadian Heritage. And indeed, I did have the honour and privilege of serving for some time on the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. But before I get into the meat of my speech, I do want to reflect on one of the more famous quotations from one of the great parliamentarians of this place and one of the great defenders and protectors of Canadian freedom, the Right Honourable John Diefenbaker. And Diefenbaker had that famous saying that Parliament is more than procedure. It is the custodian of the nation's freedoms. And I think too often in this place, we forget about our role as the protector and the defenders of the freedoms of Canadians. And indeed, if we look back at the history of some of the great orators, some of the great defenders in this place, including Diefenbaker and his Bill of Rights, the first attempt at enshrining the rights and freedoms of Canadians in a single federal statute, that was it. It was Diefenbaker. From his humble upbringing, his birth in Neustadt, Ontario, just north of my riding of Perth Wellington, to his time as a defender, as a defense counsel, and his time as parliamentarian, his focus was on the rights and freedoms of Canadians. And that was what he lived for. That was what he lived for in this place. We will recall that it was under Diefenbaker that the first woman was appointed to cabinet. It was under Diefenbaker that Indigenous peoples in all corners of this country finally had the right to vote. And it was through Diefenbaker's Bill of Rights that we saw the first written efforts at enshrining the rights and freedoms of Canadians. Now, that history and that protection of rights and freedoms continues under other Conservative leaders as well, and we need to be proud of these efforts. And indeed, under the leadership of Prime Minister Mulroney, Foreign Minister Joe Clark, we saw the strong stand that Prime Minister Mulroney and Minister Clark took in defending us on the world stage and calling out the apartheid regime in South Africa. We saw the efforts that they led in the Commonwealth to make that happen, and we saw the work that they undertook here at home in Canada when it came to the defense of Canadian rights and freedoms. Indeed, their efforts through the two constitutional courts that did in fact fail, but nonetheless had that effort to enshrine those and ensure that all members in this country signed on. So to the issue at hand, Bill C-316. I think Canadians would be forgiven in not fully understanding why this is before us here today. Indeed, members will know that, in fact, the Court Challenges program exists today. It is a program that is run out of the University of Ottawa. It is funded by the Government of Canada. So why is this being done today? And I think Canadians might be somewhat forgiven for perhaps seeing it somewhat odd or ironic that the government is creating a program that would sue itself, that would provide funds for the public, the Canadian public, to sue themselves with funds from the government. There is a bit of an odd strategy there. Now, if we look back at the history of the Court Challenges program, members will know that in 1978 this was first established under the first Trudeau Prime Minister and was primarily for language cases. So I think if we look at the importance of language rights here today in Canada, I see 2 minutes, my time is quickly dwindling, but we look at language rights in Canada today, and indeed we have a bill before the House as we speak, Bill C-13, which is the modernization of the Official Languages Act, something that, as luck would have it, was one of the first files I worked on when I first came here in 2015 as a Member of Parliament. I was the Vice Chair of the Official Languages Committee. The Anglo from Southern Ontario came on the Official Languages Committee, but it was nonetheless a great opportunity to learn my second language, my beloved second language. But the importance of having the rights of official language minorities protected across the country is indeed something that's very important. Whether you are a Franco-Ontarian, a Franco-Albertain, and even the small language communities across the country, the importance of protecting their rights to be able to receive services in their second language. And Madam Speaker, I think my time is dwindling, but I understand I will have 4 minutes when the House next takes up this important issue. So I look forward to concluding my remarks on Bill C-316 at the next time this is taken up the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member is quite correct. So the time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of today.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills, Senate, consideration at second reading of Bill S6, an act respecting regulatory modernization.
Madame Hay.
Mrs. Haidu for Mrs. Fortier, seconded by Ms. Kara, moves that Bill S6, an act respecting regulatory modernization, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would just like to take a moment to acknowledge that we are on the traditional territories of the Algonquin and Nishnabeg people. I'm very pleased to add my voice to the debate on Bill S6, an act respecting regulatory modernization. Madam Speaker, regulations are the rule book that govern the functioning of businesses and that protect consumers, the environment, and our health and security. But as we have seen, these rules can build up and become obsolete with time. When that happens, innovation and growth are slowed, which results in a weakening of the economy and more problems for Canadians.
Modernizing our regulatory system improves Canada's ability to attract investment and growth-oriented businesses. This is why this bill is so important, Madam Speaker. It will have an important impact on Canadian businesses and advance public service efficiencies. And in a time of economic recovery, Bill S6 will ensure that the legislative frameworks that support Canada's regulatory system evolve with the changing technologies and environments.
The fact is that we have been working on regulatory modernization for some time, Madam Speaker. The BIA 2019 amended 12 legislative regulations through the annual Regulatory Modernization Act. This includes the digitization of paper-based processes, the streamlining of the review process for zero-emission vehicles, and the promotion of innovation through amended regulatory approaches to test new products. The fact is, Madam Speaker, that regular common sense updates generate greater competitiveness. Madam Speaker, one thing that I forgot to do when I began my speech is to request a unanimous consent from the House to split my time with the honourable member for King's Hants. Does the member have unanimous consent? Granted. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I will just conclude this section here. As I said, regular and common sense updates generate greater competitiveness, but they must do so while protecting the health, security, or rather safety, and the environment of all Canadians. An important way of ensuring that we can modernize and streamline regulations while protecting Canadians and the environment is to put in place an in-depth but effective review process. To this end, this bill will act as a recurrent legislative mechanism. This means that the Canadian government can maintain the regulation system, can keep it relevant, effective, and up to date. It is designed to meet legislative challenges raised by companies and individuals through targeted regulatory review and consultation. In fact, it is consultations with business partners that led to the inclusion of this recurrent mechanism, Madam Speaker. Economic strategy tables and the Advisory Council on Economic Growth reported that putting in place such a regularized mechanism is essential to the improvement of the Canadian regulation system. I would also like to point out that the outside Advisory Committee on Competitiveness of Regulation, which is made up of partners from the business world, academic circles, and consumers, recommended that efforts be pursued to keep the legislative burden, or rather the administrative burden, to a reasonable level to ensure that regulation be time-tested.
Bill S6 proposes to modify 28 different acts through 45 common sense amendments to modernize our regulatory system. For example, the bill contains amendments to the Fisheries Act, which would make it clear that the fishery officers have the authority for minor violations to reach an agreement with fishers instead of taking them to court. An authority that was unclear in the existing legislation. Not only would this reduce the number of lengthy and costly court processes, but it also ensures small violations do not result in criminal records and the stigma and barriers that could come as a result. Importantly, this change has been supported by the fishing community and by Indigenous peoples. Another example is the minor amendment proposed to the Act respecting the CFIA. This amendment would allow the agency to provide services and would allow businesses to interact with the CFI electronically rather than using paper-based means. This means that businesses will have more flexibility in their interactions with the federal government, which means an easing of the regulatory burden. There are also amendments proposed to the Transport in Canada Act, which would allow for a more rapid adoption of international standards concerning transport safety in consultation with the businesses concerned. As you can see, usually minor amendments can have considerable positive repercussions in various sectors of the economy. And that is only 3 of the 45 amendments that are included in this bill. Furthermore, all the proposals are cost neutral, and any associated risks are either, or rather, are negligible or inexistent. Madam Speaker, helps ensure that our regulatory system stays up to date and sets up Canadians and businesses for successes in the years ahead. By amending laws that are too inflexible, too specific, or just simply outdated. This bill is an important reminder for the need for ongoing regulatory review and legislation that stands the test of time. I want to also assure all honourable members here that the bill is not a one-off. Il s'agira d'un effort.
This is a yearly initiative. In fact, work on the next bill is currently underway. Madam Speaker, Canada's regulatory system plays a key role in helping businesses succeed and in protecting Canadians and the environment. In order for our economy to continue to grow, our regulation system must become more efficient and lighter. But it must also keep our world-class consumer protection mechanisms concerning health, safety, and the environment. And that is exactly what Bill S6 does. It will contribute to modernizing existing rules in order to make it easier for Canadian businesses and also to continue to prepare regulatory bodies, partners, and Canadians for continued success. And that is something that we can all support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Miigwech.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And, I found it really interesting throughout the member's speech. He quite often referenced and talked about the environment. So I'm just curious through you, Madam Chair, to the member, what regulation in specific is the government changing that would prevent this government from once again handing out a $13 billion subsidy to the one automaker in this country who has actually been charged for violating CEPA. I'm just wondering what regulation they would like to change to make sure that that doesn't happen again.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I know the honourable member it sticks in his craw that Canada is now making a transition to a clean, green economy, and especially in a key sector such as the automotive sector. But let me get back to S6, Madam Speaker. Je veux dire, Madame la Présidente. Je peux vous dire la raison pour laquelle ça s'est...
The reason why this process is so important is that we are going to review all of the regulations, the government regulations. We will do so to ensure that regulations are up to date. We will ensure that regulation that is obsolete or no longer useful, we will get rid of it. The goal is to maintain our competitiveness so that the Canadian economy is working well, so that Canadians are protected, and most of all, Madam Speaker, we want to protect the environment. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the colleague. I appreciate him very much, and I thank him for an excellent speech. It is important to modernize our regulation, to keep it up to date. It needs to be simple, clear, and identical in both official languages, Madam Speaker. I am a member of the Standing Committee, and we often ask the department and the minister to fix issues with regulations, with government orders, and also to match up the English and French versions properly. Now, Madam Speaker, this week we sent a notice for a problem that's been ongoing for 25 years. I didn't have the right to vote when the problem first appeared. We have these recurring problems where we don't get an answer from the department, we don't get an answer from the minister. The minister often refuses to testify before the committee. So is that part of the government's goals? Does the government intend to improve its relations with the committee so that we have a more constructive relationship in modernizing our regulations? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, I could not agree more with the member for Mirabel on this matter. Frankly, Madam Speaker, the Standing Committee of which he is a member, it's one of the most important committees in the House of Commons. Now, I don't know what I've done in my life to deserve to be a member of the Ethics and Procedure Committee, but I did want to be a member of that committee, especially because it's an opportunity for parliamentarians on a joint committee with parliamentarians from the Senate and the House. You can really get to the bottom of things, and you can be accountable. You can make changes or withdraw things that have been problematic for years. And there are consequences, in fact, for disrespecting that committee's requests. Now, Bill S6 gives us the chance to act in the same vein as what the Standing Committee is doing. So this will allow us, S6, to modernize regulations, and I hope that will lighten that important committee's work.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I too want to thank the honourable member across the way for his speech and the importance of S6. When I read S6, it's a massive bill. It contemplates minor amendments to a great series of ministries. And it's important work, Madam Speaker. It's my understanding that consultations have taken place, vast consultations prior to COVID, beginning in as early as 2017 and manifesting in 2019. However, Madam Speaker, in our review of the consultation process, we found that there were not one labour organization that was consulted. Could the member speak to why there was an absence of labour consultation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, unfortunately I can't, but I will engage to get back to the member as to finding out why that was the case. Labour is a very important element in terms of some of the key stakeholders, which we should be consulting with, not only with businesses, but with labour, with government, with academics, and I do engage to get back to the member with a response.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kings Heads.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. C'est un plaisir.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be here with all my colleagues to talk about S6. S6 is a very important bill. Sorry for my French mistakes. I need to practice my French. I need to keep at it. This bill is very important to improve issues with paperwork in the federal system.
Here, Madam Speaker, into the House, but it seems to be most members of Parliament, I think, believe that this is reasonable, straightforward legislation. We are taking important steps to be able to reduce unnecessary irritants in our legislation, to be able to create an ease and efficiency about how the Government of Canada interacts with a variety of different sectors. And I put my hand up to want to have the opportunity to speak to this legislation today because as the proud chair of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, a lion's share of the provisions in S6 relates to agriculture. It relates to the opportunity to work with different agencies to help reduce some of that administrative burden. And let me say this, Madam Speaker, representing Kings Hants, where agriculture and farming is a big part of our economy, I often hear from our stakeholders about the importance of small legislative and regulatory tweaks that actually mean just as much, in some cases, as much as government programming and funding. So I want to take some opportunity tonight, I should say, Madam Speaker, to address some of the elements of the bill, to offer some suggestions of where the government can go even further, because I think it's going to be really important in the days ahead. But I do want to compliment the fact that this is a really important start, and it's important that we are able to advance this through the House. First of all, Madam Speaker, under the Seeds and Feeds Act for CFIA, there is an ability for mutual recognition of products that may be deemed novel to Canada but have had approval elsewhere in other jurisdictions that, frankly, we have similar processes to be able to expedite approvals. Traditionally, CFIA didn't have that tool where there was an ability to grant mutual recognition. So what an opportunity to be able to expedite processes. And I'll tell you, in a world where we're dealing in a global competitive marketplace, time matters. The ability to get these approvals and make sure that tools are available to our agriculture sector, to our farmers, this is important steps, and we don't have to compromise our public policy and public values around making sure that there is due diligence, because it's relying on sound science and processes from other jurisdictions that we trust. And I just want to highlight that. I've had the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to talk at quite some considerable length about the idea that we should expand that pathway, that we should create a presumptive approval, whereas there's an opportunity for CFIA and the Pest Management Regulatory Agency to be able to have an expedited pathway where an applicant can arrive, be able to present the evidence and science that was used in a jurisdiction that has similar practices and standards to Canada, to be able to expedite those pathways. I think it's something, I've encouraged the Minister of Health to look at this. I know the government is contemplating it, but I do hope that that is something that this bill could actually be a catalyst for in terms of being able to drive forward in the days ahead. I also want to talk, Madam Speaker, about the idea of trying to create some changes around how we actually meter and target electricity. This is a conversation that's becoming even more important in the days ahead as we start to make really important moves to decarbonize our economy. Some of the standards, and I haven't had the depth to go through all of these, and I want to compliment Senator Colin Deacon, who is in the other place. He has done tremendous work. I want to make sure that that is on the record, that is in Hansard for his work in stewarding S6 to us here in this House, but also his tremendous work to help advance this in the days ahead. Why is this important, Madam Speaker? This really matters to be able to get efficiencies in how the government actually deals not only with large businesses, but also small businesses. Each one of us, every member of Parliament here, would have small businesses that deal with the Government of Canada, whether or not it's incorporation under the CBCA or other types of measures, that we have to be mindful of that in the days ahead. And what I want to say, Madam Speaker, is that I think there's opportunities for the government to go even further. Canada actually ranks relatively poorly in the command and control regulations. And what I mean by that, Madam Speaker, is that we set out a legislative process whereby an applicant has to follow every single step in a process that we determine necessary to get regulatory approval, versus an approach where we, whether through government agencies or the civil servants, identify what the outcome we need to be able to determine an approval. So as opposed to being able to say, I've heard this analogy before, Madam Speaker, I'll use it for you. Maybe you have a good bakery in your riding. You don't walk into that bakery, Madam Speaker, and say, this is the exact recipe, and give it to the baker and say, bake this cake. You trust the baker, and you say, well, I want a cake that is round and delicious. And is it chocolate or white that's your favorite cake, Madam Speaker? Chocolate, I heard. Chocolate. Well, you would want to go in and you want to describe that cake. You wouldn't go in with a pre-described notion of, say, bake this cake. You'd say you would describe the cake that you want to meet your satisfaction, and then you would allow the baker to go illustrate to you how they made that good cake, and you hopefully would have their approval. We need to be able to do that moving forward. Yes, and she might have high standards of what her cake is, but she needs to describe it. So there's the difference between command and control. You're not saying, here's the recipe, go bake this cake. You're saying, describing what type of cake you want, and then letting the baker be creative in delivering that cake to you. That is the best example. I look forward to the Hansard record of us talking about baked cakes and people saying, well, how the heck is this important to Canadians? It matters, Madam Speaker. It matters, and we need to be able to be a little bit more free in how we regulate. We've seen instances, including in my own backyard recently around this, about regulatory approvals, and I want to make sure it's very clear on the record that I think that this is somewheres where we have to go in the days ahead. And let me say this, I think this government is doing the right thing on S6. Let us look at important major projects that have to get done in this country, Madam Speaker. The Minister of Natural Resources has highlighted this. Our critical minerals sector, how do we find a way to create efficiencies in the permitting process without compromising our public policy values? I think that that is an extremely important question. I think there's a lot of room for us as parliamentarians to dig in on this question, because whether or not it's our decarbonized future and how we reduce emissions and fight climate change, whether or not it's our economic competitiveness, the economy is strong right now. Frankly, employment numbers are really good in this country. There's a lot of good indicators, but we can do even better. So how do we find ways on non-cost measures to be able to drive the initiatives that matter to Canadians, that can reach the public policy goals that we're setting for ourselves, not only this government, but indeed every member of this House that wants to see the best for Canada? How can we look at a formalized mechanism? I do want to compliment my predecessor who represented my riding, the Honourable Scott Bryson. He served as the President of the Treasury Board, and let me recognize the current President of the Treasury Board for her work in helping to steward and drive this thing forward. But the government in the past, in the 42nd Parliament, had regulatory review processes that were successful. How do we build on that success? How do we create a formalized mechanism that will allow the government to actually look at strategic growth areas, work with the business sector, work with organized labor, as one of my honourable colleagues mentioned earlier in the question, work with stakeholders to identify ways that we can expedite process, because it matters for the business community, it matters for our competitiveness, it matters for good jobs, whether in unionized or non-unionized contexts. This is how we have to move forward. I'm very proud of what this government has produced. I'm hoping this government will continue to build on that success by creating mechanisms leading into the fall economic statement that can do exactly that. Focus on Canada's competitiveness, focus on non-cost measures that can help drive our public policy outcomes in the days ahead. Everyone in this House surely would be able to agree that that's a pathway that makes a difference, and it's important in the days ahead. So it was a pleasure to get to speak to S6, Madam Speaker. I look forward to questions from my honourable colleagues.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciated the member's speech. There was, he briefly mentioned PMRA, and we're having a lot of issues with the PMRA regulatory regime right now. There are many products that have been arbitrarily banned or pulled from the shelves because of uncertainty around PMRA. I'm just wondering if the member would support making some changes to regulations that would actually provide more certainty for our producers, so that way companies aren't arbitrarily pulling products off the shelf due to regulatory uncertainty.
Honourable Member for Kings Heads.
Madam Speaker, let me say it's an important question representing an agriculture riding, as I know the honourable colleague does across the way as well. The PMRA is a really important agency for agriculture competitiveness. Obviously, their decisions always have to be based on science and the evidence that is before them. I'm not fit to do that. I would respectfully say neither is the member opposite. What I had said in my speech, and I want to reiterate in my answer here, is that if there's ways that the PMRA can create expedited pathways based on the sound science of other trusted jurisdictions that can increase Canada's competitiveness by reducing the lag time before an applicant applies and when they can actually get approval, I think that that is extremely important. So I would agree with the member opposite, where we can use regulatory reform to help drive processes without compromising values, we absolutely should be doing that.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech and for his efforts in learning French. His French is coming along very well. Now, the bill would repeal Section 15 on oil operations in Canada, and the result of that would be that in Section 1 of the Gazette, Canada Gazette, it would no longer be necessary to publish regulatory changes for oil and gas. There were debates in the Senate. It was mentioned that a lot of regulations are outdated or obsolete, not being used, so we could facilitate the process. But in S6, there's no distinction made between minor regulatory changes and major regulatory changes. So would the colleague agree that there's some work to do on this in committee? There should be a requirement to publish regulatory changes which are substantial, as opposed to changes which would simply streamline processes. The Honourable Member for Kings Heads. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his question. With regard to the possibility of studying the bill in committee, I absolutely agree with that proposal. Also, when it comes to major changes to regulation, yes, I think it's very important that major regulatory changes be published in the Canada Gazette. But with regard to Atlantic provinces, this bill is very important to pave the way for the future, to ensure that in the future, offshore wind regulation in the hydrogen sector. These measures are important for Atlantic Canada. This will also give transparency for the future. I'm happy to follow this bill through to committee.
Madam Speaker, and I listened with interest to my colleague's speech. While my riding is not fully agricultural, we have a lot of small producers in my riding. They're concerned about food security and about quality of food. And I know that my colleague, the member for Cowichan Malahat Langford, is busy consulting in the agriculture community on this bill. But the member's speech raised a significant concern for me when he talks about presumptive approvals of things in agriculture using standards for countries with what he would call similar standards. But that usually means in agriculture, the United States, which has significantly lower standards in most agricultural and food products, and things like, we know in things like milk and cheese, there's extra additives allowed in the U.S. that aren't allowed in Canada. So I want to know whether he shares that concern and whether he thinks there are adequate protections in these presumptive approval processes.
Good question. The Honourable Member for Kings Heads.
So, Madam Speaker, absolutely. And let me address the presumptive approval. This is something that I am pushing as a Member of Parliament, saying that this is something the government should take on. What this bill actually does is it outlines a process where CFIA could find mutual recognition between other jurisdictions. Now, the member opposite points to one example about the United States. There are multiple jurisdictions I would submit to him around the world that we would share similar principles and values. And on the idea of a presumptive approval, it's not that there simply would be no review. It would be you would look at the process and the science that was used in other jurisdictions, actually have an ability to see if there's an expedited pathway on the strength and the resolution of that science. So I don't want the member to suggest that somehow there's no protocol in place, but surely I would hope he would agree that there's an ability to expedite this where there's other jurisdictions with scientific processes that are very similar to Canada that have been demonstrably been proven safe. How do we find a way to make sure those small farmers he talked about have the same access to the competitive tools as other farmers in other parts of the world?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in this House and speak on behalf of the constituents. of Calgary Midnapore. And, Madam Speaker, as the Shadow Minister for the Treasury Board, of course, I am also responsible for critiquing this bill and overseeing the debate for the official opposition this evening, and it's a pleasure to do so. Madam Speaker, I'm sure you're aware that S6 is the second piece of legislation relative to regulatory legislation that aims to clean up pieces of legislation, small pieces of legislation throughout a series of departments and ministries that have required these small pieces of legislation to be cleaned up for some time. I'll add, Madam Speaker, as well, that the first was completed before the pandemic. This second one is unfortunately a little behind schedule as a result of the pandemic, but that the government expects to conduct this exercise on a yearly basis. And in the third round, Madam Speaker, what I think is very interesting is that the government will start to consult with outside stakeholders as well. And of course, since on the side of the official opposition, we are always for consultation and transparency with Canadians, Canadians working for themselves, Canadians making decisions for themselves. I certainly would encourage the government to pursue this route of consultation and stakeholder talks in their next round before they proceed to that. But in revision of the S6 document that we have before us today, Madam Speaker, there is one thing that is evident to me, and that is that, and I would say actually throughout all of the correspondence I've received into my house, all of the conversations I've had with my honourable colleagues, all of the debate that we have had in this House, and that is that Canadians are defeated and exhausted, and in this bill, it's easy to see why, Madam Speaker. Canadians are defeated and exhausted, and it's very easy by this bill to see why. First of all, Madam Speaker, as you know, the cost of living has skyrocketed in this country at a time where Canadians need to have measures to reduce their cost of living. I need to remind you that both rents and mortgages have doubled since 2015, since this government was in power. Food inflation has increased by more than 40%, the fastest pace, in 40 years, up by 10.8%. Some of those items I know you're aware of, Madam Speaker. Butter up by 16.9%, eggs up by 10.9%. Breads, rolls, and buns up 17.6%, and of course, lettuce up by 12.4%, apples up by 11.8%. So really, Madam Speaker, this is a time where Canadians need to have cost of living reductions, and this really means that we need a government that is committed to balancing the budget, lower deficits, and working towards getting rid of our national debt. And this is something that I really don't see this bill working towards, Madam Speaker. I'm sure you are aware, Madam Speaker, that we have over a million Canadians using food banks at this time, 1.5 million, I believe, in fact, and I'm sure everyone saw the social media post, which was very unfortunate, of the Fort York Food Bank and the lineup that was there. So again, Madam Speaker, at a time where we need a government to be thinking about reducing waste, not having red tape and additional measures that will cost more for government and more for Canadians. This government simply does not have that on their mind. And with that, Madam Speaker, I will make reference again to some of the numbers that we see with this government. As President of the Treasury Board, I can tell you that the cost of the public service increased by over 50%, 53% in fact, Madam Speaker, and it's crazy. That's an additional, if you can believe it, $21 billion more that was spent on our public service. And yet we have this cost of living crisis, and yet we have these incredible increases in the public service and in spending. In addition to that, Madam Speaker, I know that you are well aware through transactions that we've had in the House, conversations we've had in the House, that in addition to that $21 billion on public servants, there was also $22 spent on outside consultants. And of course, one of those was McKinsey, a firm that we studied in depth in the committee on which I sit, Government Operations, and which I hope the Transport Committee will finally get an opportunity to discuss after some back and forth between its members relative to the motion they had passed to consider that. So these different types of waste, Madam Speaker, which are evident in S6 at a time really where we need to be thinking about saving money for Canadians and not having these incredible expenses, of course. You know, the federal debt, I'm sure you're aware, Madam Speaker, actually reached $1.22 trillion. That is, of course, $81,000 of debt per household. These are the types of things that we need to focus on, Madam Speaker, and that the deficit for this fiscal year is projected to be $43 billion. I think that's something that we need to really think about, and as well, the deficit for next year is projected to be $40.1 billion. I mean, that's really something, Madam Speaker. If we look at these incredible numbers, our debt to GDP ratio is projected to increase from 42.4% in this fiscal year to 43.5% in the next fiscal year. And, you know, I will say that I think that this is actually something that the finance minister had indicated prior to the budget, that she was going to consider fiscal restraint, and we see anything in this. And again, the result is we end up with a bill like S6 with more.
Honourable member for King's Hands on a point of order.
Speaker, I appreciate that the honourable colleague, and I don't mean to take away from her time, but this is about S6. I've been listening intently for the last few minutes. I don't know what your ruling may be, but it seems to be quite off the mark from the piece of legislation that is actually before the House right now. Maybe you could ask the member if we're able to integrate how her remarks to date actually relate to S6. I would certainly appreciate that.
I think the honourable member has been making references to the bill, from my understanding of the bill, but yes, the honourable member for Edmonton River Brand on the same point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I sat and listened intently to the member from King's Hands speech. He talked a lot about cake. He talked a lot about how he would reference cake.
We're getting into debate. I'm going to give the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore the opportunity to continue her speech and make the case and the point for the S6.
Certainly. Thank you very much to my colleagues for ensuring that the debate stays relevant, because certainly the amount of money that this government is spending, I think, is critical to every bill. But thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for overseeing that discussion as I continue this interaction here today. So as I was saying, the finance minister indicated that she would use fiscal restraint. I don't believe, in fact, that she did so. And if I can even go further back to when S6 was first being discussed last spring before we broke for the summer recess, it was at that time and even into the fall that the finance minister was indicating that she was going to implement an idea that our leader has committed to, and that is the pay-as-you-go system. So she said she would have fiscal restraint. I don't believe she indicated that at S6 last year at the end of the spring session. This was also being discussed, the pay-as-you-go system, and both of these things don't happen. But also relative to our economy, Madam Speaker, you know, I'll point out a very, I talked about Canadians being frustrated and defeated and exhausted. I'm sure you saw the article in the Globe and Mail today, which indicated that at this point in Canadian history is the lowest time for new business startups, new small business startups, and this very much touches my heart, Madam Speaker. I know you've heard me speak before about how I come from a small business family in Calgary-Midnapore, and that for me, growing up, small business was always front of mind, and this included regulations, something which I believe small businesses will struggle with, these changing regulations as are indicated in S6. And again, if we look across the different departments, we could see how this could possibly happen. So a couple of points there, Madam Speaker, relative to S6. Also, Madam Speaker, I will point out that S6, also relative to this government and the way it legislates and operates in general, their language is consistently filled with jargon, with words and phrases which are difficult for Canadians to interpret. And I started out this speech by talking about how legislation should be for Canadians, that it is the common Canadian that we should be legislating for. And when we have phrases which are complex for Canadians to understand, it doesn't help them, it doesn't empower them, and we need to do that. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to take a moment and talk about the plain language law that we will implement once we are in government, again, in an effort to get government working for Canadians and not have Canadians working for the government, as we are seeing in this case. So I thought that was a very important point to mention. And another place, again, Madam Speaker, as Shadow Minister for the Treasury Board, where I see this take place, is with the public accounts. I think that there needs to be much revision to the public accounts and how they are presented. I don't believe Canadians can understand them in the format that they are in presently. I always share the story that in my home growing up, and a concept we have in our home is a budget is we bring in this much money as a household, we spend this much money as a household, we save this much money as a household, and I don't believe that the public accounts reflect a simple concept such as this, a concept which many Canadian households and many Canadians sitting around the dinner table have to follow. So again, this is relative to the jargon, the lack of plain language, the complexity that we see in regulation, legislation from this government, and is relative, Madam Speaker, to S6. As well, Madam Speaker, we talk about S6 is just indicative of another concept which is very dear to the official opposition day's heart and the heart of that of our leader, and that is getting rid of the gatekeepers. And what that essentially means, Madam Speaker, is just making it easier for Canadians to live, to conduct business, to have the quality of life that they deserve, and which this government is not delivering to them, as is evidenced by some of the earlier indicators that I gave. So, we as the official opposition have provided, I believe, some constructive ideas for getting rid of the gatekeepers. For example, our Opposition Day motion that was presented yesterday talks about getting rid of the municipal gatekeepers, which certainly myself, coming from Calgary, I have had an opportunity to see firsthand at Calgary City Council, and having done some advocacy work at the civic level, I can tell you that all governments must be working together, pulling in the same direction in an effort to provide Canadians with the best standard of living, and that includes housing, especially when we consider the ambitious immigration targets of this government. We need to seriously and sincerely consider how we are going to accommodate all of these newcomers. And again, I say this as an Albertan, as a place of incredible growth, and we are so happy, so many new Canadians, so many Canadians who have abided in other places are making the choice to come to Alberta, but we need to seriously consider how we are going to support our citizens. And so my leader talked about in his Opposition Day motion speech yesterday about how we will incentivize those municipalities that make the decision to build more homes for Canadians, and we will not reward those that do not. And so I think this is an excellent example of where we have to think about the gatekeepers, because again, S6 is just an indicator that there are so many gatekeepers across government when we have to make these minute changes to legislation which seems applicable to, my goodness, ages ago. Things as simple as removing stickers from liquid vending machines. It's astounding to me that these types of things are coming to light now, Madam Speaker. Another example, Madam Speaker, I will give of the Conservative opposition, the official opposition's desire to get rid of the gatekeepers is our unique idea to bring home doctors and nurses to allow for a blue seal in the same way that we have, of course, red seals in the trade professions, and I think that's wonderful. I think it's just fantastic how we have more young people joining the trades. I'm especially excited about more young women joining the trades, and I'm certainly glad to see some of the legislation, even if it's at a provincial level, allowing young women to feel comfortable in joining the trades, whether it's providing safe and clean restrooms for them, or whether it's providing equipment that is suitable for their size and stature, whatever that may be. You know, I think that's just excellent. But what our leader and the official opposition has found that the licensing bodies just create endless barriers and red tape, again, a topic that is talked about much in S6, resulting in an unnecessary, even greater shortage of doctors and nurses. So I like to quote this this sentence from my leader, and that is, the blue seal will mean it won't matter where someone comes from, it matters what they can do. And I think that's just fantastic, and that if these doctors and nurses meet our blue seal standards, they will be able to work in our healthcare system. So again, this is just another example of the Conservative Party and the official opposition looking for true efficiencies. You know, S6 addresses these tiny things, these things which really. I think our energies could be spent on addressing much larger problems and finding efficiencies in these larger problems rather than, in many cases of S6, providing opportunities for even more legislation through, more legislation through regulation. And, I'll add, Madam Speaker, legislation by regulation hasn't always resulted in the best outcomes for Canadians. I know that as we discuss Bill C-290 in operations, Government Operations Committee right now, we are discussing, for example, the role of the Public Service Integrity Commissioner, and a big discussion around these debates of 290 is really to decide how much leeway we will give the Public Service Integrity Commissioner for leeway in terms of regulation. And these are significant things, Madam Speaker, that touch upon workers that will gravely determine whether a public servant decides to issue a grievance and if they feel comfortable in doing so. And I think that's something very important. Another situation, Madam Speaker, where we saw that regulation was not sufficiently applied, I think, for this official opposition, was the order in council regarding firearms. My goodness, I want to say that was before the pandemic, 3-4 years ago now. So that again was a time where the government took something that most probably should have been legislation, and of course we're going through the C-21 process right now, which the Conservatives oppose, no matter what the wolf in sheep's clothing looks like. We will oppose C-21, but that is an example where regulation was used and perhaps should not have been. Perhaps it should have been left to legislation. So that most definitely is another example of that, Madam Speaker. As well, Madam Speaker, I will say, as I look through these different examples, and there are other examples I know, and my colleagues will talk about them this evening, things that they are very concerned about in terms of interpretations of endangered species, for example. Again, more topics filled with jargon, but they will give their comments as well as to what interpretation of this this legislation will mean through regulation. So I think that's something important to keep in mind, because as I indicated, Madam Speaker, legislation should be made by the people, for the people. This is something that the Conservative, the official opposition, is committed to. I think about how are we going to deal with the complex issues ahead of us, artificial intelligence, if we are talking about liquids coming out of vending machines. But really, S6 brings back to the complexity, the jargon, the gatekeepers of this legislation. We on this side of the House, we want to have legislation who works for every Canadian in every single home. My home, your home, our home. Let's bring it home. Let's reevaluate S6. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm so glad that the member brought up yesterday's Opposition Day motion, because I wasn't here, so I wasn't able to contribute, but now I have the opportunity to ask her a question, given that she spent some time talking about it. You know, the Conservatives are talking about municipal gatekeepers, an interesting way to reflect on and appreciate municipal councils and mayors throughout the country, but who are elected and trying to represent their constituents. But nonetheless, what they're doing is they're basically suggesting that the federal government can somehow affect the direct policies in neighborhoods about zoning and intensification and increasing density. And I know that she says, and the Conservatives say, that this is about tying and incentivizing municipalities to build more housing and tying, I guess, money to that incentivizing process. But can she explain to this House exactly how they would incentivize that, but more importantly, how it's different than the current existing Housing Accelerator Fund that does exactly that?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to my colleague from Kingston and the Islands. I'm glad he had an opportunity to weigh into this conversation today. First of all, I want to say I have the utmost respect for our civic politicians. I want to give a special shout out to Dan McLean in Ward 13 in the City of Calgary City Council. Thank you, Dan, for all of the work that you do, and please keep fighting for your constituents and for all Calgarians. And I think it's very clear that the housing plan of this current government is not working, as is indicated by the results. And providing incentives to Canadian cities, Canadian municipalities, is simply looking at the results. How many homes did they build, and incentivizing that. We have to, there is a saying, if what you're doing isn't working, you have to try something different. This is something different, Madam Speaker, and I think it's going to work.
Des commentaires, l'honorable député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you. In S6, we see a number of regulatory amendments that could simplify life for businesses and the business sector in Quebec and Canada. Madam Speaker, without wanting to assume anything, you don't seem like someone who wants to fill out 2 tax returns because your time is valuable. You don't want to spend your time on 2 tax returns. I know you don't like filling out your tax returns, and neither do Quebec businesses. As unanimous motion in the National Assembly stated, asking for a single tax return. So while waiting for Quebec to become independent and be a nation, be a country, does my colleague not think that it would be useful to simplify life for our businesses for Quebec to have a single tax return?
Merci beaucoup.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore. I'd like to thank my colleague for Mirabel. I'd also like to thank him for C-290. I think the idea that he presented was part of our platform in the last election campaign. I'm fairly certain. I'm not entirely certain about the matter for businesses, but certainly for individuals. I know that our Quebec caucus and our caucus in general believes that it's important for Canadians to have the processes in place for taxes in order to be able to submit their tax return as simply and quickly as possible. I agree with my colleague. We support the idea of being able to submit taxes in that way. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the hilarious thing about being a conservative is you just get a slogan and you get to use it again and again. Like this whole thing about gatekeepers. Everybody's a gatekeeper now. I mean, the leader of the Conservative Party has never had a job. He lives in a 19-house mansion. So the only thing he's ever come up with are groundskeepers that are paid for by the taxpayers. So I listened to my honourable colleague, and she's upset that firearms legislation may be dealt with by order in council and how it should be dealt with by legislation. Well, that's based on political amnesia. The Harper government used the order in council in order to stop the gatekeepers, the RCMP, from designating what were dangerous weapons. So the Harper government brought in the use of the order in council on firearms. They did not want it to go through legislation. They did not want police involvement. And now we are in a situation where the Conservatives are crying and outraged, and now they're defending, trying to stop changes to the legislation. They'll stop ghost guns. I mean, I don't know what they figure in terms of gatekeepers who are running around with ghost guns, but we have to deal with these issues. And it was the Harper government who used order in council to exploit the ability of the gun lobby to circumvent legislation for the Canadian people.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for that. You know, I'm certainly not going to let any member in this House, be it from this part of the government or the part of the government back there, deter me from a future that I believe is better for Canadians, and that is a conservative government. So, you know, these individuals, they can belittle me, they can belittle my ideas, they can belittle the ideas from the party, but they won't deter me or my colleagues or my leader for fighting for a government that is better for Canadians, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, with all due respect, Madam Speaker, she never answered my question, and I really want her to bring it home on this so that I can get a straight answer to my question. What I asked was, how is the proposal by the Conservatives about incentivizing municipalities any different than the current housing accelerator fund that exists? If she's saying that we are unsuccessful and we're not producing the results, what she's effectively saying is their plan will do the same. Just explain to me how their plan to incentivize housing building is different than the current housing accelerator fund that exists.
Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This government is not getting results. It's absolutely evident. We've had individuals from other parties talk about the necessity to providing at all different scales of the housing continuum. Our platform has done this in the past as well. It's just, I don't know how, I don't know even what I could say to this member to bring to light just what a failure their plan has been. And we have to try something different and some new ideas. And I believe that this is a different idea. This is a new idea to incentivize, because I haven't seen anything change in my municipality, and I haven't seen anything change.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The RMB is supposed to be instituted annually as per this government. The last one was done 4 years ago. So I can't believe it how bad in math is government, that something has to be done every year. It's been done once every 4 years. Can my honourable colleague elaborate on that failure alone and dealing with something such as this one that's supposed to be very important?
Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my wonderful colleague from Edmonton Manning for that question. And he's absolutely correct, and I indicated this in my speech, that at this level, at this glacial pace of sort of reevaluating regulations and policies, I'm very concerned about what that means for the economic future of our nation, of the security future of our nation, which of course we are seeing on a daily basis in this House, is being compromised. I would say to my colleague from Edmonton Manning, I really look forward to the third edition of S6 having perhaps some clauses on VCRs, beta tapes, and compact discs. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Madame la Présidente, j'aimerais revenir sur...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to come back to the member for Kingston and the Islands question. Because, of course, the national housing strategy has been a failure. So the Conservative strategy is to turn around and attack our municipal officials and saying that they're making wrong decisions, Madam Speaker. I'd like to underscore that the elected officials of the Union and Municipalities of Quebec are currently in Gatineau, and I'd like to say that we appreciate their work. We appreciate their skills. And we are very pleased that they are here, Madam Speaker. I'd like to know how our colleague and her party can say that on the one hand, they respect provincial jurisdiction and stop placing conditions on provinces. As we saw in their Opposition Day motion, they said that they're going to put strings on funding to municipalities, and if they don't do what Papa Ottawa says, they're going to cut off the funding. The Honourable Member, I'd like to thank my colleague once again. It brings me a great deal of happiness to know that we both have these warm-hearted feeling towards our colleagues, our civic colleagues who are currently meeting. For him, as for me, there is the hope that we can see a great deal more housing in Quebec and in Alberta as well. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the House's consent to share my time with my unique and extraordinary colleague. Is consent granted? Yes, it is. Very well, Madam Speaker. Now, I would like to start by saying that over the last few days, there's been a great deal of flooding in my region. All sorts of damage, rivers leaving their channel, houses flooded. People have lost a lot in my riding. Some roads have been cut off and can't be traveled on. Some communities are completely isolated. I am deeply upset by this. It's extremely sad. I'm thinking about people in Saint-Côme, but also people in Saint-Émilie, Chertsey, Saint-Alphonse, Entrelac, Rawdon, Saint-Michel-des-Saints, and Saint-Zénon, as well as the Atikamekw community in Manawan. Also, people in Saint-Donat, Notre-Dame de la Merci, and Sainte-Béatrix. I hope that soon the rain will stop and we can start repairs. I'd like to thank municipal officials, their teams on the ground, and the many volunteers who are doing incredible work under the circumstances. And I'd also like to thank the province of Quebec for its involvement. And I'd also like to say that the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, who I spoke with, has taken strong action and is offering full collaboration. He is very upset by the situation. We are also concerned about what people are going through in other Lanaudière municipalities, as well as in the Laurentians and Outaouais region, and Charlevoix and Baie-Saint-Paul. Our thoughts are with them. We are also very sad about the tragic accident that occurred to 2 firefighters as they were undertaking a rescue mission. Madam Speaker, we can see climate turmoil leading to more extreme weather events. As of now, we must immediately start to adapt to this new reality. We see that we really need to improve infrastructure, and Ottawa must do its share. I would also invite this government to listen to municipalities. It needs to bring all small dams up to standards. Now, Madam Speaker, I turn to S6.
Comme vous le savez, il s'agit d'un projet de loi de modernisation annuelle des règlements.
Madam Speaker, as you know, S6 is about an annual modernization of regulation. It has to do with minor amendments to reduce red tape on businesses, facilitate digital interaction with the government, simplify regulatory processes, give exemptions to some regulatory requirements for testing of new products, and to facilitate trans-border trade. It is amending 29 laws with 46 amendments and will affect 12 government departments and agencies. Now, these are minor amendments. It will help us create a regulatory environment which evolves with technology and which considers realities for business, which is great, even though it took too long because this government said it would bring forward this bill in 2018, 5 years ago. Now, of course, we know that since then there's been the pandemic, and also this government just isn't the fastest. So this is a regulatory modernization law, and it has to do with minor amendments. In general, we think they're good ones. But, Madam Speaker, while we're talking about modifying regulation, I would have liked us to go much, much further. For example, we could have done something about the regulations that are hidden in the income tax law, which legalize using tax havens to not pay your fair share of tax. We know that this has been a problem for many years. It's time to do something about it. For example, I'm referring to Section 5907 of the income tax regulation, which would enable banks, web giants, and multinational corporations to artificially declare that their profits made in Canada, to artificially declare them as being in a tax haven in order to avoid taxes. Madam Speaker, it is past time to make something immoral into something illegal. We have the opportunity to do that by withdrawing regulations which go against the very spirit of the law. The use of tax havens is a scourge which undermines our public services. Around the globe, we believe that there are $12 trillion worth of assets in tax havens, and that's only possible due to the hypocrisy of Western countries like the US and the UK. In Canada, the examples of Paul Martin and Bill Morneau speak for themselves. At a time when Ottawa was legalizing Barbados as a tax haven, the Minister of Finance, Paul Martin, was registering his business there to avoid paying taxes. And the Morneau-Chappelle family business publicly was proposing its services to pension plans and insurance companies to use tax havens while Bill Morneau was Minister of Finance in this government. According to the specialist Renaud Van Rooyenbeek, despite the efforts of the OECD and the G20, tax havens are used more than ever before. According to this expert, it's a whole universe of shell companies, trusts, strawmen, financial and legal specialized advisors. All these people are protecting people who are engaging in gigantic fraud schemes, often tax schemes, but also criminal schemes in many cases. Because in many cases, there's a real mix of drug traffickers, members of the mafia, leaders of multinational businesses, oligarchs, corrupt dictators. This expert that I'm quoting was a judge at a Paris tribunal in the financial area, and in a recent work, he explains that these tax havens are used to hide assets and escape having to pay income tax. After all of his experiences investigating this, he is able to describe the complex techniques used by banks, lawyers' firms, and others, and he says that the main offshore locations are places like Delaware, the City of London, Luxembourg, Switzerland, Cyprus, Hong Kong, Singapore, Dubai, and others. According to him, international agreements have made almost no difference. According to him, there's a gap in these reforms. They assume that bankers, advisors, and firms using these tax havens will cooperate or they'll be sanctioned. But they are using that hidden money to pay their bills. So why would they decide to denounce their clientele, which means that they would go elsewhere? So these people are ultimately just adapting to new rules in order to continue to protect the identity and assets of their clients. Luckily, we get a lot of information from whistleblowers, and they tell us about the scope of the use of these tax havens, and we should all use this as a reason to take action. The various papers have become global scandals over and over. I find this reassuring because even the most opaque locations for tax havens do have their gaps. For example, Dubai, which has never responded to my requests, has fallen victim to these leaks. And we've seen the names of beneficiaries. We can get evaded taxes back. But that is an exception, as this judge reminds us. In order to really put an end to these privileges, we need to put an end to the current lax situation. That would take political will. We need every nation to create a centralized register of all accounts in its territory and the lists of the true beneficiaries. According to Van Rooyenbeek, it is necessary to create in every country a register of all companies and make it accessible to everyone. We need to get rid of fake Liechtenstein foundations and other empty shells. He also said that every country needs to ensure that banks are effectively and appropriately checking their clients' wealth and assets, especially strawmen whose personal resources cannot justify the tens of millions of euros that they have in their accounts. Banks must be required to report any suspect operation. Otherwise, they should suffer real sanctions. We need to stop being lax about this. Banks participating in tax evasion should be severely punished. Now, regarding shell companies, they should be
As for shell companies, they should be simply banned outright. If the only purpose of a company is to hide the identity of its owner, it must be illegal. This is the case for shell companies in the Bahamas, the British Virgin Islands, the Cayman Islands, Panama, or Delaware. Their sole purpose is to be used in offshore arrangements. This should also apply to Liechtenstein foundations, Anglo-Saxon trusts, and so on. In all countries, the existence of tax havens, which allow multinationals, banks, and personal fortunes to escape taxation, is the elephant in the room. How can we legitimize austerity, cuts in public services, or delaying retirement age, while at the same time we allow fortunes to escape taxation? It's time we address this, including in the regulations found in Section 5907 of the Income Tax Act. And that is what I have to say. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member from Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that my colleague for Joliette is very passionate about tax evasion, and I understand. We're constantly being told that we don't have enough money for health transfers. We don't have enough money for the provinces, and yet we're depriving ourselves of significant income. There's some countries who say, well, we can't be first. We have to wait for the others. And then the other one says he has to act first, and the other country has to act first, and in the end, nothing gets done. My question for my colleague is, how is it in all this? Canada is showing no leadership whatsoever internationally. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my Honourable colleague from Mirabel for his question. Canada is dragging behind when it comes to tax evasion and tax avoidance. In the United States, the IRS has made criminal cases come to court, has used vigorous methods, and these methods haven't been used in Canada to eliminate tax evasion. The government says we have more means and we'll have better legislation. However, it takes political will. We are still far from getting results. In the last leaks, Radio-Canada revealed that Revenu Québec had managed to recover more money than the CRA. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague. Many businesses tell me that there's a lot of administration to deal with in Canada, a lot of red tape. There's often endless delays. It's slow, it's complicated. You practically need a doctorate in administration to get through it. Does my colleague think there's a way to improve the situation? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for Lévis-Lobinière. I agree entirely with him. There is too much red tape. Departments don't talk to each other. We need to do more than what's in S6. It lightens the burden somewhat, but there's still a lot to do. And one aspect that the Bloc constantly brings up and that the Conservative Party supports is when it comes to filing taxes. We're asking for Quebecers to be able to fill only one income tax statement instead of two. That would cut down on red tape, and so we invite the government to listen to us. They don't like it. They want to keep control of it. For them, it's all about federalism, and sharing power isn't something they like. That's not our vision. We want to lighten paperwork for businesses, specifically by simplifying filing taxes. We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. In S6, there's several small regulatory changes that are described as things that can make big changes for the business world. I'm under the impression that there are some big changes like the independence of Quebec that could certainly lead to getting rid of a lot of doubling of processes. It would simplify things for our businesses, for Quebecers, and for Canadians. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague has a few examples to offer. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Mirabel again for his question. Yes, indeed. We have two levels of government. Like Ottawa, the decisions are made here and doesn't always line up with our distinct society, which has its own values. Half the taxes we pay come here and are used, sometimes usefully, but sometimes for projects that aren't in our best interests and can even undermine our interests and values. That's why we want better for Quebecers. We want to be able to make our own decisions. Let's remain good neighbors instead of bad roommates. I have so many examples to give. And perhaps the next time I get to answer a question, I can give them. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to a bill that responds to requests made so many times by small and medium businesses. There's also provisions for large businesses that need to be looked at a little more closely. I'd like to thank my colleague for Joliette, who has been acting like Matthew Tatchuk. He is strong and agile. Sometimes the Canadian economy needs those qualities. Now, I might not be able to captivate the House of Commons by talking about every change, but and I also don't have enough time to do so. So I will focus on a few aspects. I believe that committee study will elucidate some questions. Now, Bill S6 contains several interesting provisions that will improve doing business in Canada by eliminating outdated regulatory requirements, allowing the use of more modern means of communication. Believe it or not, there's still government organizations that use paper and fax machines. So that means we have to use paper and fax machines. We each have one in our offices, I'll remind you. The Food Inspection Agency is one of the agencies operating this way. There's provisions in this bill for everyone. It proposes about 46 changes to 29 pieces of legislation administered by 12 organizations, including Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, Natural Resources Canada, Environment and Climate Change Canada, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada, and more. Oh, and Air Canada is included in there. Of course, offering quality services regionally is a whole other issue. Now, before getting to the heart of the matter, I want to share a moment that's affecting my community, affecting the Ukrainian community in Témiscamingue. And Mr. Jim Slobodian was of Ukrainian descent. He's done a great deal for the Ukrainian community by being at the heart of preserving his heritage in Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Whether it be by conveying the history of the Ukrainian Catholic Church in Rouyn-Noranda, or by setting up the Spirit Lake Interpretation Center to recall the detention camp in 1914 and closed in 1917 near Amos. He was an important volunteer. He was involved in amateur sports and negotiated with Jean-Paul Charlebois the arrival of Muhammad Ali in Rouyn-Noranda in 1983, a landmark story in the region documented by the film Voir Ali. That was a film by Martin Guérin, and I invite you to watch it. Jim Slobodian helped to build Rouyn-Noranda like many other immigrants from Eastern Europe. He helped welcome Ukrainian nationals who moved to our region. His work in preserving Ukrainian history in Rouyn-Noranda led to a smooth transition for Ukrainian nationals that our region has welcomed. Thank you for everything, Jim. Now, let's come back to the bill before us, Bill S6, which deals with outdated regulatory processes, which undermines competitiveness for Canadian business and make it difficult to invest. At the Industry Committee, we just talked about that. It's undeniable that the business world is constantly changing. Emerging technologies, new regulations, and changing consumer preferences are among the many factors contributing to a rapidly changing business world. Keeping pace with these changes is essential for companies to remain relevant and competitive. There's a strong case for doing this type of exercise annually, and this government's initiative is interesting as long as it takes into account the many reports discussed regarding regulation and the indicators that are affected by the lack of efficiency and agility in our economy. Paperwork has gotten so difficult from a federal point of view. This lightening of the load is essential. I'm thinking of Deloitte's 2019 State of Regulation report, the regulation as competitive advantage, which highlights Canada's regulatory environment as a major weakness. I'm also thinking of the study by the Industry and Technology Committee. They studied small and medium businesses in Canada, and with the labor shortage and all the red tape, it's difficult to bring in new workers, especially in rural areas. Canada doesn't have a very good record when it comes to regulating business activities, and the costs of complying with all government requirements are high, which undermines competitiveness. 3 themes seem to have inspired Bill S6. Theme 1, ease of doing business. Theme 2, regulatory flexibility and agility. Theme 3, integrity of the regulatory system. Amendment 1 and 2 in S6 proposes to change the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act to make it easier for businesses to restructure their debt and continue operating during that restructuring period. The bill would also allow companies to enter into agreements with their creditors without having to obtain court approval. Currently, there's no mechanism for withdrawing an application for mediation, even if both parties reached an agreement. That means they have to proceed with mediation that could be unnecessary. It increases costs and delays concluding a bankruptcy process. Not only that, but with the rise of digital and social media, local newspapers are not always the best way to keep creditors or other interested parties informed. We need to be able to adequately fund our local media. The amendment would allow the Superintendent of Bankruptcy to issue instructions on how these types of notices should be published. Now, Amendment 4, Trademarks Act. In Bill S6, they propose to authorize the Canadian Intellectual Property Office to disclose certain information relating to trademark applications, including names and addresses of trademark owners, dates of filing, and registration. Currently, the Trademarks Act prohibits the disclosure of such information, except in certain limited circumstances, such as court proceedings or criminal investigations. The objectives of this proposed amendment include improving transparency of the trademark system and facilitating access to information about trademark owners, which can be useful to businesses, to consumers, and intellectual property professionals. It's an essential issue, and Jim Basily spoke at the Industry Committee this week. I think we all have a responsibility to think about how we deal with our intellectual property, because it's an essential part of our economy and it is fragile. Now, this provision takes effect on the date Bill S6 receives royal assent. Amendment 8. When this bill is studied in committee, we're going to question public servants about the issue and ensure that it doesn't exempt corporations from publishing their financial statements, especially nonprofits that benefit from more advantageous tax provisions. We have to be careful and not open a loophole that we're trying to close for governance and transparency. In the case of national sport organizations that aren't compliant at this time, Hockey Canada, for instance, wasn't compliant not so long ago. The Canadian Hockey League is not compliant. And Soccer Canada just filed missing information. We need transparency for these organizations. When it comes to flexibility and agility, we noted clauses 15 and 17, amendments to the Petroleum Operations Act and the Canadian Petroleum Resources Act, which could be problematic. It proposes to remove the requirement to include in the Gazette amendments to regulations under these acts. The government claims that this is to streamline the regulatory process, but we're worried that this will allow regulations to be changed in favor of oil companies without public notice. So it's imperative that the government be questioned about these changes. When we look at the past, it's often a predictor of the future. Immigration changes shouldn't be a problem. They're about sharing information within the department or with other departments, provincial or federal, in order to enforce provincial or federal legislation. When it comes to the integrity of the regulatory system, there's a whole range of modifications that affect changes in agriculture and fall under the responsibility of my colleague and expert in the field, the member for Berthier-Masquinongé, who's the critic for agriculture, agri-food, and supply management. On this list, I'd like to see an amendment to respond to repeated requests from chambers of commerce in each riding in Canada and that the Federation of the Chambers of Commerce has sent to me. Their recommendation is that the Government of Canada work with affected government entities and related associations to amend and modernize the Chambers of Commerce Act to reflect current and future business and governance models and needs. Specific areas could include the following amendments. Amend Part 1, Section 3.1, replace specific references to more current business language regarding who's eligible to form a Chamber of Commerce. Amend Part 1, Section 11, to allow at least 2 other members to serve on the board of the corporation in addition to the Speaker, Vice Chair, and Secretary. Part 1, Section 12.2, to provide a term of office of not more than 2 years for members of the board of the corporation. And finally, Section 17.1, to allow for at least 1 general meeting per year, and introduce new wording in the Act to allow for flexibility in the type of financial reporting. I'm sorry, but the honourable member is out of time. I don't know if the interpreters were able to follow as quickly as the honourable member was speaking, but I think they did a good job. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the member's speech. He really covered off a lot of the aspects of the bill. He touched on many areas there, and I just want him to go back to the portion where he's talking about trademarks. I know the Bloc talk a lot about trying to deal with the issue of planned obsolescence. I'm just wondering if in the regulations that are going to be changed around trademarks, if he thinks there'll be anything that'll help out in that area as well.
L'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his passion for the issue before us, protecting trademarks, and how we can get legislation that's more modern and legislation that's more robust. We want to make sure that our local businesses are as competitive as possible, and that's why we need legislation to protect our economy. It's not the economy from the rest of the world that we need to protect. It's ours. And I would like to acknowledge my colleague's interest in that subject. We need to be able to protect our trademarks and protect the integrity of our own intellectual property. It's too easy right now to come and steal intellectual property. If China is doing so well, it might be because we wanted to get our stuff made over there, and they were able to get access to intellectual property. This is very important, especially with the rise of the digital economy. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank my neighbor from Abitibi-Témiscamingue for his recognition of the huge contribution of the Ukrainian community in Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I know well the history of the Ukrainian church in Val-d'Or, in Rouen. It's the same story in Kirkland Lake with the Ukrainian church that just closed, and of course the Orthodox and Ukrainian church in Timmins. And this is the story of our families who've moved back and forth along that line from Val-d'Or to Timmins and the mines. And we also know the history that with the treatment of the Ukrainians, the mistreatments, the incarcerations. And my friend Richard Desjardins has talked about how Noranda Mines used to bring in the Ukrainians because they would threaten to be able to deport them if they ever tried to strike. Given the incredible contribution of the Ukrainian community in Abitibi-Témiscamingue and the situation with the war, I'd like to ask my honorable colleague how he feels the Ukrainian community has added to the vitality and development of our region.
The member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Timmins James Bay to allow me to speak about this issue Rouyn-Noranda, 100 years ago, was Canada's most cosmopolitan town, even more than Toronto. Why? Because people from around the world came, and at the time, the regulations encouraged people to come here and to work to develop Canada. What a difference with what it is today. So back then, it helped to grow Rouyn-Noranda. I haven't mentioned this before, but recently, with my hockey team, we played against Timmins, and we won. And I could see, or rather, I saw the Ukrainian church, and the person I mentioned, I believe, would have been there and would have welcomed many immigrants. And Rouyn-Noranda welcomed over 60 Ukrainians. Time for another brief question. The member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, that was quite moving, this exchange between our two colleagues. I have a question on delays. S6 was announced in 2018, and here we are at second reading in 2023. Now, we know the pandemic happened, and we know that this government likes to take its time, but what does my honourable colleague think about this long delay? Is that acceptable? The member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, brief response. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know how hard it is for me to be brief, and that's actually quite shocking. I'd like to refer to the Industry Committee report I talked about earlier. The report talks about the economic impacts of these delays on small and medium-sized industries. It's taking so much longer to bring immigrants to Canada, so there are serious issues there because these delays affect the economic development of communities across the country, and this is particularly due to the federal government. We have to think of small and medium-sized businesses and lighten the bureaucratic load.
Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And today I'm honored to rise to speak directly to Bill S6. And I want to thank the previous speaker, actually, for highlighting many of the areas that are contemplated in this bill. And I'd actually argue that it was one of the better statements today. I do also want to speak directly to the bill in relation to what it does. Of course, this is a bill that was just mentioned that was first and originally contemplated in the minister's mandate letter as far back as 2015. It was asked of this government to see and look at regulatory processes to ensure that the economic viability of our regulations are actually in place to actually increase innovation and increase competitiveness. S6 in this version remains to remove existing negative barriers to imperative regulation processes, and outdated provisions can lead to significant errors and impact essential work within government departments. Madam Speaker, this has been one of the greatest tests of our most recent age. In this previous iteration of this bill, for example, we've seen in between that tabling and the tabling of this version a significant event. COVID-19 impacted our country in ways we never would have expected. We went overnight nearly to almost going online. In one short period of time, we went from living our regular everyday lives to being almost alone in our homes and needing and relying on the requirements of digital technology. Madam Speaker, that was no more relevant than the fact that federal civil services were also impacted by the requirements of regulation and the burden of ensuring that we actually are able to address those issues by companies and regulators throughout COVID. And so it's a very timely bill in the sense that we can finally address some of the areas that have been long waited for. And as a matter of fact, if the government had done a better job, we may have already had some of these regulations passed before such a tragic and ongoing event like international disease like COVID. I do want to speak to some of the broadness of how large this bill truly is. As a matter of fact, the bill modifies 29 acts through 46 amendments and applies to 12 departments and agencies. Imagine how large and significant that would be. But, Madam Speaker, we've seen through Senate committee hearings, for example, they have low risk. And so these low-risk amendments are dealing largely with the requirement of modernizing existing processes. Some of those processes, for example, are the requirement to have physical postings versus online postings. And so you can see the nature of these amendments are such that we are going to make more consistent and more appropriate for the operations of government, the processes and regulations we use. But Madam Speaker, it's important as well to ensure that regulations that are being reviewed that should be reviewed in committee actually have the ability to have other folks, like agriculture, for example, who is one of the ministries and departments most affected by this bill, at the table to speak directly to the issues pertaining to some of the items in here, particularly those amendments to agriculture. And so I know the Member of Parliament from Cowichan-Malahat-Langford is doing good work with many agriculture representatives across the country and is consulting on this as we speak. So New Democrats will stand in support of the passage of second reading of this bill in order to get to committee. In that committee, I'd invite all our colleagues to work diligently to ensure that the great vastness and scope of this bill is truly read and heard in committee, and that any amendments, I'd hope that the government would be willing to table those amendments in earnest and adopt them. One of the greatest concerns of the bill, Madam Speaker, and was spoken by other members of this chamber, was the fact that it had a vast consultation. And we look at some of the consultation documents that were tabled by the government and were heard in the Senate hearings, for example. It is clear that the government was consulting businesses, it was consulting industry, and it was consulting, quote, stakeholders. But, Madam Speaker, it was absent of the important stakeholder of labor unions. We know that good quality work in Canada is one of the most important skills we have. We know that human resources and a good skilled labor is our truly best resource in our country. And why wouldn't we invite them to the table? When speaking directly about some of the most significant changes that these folks deal with in their industry. And so although they're minor in their area and their impact, it is of course the work of regular everyday people that have to actually process these regulations. And why not make it easier for all those who process those regulations to actually do that work, including labor, who will have to ensure that they do this work. So labor and management, I believe, can do great things in this country, Madam Speaker, if they work together. And so during committee stage, we're going to ensure that we're going to hopefully invite many labor representatives to speak directly to the impacts of work in this legislation. I also want to speak about the impact or the benefits, of improving our regulatory systems on an annual basis. Another important piece to this legislation. It speaks about the important work that's required when provisions go out of date. Madam Speaker, we're not immune to modernity in this place, nor is our laws, meaning that we need to actually invest in time and processes, and most importantly, systems like Bill S6 contemplates to actually have a process to modernize these things. Regulations, of course, are important pieces of how the government needs to operate. It's one of the biggest roles of the government to ensure that consumers are most and best protected. Canadians, regular everyday folks who need these kinds of protections. Madam Speaker, New Democrats have always cautioned against outright removal of regulations that would seek to harm consumers for the benefit of big corporations. Madam Speaker, this bill, although it doesn't contemplate any of these vast changes, the annual process, as a matter of fact, could. And so in the committee stage, I hope that we can find ways to ensure that we close up and tighten the language of this bill to ensure that when we're speaking about annual regulation changes, that process is defined both in area, scope, and impact, and that we ensure that the right stakeholders are at the table. I do agree that the government did a good job in terms of its consultations with businesses, industry, and stakeholders, but that important piece of ensuring labor is there is most critical. We also see mention of, quote, help cut red tape. You know, famous conservative line. They're going to cut the red tape. So we see the Liberals are joining this process of cutting red tape and calling for the cutting of red tape. As a matter of fact, we heard a speech from the Conservatives earlier. They didn't mention anything about S6, and I hope that their vast debates that they're going to be hosting today, the vast amount of speeches that they've asked for today, actually speak directly to this aspect. Speak directly to the fact that we're going to see a reduction of regulations through this bill. And so I'd imagine that the Conservatives are going to be voting in favor of this, but we have yet to hear their position. So when we talk about how these regulations are going to be taking place, the regulations that are existing within this bill, for example, the ones related to agriculture, we need to be careful that when we work, for example, in agriculture, when we're talking about fairness and competition and innovation, that we actually protect Canadian and domestic producers. And I'm a bit nervous in some of the language present in the agriculture amendments that look looking at other jurisdictions, it was made mention by a Liberal member earlier today that some of these regulations could in fact impact the competitiveness of Canadian farmers and producers by looking at other jurisdictions and equalizing, for example, the requirements that they have there. So milk, dairy products, for example, are some of the ones I think about, are some of the areas that I think here in Canada we have some of the best laws protecting our dairy and our dairy industry. But if we were to reduce those regulations in favor of other jurisdictions' regulations, in quote-unquote scientific process reviews, they could in fact harm producers. That's why New Democrats are consulting at this time with agriculture, and we hope to invite their amendments to this bill come committee. But as well, Madam Speaker, we know that during that hard time during COVID-19, when so many Canadians had to all of a sudden deal with the reality of going online, we found that many Canadians were unequipped to do that. We found that many Canadians didn't have some of the services that the country is moving forward with. And that's an important piece to this, Madam Speaker, is as much as we're in favor of ensuring that these regulations are caught up and ensured that we're going to be operating in the 21st century by eliminating fax machines, for example, and ensuring that people can apply online, we have to remember those in northern, rural, and remote communities. Madam Speaker, there has to always be a way to ensure that those who are not yet connected, those who lack ability and connectivity, actually have a chance to access these services too. And that means, Madam Speaker, ensuring that rural and remote communities continue to access their services the way that they know how. And should there be a barrier, like being unable to apply for a service online because of a lack of technology or internet or availability, the government needs to take special consideration of those realities. We also want to ensure that environmental groups, that they're consulted on the impacts of much of this work. We know that environmental groups are some of the most passionate, hardworking, and decent people that are looking at the very environment we live in, the conditions we live in. And Madam Speaker, it's important that they're invited to the table because the Ministry of Environment has a proposed amendment. And why not invite more people into the room? So come committee stage, we also hope that environmental groups will also be invited to have their testimony heard in relation to this bill. We also know that the External Advisory Committee on Regulatory Competitiveness, made up of business, academic, and consumer stakeholders, has also recommended that there be continued efforts to reduce the administrative burden on regulations and to ensure that they are, quote, future-proofed, end quote, which means keeping pace with changing technologies and business realities. Madam Speaker, we agree with this. New Democrats believe that the government must continue and keep pace with modernity, such that as Canadians are. But, Madam Speaker, it is important that the Canadian government act on their best interest. In particular, act on the interest of protecting consumers. We live in an age where many of members of this House, for example, probably have heard of ChatGPT by now. This AI, this artificial intelligence. Madam Speaker, and part of the regulations here that contemplate annual renewal of regulations should keep in special consideration of the technology of AI. You know, we know that our colleague from, my colleague from the member from Windsor West, for example, has spoken and done good work to ensure that the science and technology is well regulated and that the processes there are there to protect regular Canadians. We need to ensure that the annual regulations review keep in special consideration of that level of changing technology. AI will change dramatically the landscape on how regular everyday people interact with their government, interact with one another, or even interact online. Madam Speaker, we need to ensure that our regulatory systems, in particular the continued annual regulatory systems, take in special consideration these facts, that we may not even know what kind of future innovation is out there yet. And to contemplate a process that looks at future renewal of regulations means that we need to have a special consideration, a special eye on science and technology. And we need to ensure that as it exponentially grows, that the regulations are put in place to better protect them. So I'm saying we should not only see regulation review and modernity of regulation review as a process to remove regulations but to also consider what regulations could be put in place that are common sense and good for Canadians. Common sense like access, common sense like equitability, applicability, Madam Speaker. We have the power in this place to ensure that the processes that everyday regular Canadians interact with, or the companies that our country is proud to host, can interact in a fair system, can interact in a way that doesn't take advantage of their time, can interact with a system where they can actually see their products and their innovative work produced and put onto the market without let or hindrance. And I agree with that principle, and that's the nature of this bill, and I agree with that. So by no means, Madam Speaker, should we take my errors of caution as a way to diminish the innovation that's happening. But we need to have a balance. Regulation and the processes that government creates to ensure that these regulations are put in place are there to protect Canadians from motives and ulteriors that could otherwise take from them more than we'd ever anticipated. And that's because of the unique relationship between science and technology, regulation, and the future. So when the committee asks for future proof, we need to contemplate what that really means. When the committee asks how we can create a future-proof system to deal with regulations that are cumbersome, we need to consider the balance of facts and the risk that could be present to Canadians. Madam Speaker, we know, for example, that banks and big corporations, they often look at the letter of the law and they find ways to get around them. And why are they doing that? Why would a company do something like that? Madam Speaker, well, oftentimes we find that these companies are seeking to get around those laws in order to get around the protections that we put in place for consumers in order to maximize their own interest. And if it's our job in this place to ensure that the interests of Canadians, regular folks, consumers are heard, it's in our interest, all members of this chamber, it's in our interest to actually put in place good regulations. And so those good regulations should be for the betterment of understanding that whether it's agriculture, whether it's technology and science, that we truly future-proof that process by taking an earnest consideration of the power of regulations. And so a red tape reduction act like this, the one that's contemplated here, does have some areas that we have to have heard in committee. But that doesn't mean we're opposed to the vast amount of amendments that are in here. It means that we have to do more work. And so New Democrats stand ready and firm to work with all members of this House to ensure that we get to a place where we strike a balance, the balance I spoke about, the balance between what is future-proof and what is the goodness of, and what is the good of Canadians, what is the public good of Canadians. And how do we strike a balance between these two in a way that encourages innovation, encourages science, but keeping the protection of Canadians at heart? That is the role of the government, and that is the role of bills like S6. And we need to find ways to ensure that while we future-proof this process, that we take those lessons learned, that we do the work of ensuring that we continually build on the good work that is a regulation review, and ensure that it doesn't become a process for governments, whether it's this one or next ones, to abuse. We don't want to see a vast abuse of these the power that's found within S6 to have an annual review of regulations in order to toss out regulations a government may not like. That hurt, for example, regular everyday people. That hurt innovation in our country. These are two important aspects of how a country should be governed, balancing those two interests. Madam Speaker, we also in this, from the testimony heard from the committee related to S6, although it proposes 29 acts to be amended under 46 amendments and 12 departments and agencies, it may seem like a huge and cumbersome role. I do want to remind members of this chamber that these are minor and from the independent committee, low risk. But it's our job to ensure that during a line-by-line review in committee, that those interests, the interest of business, the interest of consumers, and the interest of labor and environmental groups is heard. And it's important to do that, Madam Speaker, because we can ensure that that future-proofing process, the part that I'm most concerned about, how we have an annual review of this, has a good and well-established scope. So we can't go so far outside those boundaries so that governments and who knows how many governments in the future will be utilizing this process. We also see that in addition to regulations that are being amended within agriculture and agri-food, we also see some amendments within immigration, citizenship, and refugees, Madam Speaker. But let's consider the problems there. That is one of the greatest problems in Canada right now, is the lack of an ability to ensure that travel documents are in the hands of those who need them most. Every single MP in this chamber, I know for a fact, Madam Speaker, has had to deal with immigration in their office. And when they deal with that immigration work, they find out that the processes are delayed. Every MP, whether they're Liberal, Bloc, New Democrat, or Conservative, they find out that the processes are not working. Even the members across the way on the Liberal bench know it's broken. And so I was really pleased to see the fact that there's an amendment to make that easier within S6, a process to look at ensuring that they can apply some of these processes online. In particular, allowing for applications that are within existing visa applications can be used and duplicated in the PR system for applications. Common sense amendment. Why were we doing it differently before? These are the kinds of problems that contribute to these backlogs. So it's going to be important that we pass a bill like this to ensure an amendment like this works, so that IRCC has more tools, better tools, to actually process the information it already has, rather than asking people, regular folks, to do the same application twice. Why would we make them do that, Madam Speaker? So it's important that these regulations are passed, that we ensure consultation during committee phase, and finally, to ensure that the future annual amendments and review regulations process is one that takes into consideration the unique factors of balancing the need to protect regular Canadians and consumers with the need to ensure that businesses can continue to innovate and continue to make our country great. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
For Lambton, Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his great speech there. And I noticed my colleague was talking about future-proofing Canada. Well, I'd like to ask the member, he spoke a little bit about agriculture, and we see a lot of regulations and we see a lot of burdens on our farmers in Canada, whether it's added burdens at the PMRA, whether it's the clean fuel standards, whether it's adding carbon tax to farmers. The costs keep going up, and regulations keep happening, red tape keeps happening, and it's actually going to put our farmers out of business, especially in fresh food production. And I'm worried about the future of our fruit and vegetable farmers in Canada, because nobody wants to get in the business anymore because of all of these burdens and regulations that they're facing every day. So I'm wondering if the member would like to comment on what he would like to see happen as far as getting rid of some of these regulations, so that we can protect our future food production in this country and protect our fruit and vegetable farmers in Canada.
That's a great question. That's a great question.
The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I thank the honourable member for her advocacy and for her good work in relation to protecting our farmers. And as a rancher myself, we've had to deal with these kind of issues, particularly when, for example, mad cow disease was an outbreak in Canada. Cattle ranchers like me and my family, we had to deal with those regulations. Madam Speaker, and it was a difficult time. It was a really difficult time for producers at that time, particularly cattle producers. We've seen some of the lowest price of pound for beef across the country, almost at a negative. It was a terrible, terrible time. But we understood why those regulations existed. And as a matter of fact, we had to ensure that regulations were improved after that crisis to ensure that we can actually become more competitive. And so there needs to be a balance between the public safety of Canadians and competitiveness. So I know as a member, as someone who's actually had to go through some of these regulations when it comes to cattle, they are difficult and they're hard. But we also have to remember that they're good for consumers, that it actually makes our businesses stronger when we can demonstrate we're the best at that business and we're going to do the best for Canadians.
The honourable member for Abitibi, Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Inaudible for the interpreter. Now, Bill C-27, the importance of offering a framework for AI. We heard about the contributions of Windsor West, of the member for Windsor West, but ultimately his biggest contribution was to make us have 2 votes, and that led us to arriving late at a committee. But we don't need to talk about that more. But regarding the fact that we feel that the government is dragging its feet on this type of thing, couldn't the NDP be part of the solution on speeding things up with this government, especially when it comes to red tape for our farmers?
A member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I believe it's all members of this House's responsibility to ensure that the good work of requiring the benefit for Canadians and Quebecois are there. It's important that we actually work together on all aspects that advance the interest of Canadians. And partisanship, Madam Speaker, is often one of those things that we can have to make a sacrifice for. We have to define in our own minds what is worth our time and what is worth our position. And in the issue of AI, I'd hope that all members of this House can stand and defend the interests of Canadians. Because it is no secret, Madam Speaker, that AI, we are on the frontier of it, and it is a kind of frontier that will change our lives forever. We're living in a whole other world right now, and that's about to change. AI will transform the world and will transform Canada, it will transform our economy, and we need all members of this House to take it seriously, and we need to expedite a framework to ensure that AI is regulated in this country for the better protection of Canadians and Quebecois.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to pick up on the theme of regulations in agriculture. I grew up on an orchard, an apple orchard. My father sprayed those apples with DDT. We had a big bag of DDT under the sink that my brother and I used to play with. And then we found out that that DDT was destroying the environment. It was driving bird populations to extinction. And we brought in regulations. And those regulations are there not to be a barrier for farmers, not to be a gatekeeper for farmers, but protect all of us here in this country from the adverse effects of these chemicals. And we had to shift to different pesticides, and that process continues. And these regulations are there for a reason. They're not there just because someone thinks it's an idea that would harm farmers. It's there to protect the public and the environment. And I'm just wondering if my colleague could comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As the world continues to change, and as Canada continues to define our greater role in this world, not only as an innovator of products and innovation across many industries, but as a producer of good food, as a producer of high-quality products, we need to ensure that we remain a country that ensures that we have the best products, we have the best orchards, we have the best beef, and we have the best producers in the world. And the way to do that, Madam Speaker, isn't to just let anyone do anything they want. Spraying chemicals, for example, that harm the environment, getting around regulations to get, for example, a beef to market that hasn't been properly inspected. It's important. These regulations protect the quality of our Canadian producers. And when people say that there's gatekeepers in the way that are doing this, they damage the reputation of producers, they damage the reputation of farmers when things go wrong. And Madam Speaker, it's not a matter of when things go wrong, it's a matter of if. So why not bring in regulations that prevent the likelihood and keep our products on top?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member, questions and comments? The Honourable Member of Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And you know, there is a lot of regulatory uncertainty and burdens that are put onto our producers. And there's one such thing, one issue that's come up multiple times from constituents of mine, is the issue of trying to get a federally regulated vet to go down to the border to basically do something as simple as scan an ear tag, so that way a rancher can bring his bull back across the border. It seems at times we have unnecessary regulations in place, especially when we have a big shortage in federally regulated vets in this country. There are other vets who are also licensed and regulated to a very high standard that could probably do the work just as well as that particular vet that goes down to the border to do it. But there seems to be unnecessary regulations that get in the way, but we don't see the government moving to address some of those kinds of regulations. I'm just wondering if the member has any comments on that.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
I want to thank the Honourable Member from Cypress Hills Grassland for that question. And growing up not too far from that area, I know how strong the economy is there for producers. And in fact, we traded many bulls and different kinds of animals with many of the producers there. But he's right when he talks about the issue and the labor shortages that we're seeing at border crossings when it comes to the enforcement of regulation. And as a matter of fact, I think the member hits the nail on the head in the fact that we actually need to see more veterinarians. We need to see more folks who actually have the ability to regulate the implementation and enforcement of regulations. And so I agree that if we have regulations and lack the enforcement, why do we have regulations? And so I disagree, however, that we just get rid of the regulation. I think the actual solution is to ensure that we keep the regulation. As a matter of fact, we should modernize that regulation and ensure that we actually have the labor to enforce it. That is one of the pieces that is missing. And maybe even AI could play a piece in this. And that's one of the areas that we're going to have to make certain that we actually put in the AI framework.
Questions and comments? Young member from Nunavut.
And I would like to thank my colleague from the member for Edmonton, Grisba. I know that this is a difficult bill because it covers so many regulations and so many different acts, and I'm sure that the member has also been exposed to many issues and barriers that are caused by regulations, being an Indigenous person himself. And I wonder if he can speak to the importance of why he's made the determination that he's had and whether he supports or he doesn't support S6 and what it means for Indigenous peoples.
The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach has 1 minute to respond.
Plenty of time, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the member from Nunavut for that important question, and I find that the member from Nunavut is one of the strongest advocates for Indigenous rights in this place. And without her, we'd be absent of a kind of justice and a kind of dignity for Indigenous people. Madam Speaker, now to speak directly to the question. Yes, as a matter of fact, Indigenous people need to be at the table. And although New Democrats are recommending a yes vote to this, we are sincere about our request to invite members of Parliament across party lines to the committee stage, to invite groups that haven't been better heard. We know that business, we know that industry have already been heard through an independent process already. But those groups that are lacking in that consultation is labor, it's environmental groups, and it's Indigenous groups. We need to see these three important, incredible groups come to the table in the committee stage and have the will and listening ear of the government to actually make those amendments credible and enforceable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I just want to let you know that I will be splitting my time here this evening. I'm going to use a lot of my time to talk about something that's really important in my riding, so much so, Madam Speaker, that it's even included in the name of my riding, which of course is Cypress Hills Grasslands. In southern Saskatchewan, we are blessed to have one of the most ecologically sensitive areas in the entire world, and that is Grasslands National Park. If you're wondering how it all relates to a government bill on federal regulations, I can assure you that it does. In Part 3, Section 85 of Bill S6, it deals specifically with the issue of species at risk. And that is where the bill makes reference to an organization named COSWIC, which the government has identified as one of the organizations to be, or the only organization to be used for determining whether or not a species belongs on a list or not, and to determine what level of concern there should be. This is the type of issue facing Grasslands National Park. And for the moment, I'll try my best to fill everyone in on the background story that is involved in this. To say that the relationship with local stakeholders and producers has been rocky at best would be an understatement. During the park's early days, in classic big government fashion, the government booted the local ranchers out of the park and refused to let them graze the grasslands, stating that they were doing so to protect species at risk, but to also protect the native prairie grass. But over time, the number of species in the park dwindled and declined, the quality of the grass deteriorated, and researchers began to notice that all the species at risk had relocated themselves out of the park to the other side of the fence and into the private ranchers' pastures. Why would that happen? Well, because without a true keystone species to graze the grass, many of these smaller species became easy targets for their predators to eat. Of course, it used to be the case that buffalo were the keystone species for that area. But when that changed, it was possible in their absence for cattle to replace them as the main grazers and managers of the land in the park. That is what happened until the government, however, decided to put a stop to it. Once all the bureaucratic interference was removed and ranchers were allowed to graze in the park once again, the grasslands began to flourish and the vibrant species all returned to the park along with the cattle. It showed that there is a very delicate balance to be maintained between nature and human activity. They can work together and they can benefit each other. There's a good balance in the grasslands until some people from the government decided they knew better and needed to fix something that wasn't broke. Sounds very familiar to many issues that we face today. Now, let's fast forward to present day and see what's happening in the park. As I mentioned earlier, the government has appointed a group named COSWIC, which stands for the Committee on the Status of Endangered Wildlife in Canada, through the Species at Risk Act, as the official designator of species at risk by making recommendations to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. But at the time, there seems to be no accountability mechanisms for the actions of COSWIC, and S6 is not changing that. Add to this the adversarial role that the government has taken towards the local stewards of the land and has become a growing disaster once again in Grasslands National Park. The difference is that ranchers have a built-in incentive for taking the absolute best care of not only the grasslands, but also the species that exist within and around the fences of their pastures. COSWIC has identified the black-tailed prairie dog as a threatened species. They're not yet listed as a Schedule 3 species at risk, but the fact that they are even on such a list makes one to wonder why that is. The black-tailed prairie dog is a species that thrives not only in Saskatchewan, but all the way down through the states to the Mexican border and probably even further into Mexico itself. And a quick Google search would actually verify that all the way through has a very vibrant population of this prairie dog. Despite the readily available information, does COSWIC take that into consideration? Does the minister even bother to check into it himself? And again, we have the issue of human interference with nature by COSWIC and other scientists. For example, anyone who's ever lived in Saskatchewan knows that when there's a drought or drier conditions, that gophers and these prairie dogs, they thrive and they can rapidly overtake an area. I've seen entire quarter sections of crop and hay land completely disappear within 2 years or even less, Madam Speaker. Yet, this is what COSWIC's website states. I'll quote, "The black-tailed prairie dog is a burrowing and colony-forming member of the squirrel family and is confined to only 12 square kilometers of grassland habitat in southern Saskatchewan. Initially assessed as a special concern by COSWIC in 2000, increasing threats posed by droughts and a bacterial disease could rapidly eradicate this species," end quote. And Madam Speaker, this is where local knowledge is vitally important, yet COSWIC refuses to utilize it. The prairie dog is not confined to 13 kilometers. Ask any rancher around the park. The species has spread and are continuing to spread into regions that researchers apparently have missed. But those involved on the agricultural side are more aware of what's going on. And this is something you have to get right if you want to properly manage the local wildlife. If you remember what I said earlier about the effects of grazing on species in the park, I'll now bring up another more recent example. The prairie dog and the sage grouse are intertwined with each other. The prairie dog eats the roots of sagebrush as they're tunneling in the ground, but the sage grouse needs the same plant for shelter and to protect itself from other species who will be looking to eat it. If the prairie dogs overtake the park, it's going to eliminate their shelter and chase the sage grouse out of the park. So the problem can turn out to be different depending on whether there are too few prairie dogs or if we are at risk of having too many. How does nature control populations of mammals in the animal kingdom, Madam Speaker? Well, there's two main ways. There's others, but these two are the most important, and that would be predators, and it would also be diseases. Yet, COSWIC is going around and interfering in nature's natural course. Everything from the dusting of fleas to hand-feeding prairie dogs, which is causing them to not gather food and get themselves ready for winter as they become reliant on humans to feed them. With all of this, it seems like history might be repeating itself with Grasslands National Park. If we do not act with accurate information, if we do not try to maintain the right balance, this organization will mess and continue to ruin a delicate ecosystem. The most frustrating part is that we have seen this kind of thing happen before. Now, I've heard many people share their concerns on it for a very long time. The government's own website admits that local stakeholders have a difference of opinion, but the department and its activists don't care. The people of southern Saskatchewan demand accountability, and they demand respect from this government. These are multi-generational ranchers that have seen the sustainable development of grasslands for over a century, and this rogue organization with no government oversight is causing problems. There is no need to get in the way of our ranchers' way of life, especially when doing so will put more species at risk onto the list. The park is important both environmentally and economically, and those interests do go together. If it isn't maintained well enough due to errors made by the government, the local municipalities will also suffer from the lost revenue. We are dealing with an imbalanced approach to the environment that is showing signs of failure. In many ways, it is similar to the problems we are seeing with developing our natural resources, which is also mentioned in S6. It's nice for a change to have a government bill that wants to reduce regulatory burdens instead of expanding them, but the changes are too small compared to what's really needed. And when you think about the bigger picture, we are not yet seeing a full-scale reduction of overregulation when it comes to our energy and our agricultural producers. Right now, we still have farmers who are afraid that any moment this government will restrict their use on fertilizer, even though they are doing the best they can to use less of it while growing more food to feed the world. At the same time, if they're going to do that, they're also pushing ahead with a fuel standard that creates more demand for the same crops required for food and for biofuels. The last thing those farmers will need is higher demand while being able to grow less of their product because of government regulations. There are also some incoming electricity regulations that the Premier of Saskatchewan is deeply concerned about. These new regulations keep coming along while the Liberals want to pretend that they care about efficiency with C6 or with S6, I'll also say time and time again that the Liberal government's signature policy of impact assessment has been stopping resource development across the board. This has definitely been the case for pipelines in the oil and gas sector, but it's a lot more than that too. In my work on the Natural Resources Committee or meeting with energy stakeholders, I keep hearing about different projects that are left in jeopardy because the impact assessment is unnecessarily burdensome. We're talking about not getting ahead with critical minerals, which the Liberals always want to try and boast about. For example, we're not on track to source enough lithium for EV batteries in terms of our trade agreements. They have been ignoring this problem for years. Impact assessment prevents mining projects from getting started because they will take too long. It can create problems with forestry, and more recently there's been talk of potential problems coming up for the nuclear energy as well. And Madam Speaker, this is about investment coming into our country, over-regulation in a lot of these areas that a bill like this should be addressing, but is not. Our Canadian prosperity was built on natural resources that will remain true for the future. But at the moment, the Liberal government's policies are getting in everyone's way. They're managing to destroy our successful industries while also getting in the way of any future industries that they say that we need to support. Sadly, Madam Speaker, Bill S6 is yet another missed opportunity on the part of this Liberal government. It doesn't go far enough with removing gatekeepers or improving the lives of Canadians. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his speech. It leads me to think about the importance of decentralization. One notorious example he gave with the prairie dog is the consequence of excessive centralization. When we make decisions from coast to coast to coast, it has impacts that can be quite serious and areas that are essential for the development of our villages and our lands. My question is very simple. Should we rely more on our local governments to bring forward regulation? Because that's the aim of the current legislation. And that could make the difference when it comes to agricultural development and development of our villages. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
I thank the member for his question because, in a lot of ways he's right, because the closer that the level of government is to the people, the more effective and more pointed their regulations are actually going to be. And we've seen that example with the regulation of the park. I mean, we've got the local RM who knows, and these are people that have been ranching and farming in the area for multiple generations, for over a century. They have been good stewards of the land for a very long period of time. They know what the important species are. They know how to properly take care of the land. And there's other areas like natural resources, for example. I mean, I think the member opposite would agree that natural resources is the sole jurisdiction of the provinces, but yet the federal government likes to wade into that all the time. And yet we don't see them addressing those concerns with the removal of regulations in this bill. I think we need to focus a little bit more on jurisdiction and respecting jurisdiction where jurisdiction needs to be respected.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nunavut.
I would like to thank the member for including provisions in this bill regarding Species at Risk Act, because this act actually has a lot of detrimental impacts in my region. There are two specific species, both one which is the barren ground caribou. On the marine side, it's the Atlantic walrus. And those populations are well known to be quite vicarious or dramatic. It's hard to determine if they are at the time a species at risk. So I see that in this S6 that there are regulations talking about the importance of creating a recovery strategy. But I wonder if the member would agree that whatever strategies or whatever plans are being created about species at risk, that Indigenous peoples must be at the forefront of this decision making.
Honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah, I want to thank the member for her question because the point that she raised is actually a very important one. If we are going to implement recovery strategies, local knowledge is of utmost importance. And there is no more local important knowledge than that of the Indigenous people, whether it's up in Nunavut or whether it's in the northern part of the prairies or even the southern part of the prairies. They've been on the land for centuries, for a very long period of time. And again, getting back to that local knowledge, people that have been there and have the long history there, they've seen how species change, how species can adapt, and how the land has transformed and changed over the years and what the delicate balance is there. So I think it's extremely important that we rely on local knowledge, and she's got that part of it right, absolutely.
Brief question, the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that excellent speech. It really feels like I just read an issue of National Geographic. As they go into the third rendition of S6, I'd like to ask my colleague if he would prefer more of a stakeholder consultation approach or a hands-off government approach, and what he thinks his citizens and stakeholders in his riding would prefer, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Member for from Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah, and you know what? That is a great question because too often big government comes in and ruins it. They consult with the wrong stakeholders. On the government website, again, when they were doing consultations, it says that they put a lot of emphasis on online participants. Well, we don't even know where those online participants are from. They could have been from Europe for all we know. And do you think that they have the best interest at heart for the land, for the ranchers, for the producers, but also for the species at risk there in the park? No, absolutely not. The local people know what the balance is there. And in this particular instance, and many other instances, a hands-off approach by the government would be preferred. It would be way more beneficial both to the species but also to producers.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to speak to Bill S6 today. We're all pleased to speak to a bill that wants to cut down on administration and cut down on delays and increase efficiency. That's fine. Yes, it deserves some congratulations, some applause. So, efficiency, yes, we are here for it. We want to do it. To reduce delays, yes. The member for Joliette mentioned earlier that this bill was tabled in 2018, and we're debating it in 2023. Somebody asked, how do you explain this? My answer is it's proportional to the government's rapidity when it comes to acting. Just to make a little detour into current news, it's been months now that we've been getting information drop by drop on potential interference from foreign countries in our democratic process, and nothing's happening. This famous public inquiry, I'm sure we'll get it, but next year, because that's how fast things move here. But fortunately, we're here. The opposition is here to push this government so that it moves, and we're going to do that today. So yes, we're here for efficiency, but not for hiding information. We like transparency. And there are parts of S6 that worry me a little bit. There's some that are obvious. For instance, changing innovation science and economic development so that it's easier to withdraw requests for mediation if the problem's been solved. Well, I hope that that's going to go through. It's obvious. And it's great because that means we've reduced the burden on courts. Allow counters to be checked by something other than a human going to go and look at it. Yes, I hope those things will go through. Trade conditions. My colleague mentioned trademarks earlier. more efficiency, more flexibility. I'm fine with that. However, we have to study the details of this bill, and that's how the committee, or why rather, the committee is going to do its work. We want to cut down on confusion for co-ops, nonprofits, and other organizations when it comes to distinguishing between their annual report and an annual statement. Our government asks for so much paper that people get mixed up on what they have to submit. In fact, I have a personal experience. I had a foreign worker who had to ask for the work permit to be renewed. This person was waiting. She had made her request for permanent residency. She spoke Spanish, and she was being buried under paper, sometimes in English, sometimes in French. She became very confused. And in the interim, she received her certificate of selection from Quebec. And she thought, naively perhaps, but if you put yourself in her shoes and you get so many documents and you have to deal with all levels of government, and each one doesn't have the same timelines, and sometimes the second government is so slow, you have to redo the first paper that's going to cost you more money, and it's the fault of the government, but they don't care about that. You still have to pay. And of course, when I talk about the second government, I mean the federal government. You know that we'd keep the right one, the good one. But the end of my story is because she received her certificate of selection from Quebec. That person didn't renew her work permit. And when she went to see her employer to celebrate that a few days later, her employer realized that it was not the right document and said, no, that's not what you need. You have to ask for your work permit to be renewed. However, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, it was the day after the deadline. It wasn't 6 months later. I can't get angry, but it's hard not to get angry because when people talk about how disconnected this parliament is, when we've seen people come and cry in our offices, the deadline was the very next day. And we were never able to get that renewal request approved. And if you make a request for renewal while your work permit is good, you can keep working if you haven't gotten the new one because you've made your request. But if you make your request after the deadline, too bad for you. You've got to wait 3 months for a new work permit. That person had to live on charity for weeks in a G7 country. Okay, so I will come back to the main subject. In order to say that it's a good thing to reduce delays. I see my time is flying by. Now, I need to talk to you about agriculture. But before talking about agriculture, I want to express my doubts about one part that had to do with hydrocarbons. I don't know if it's because it's Baie du Nord or new permits to explore in ocean areas to find oil. But when I see natural resources and oil and gas and see that they no longer need to publish information, then I have a doubt. And there's going to be a great deal of work to do. Is it because they want to sneak things by us? Now, agriculture. I need to stop talking about oil. I'm sure I could talk about it for 10 minutes, but I've only got 3.5 left. So if I come back to the agricultural sector, when I'm told that we want to facilitate the recognition of international standards, what comes to mind for me are some traumas that I have. I would describe them as federal traumas. I've been a member here for 3.5 years, and one of those federal traumas was revising the glyphosate standard for herbicides and fungicides that they tried to slip by in the summer during a nice hot summer, thinking that it would sneak by without anyone noticing. I remember it. Madam Speaker, we were stupefied. No announcement, nothing. And what's even more stupefying in all that is that our own farmers all told us, we don't know where this came from. We didn't ask for that. We're happy to keep to the thresholds. And the answer we got, do you know what it was? It was to meet with international standards. I'm happy to see that my colleague from Beauce is in the room because he's happy that I'm going to talk about this. When I hear lining up with international standards and they increase the threshold for pesticide or fungicide or herbicide residue and the impact it's going to have on the quality of the food we're eating, when our farmers are already meeting a certain standard, what it's telling me is that we're going to import garbage from around the world, as we do all too often. So yes, I want to look at this. I want to make things more streamlined, and perhaps international standards would facilitate trade, but I don't want to level to the bottom. And our citizens and our consumers are asking for something else. They're asking us for quality. Our farmers are proud and strong and effective, and they deliver quality. And I don't want to lower the bar because all of a sudden we decide to accept an international standard. And a Mexican carrot has more pesticides on it than one from Quebec. We don't hear that in official speeches, but on the ground, from day to day, that's real and it's important. Aligning our standards can be worthwhile, but we have to do it effectively and quickly, based on science and by taking the precautionary principle into account. That's something I don't hear enough. The principle of precaution. We got some news today. The Minister for Agriculture announced that we were going to follow up on genomic seeds. We're pleased with that, but the follow-up's going to be done by the private sector with supervision by the state. I was less interested in that. I think it's up to the state to do that kind of work. To do it effectively, well, I think we're capable of doing it. I think we're in a situation where the state isn't fast enough, so we'll let the private sector do it, but I don't think that's the right choice. Last year, we had a problem with getting approval for a product for carrots. There was a little change in the recipe, and in Canada, we're so slow that we weren't able to get the carrot approved because a lot of farmers weren't able to produce to the same level, and that meant that Quebecers ate carrots from the United States instead. Regulation needs to be more rational. I could talk about it for 2 or 3 hours, but we'll stop it there because you're giving me a good sign there. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to follow up with my colleague on the issue of glyphosate spraying. I know that Quebec has banned it in the forests. When you come in my region in Northern Ontario, there's something terribly eerie about walking through a forest that is dead, where there's no sound of bugs, where there's no sound of birds. To drive through our regions, up through the Temagami regions and Highway 11, Highway 17, we hardly ever use bug spray for our windows anymore because there's not that many bugs. The idea that you can use glyphosate to kill off everything in a forest after cutover and say that it is safe is deeply concerning. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, given the release of the Monsanto papers, given the release of the international studies that are done on the dangers, what does it mean when our forests in the north and in New Brunswick and other regions are being subject to massive aerial spraying of glyphosate over our cutover areas?
L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
I'm not sure where that question came from, but if that's what my colleague for Timmins, James Bay wants to ask about, if that is true, it is horrible. It means that there's been exposure to a product and it's been done at too high a level. In S6, there's parts of it where it says they will allow the minister through regulation to pass, to integrate private sector practices or from abroad, and that can be okay, but we have to be careful about how we do it, so we can't be negligent.
L'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, et permettez-moi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and please allow me to ask a question inspired by a speech from my colleague for Joliette. I have a quote for you, and my colleague will have to guess where it's from. Consumers, the Union of Agriculture Producers, and the Government of Quebec ask for transparency. Organic products need to be aware of how they're sourcing, and consumers need to know where the food in their plates is coming from. We don't want to forbid these products. We want to ensure that there's a good framework and give information to everyone and contribute to a better future for everyone. Who said that? The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. You know, Madam Speaker, when we work late, up until midnight, is that sometimes we can have a little fun. So the member for Berthier-Masquinongé, I think I won that quiz. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de Mirabel.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question for my colleague. There's the issue of intergenerational transfer of businesses, which is very important in agriculture. We saw some legislative changes that were going to change capital gains and facilitate the transfer and actually make an intergenerational transfer more fair. Some businesses are telling us that that transfer needs to be done gradually, perhaps allow children to buy shares in the family farm, like to buy it piece by piece. That was a request by many businesses, but currently, application of the law doesn't allow that. How do we facilitate business for family farms? What comments does he have on that? The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé, you have 1 minute to answer. Listen, succession is very important. We need to give farms latitude. It's not black and white. There's shades of gray. The bill will allow for some transitions, but the means are limited. I think that we could add a little more flexibility to it. If the government's goal was to avoid tax evasion, well, I'll tell governments, if you want to end tax evasion, you'll listen to tonight's recording and the speech from my honourable colleague for Joliette, and you'll understand a lot and see where the money is and where evasion is actually happening.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for York Simple. I just want to remind members, if they plan to speak, they need to stand so that to be recognized.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I was stuck to the floor with red tape here, whoever sat here before me. It's everywhere here in Ottawa, and I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
About the red tape, that is a prop, and I would ask him not to use that. The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Whoever sat here before me, it's everywhere. They were doing their best to cut through it. Anyways, these days you'd need a chainsaw to cut through red tape in Ottawa. With Bill S6, the Liberals have brought nail clippers. As Canada's Shadow Minister for Red Tape Reduction, I am pleased to contribute to this important debate tonight. Bill S6 proposes to make 46 modest changes to update and modernize 29 acts affecting 12 different federal departments and agencies. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, which they are minor at best, do practically nothing to address the burden of red tape facing Canadians. At its core, reducing red tape is about making government work well for our country's citizens. Reducing red tape is not about deregulation for its own sake. It's about making sure that Canada's regulations do not hamper our citizens' ability to innovate and improve. It's also about ensuring that our country is globally competitive and that we are positioned to increase the prosperity of future generations of Canadians. Fundamentally, Canadians just want to go about their lives and conduct their business without complicated processes and roadblocks put in place by government departments, bureaucrats, and consultants. These are the people who act as gatekeepers to stop anything from getting done in this country and try and prevent anything from being built. Red tape overseen by these government gatekeepers is stifling Canadians. It cripples innovation, competitiveness, and limits productivity and economic growth. This is not some niche issue. Any Canadian who has ever had to fill out a government form knows how hard and frustrating red tape can be. Sadly, under the Liberals, red tape has gotten worse. The insignificant changes proposed in Bill S6 amount to just a drop in the ocean when you consider just how onerous the Liberals' red tape regime has become. Over the past 8 years, the Liberal government has increased public service spending by 53%, costing taxpayers an additional $21 billion. But of course, this has not resulted in better outcomes for Canadians or better service deliveries for Canadians. Instead, Canadians continue to face endless delays, more regulation, burden, and red tape. According to the Federation of Independent Business, red tape costs Canadians nearly $11 billion a year. It's unbelievable, Madam Speaker. There is also a great social cost. The amount of time Canadians spend on regulatory compliance continues to be significant. This causes great stress, especially for small businesses and vulnerable Canadians. This year, the CFIB awarded the Liberals a failing C grade. They noted the government does not accurately measure the impact of federal regulations on individuals and does not properly report on what progress has been made to reduce red tape. This has consequences for our citizens and for our economy. Canada is ranked 53rd out of 140 countries for burden of government regulations. Canada performs far worse than comparable countries. We are predicted to be the worst performing advanced economy through 2030 and for decades afterwards. And the Ease of Doing Business Index, which measures regulatory efficiencies, has seen Canada continue to decline from 4th in 2007 to 23rd in 2020. These metrics all tell the same story. As a result of Canada's onerous red tape, our country's economic reputation has been tarnished. Delays in red tape continues to drive away foreign investment. The global index measuring foreign investment considers Canada as a whole to be more restrictive to foreign investment than any other OECD country except Iceland, Mexico, and New Zealand. The amount of foreign direct investment into Canada as a percent of GDP remains well below countries like Sweden, Germany, and Spain. Unfortunately, addressing red tape, improving economic growth, and promoting foreign investment has not been a priority for the federal Liberal government. According to research conducted by the Library of Parliament, this government has never sought to count the total number of federal regulations. But there are at least 4,883 in the consolidated regulations of Canada alone, with only 46 slight changes. The measures proposed in Bill S6 barely scratch the surface of the regulatory reform we need in Canada. The lack of action also applies to the overall approach of this government. It is telling that I do not have a direct counterpart in the Liberal cabinet. There are ministers responsible for red tape reduction in British Columbia, Alberta, Ontario, and across many other jurisdictions around the world. But this is not the case federally. Instead, the task of reducing red tape remains a footnote and an afterthought to the many other responsibilities of the Treasury Board President. This again is a reoccurring theme Madam Speaker. As a member of the Standing Joint Committee for the Scrutiny of Regulations, I routinely see the lack of attention red tape receives from this government. It has become commonplace for Liberal ministers to ignore repeated requests by the committee to address problematic or outdated regulations and red tape within their portfolios. And I think my honourable colleague from Maribel spoke to this tonight, Madam Speaker. In many cases, these requests have been outstanding for years, with no attempt to fix the regulations, even when they continue to affect and impact Canadians. This is unacceptable, Madam Speaker. Reducing red tape should not be a partisan issue. And yet the Liberals seem to think that more regulations are the goal, that bigger bloated government is always better. They do this without any regard for how the consequential red tape negatively affects Canadians or whether objectives or outcomes are being met. The Conservative approach to reducing red tape couldn't be more different. Chainsaws, Madam Speaker, not nail clippers. We believe there is a better way than token measures and insignificant actions like we see with Bill S6. Canada's Conservatives are committed to cutting red tape. We will prioritize plain language laws that will eliminate bureaucratic mumbo-jumbo and make it easier for Canadians to fill out government forms and access government services. We will simplify the tax system, cap government spending, and introduce a pay-as-you-go law requiring an equal amount of savings for any new government expenditures. We will also address the housing crisis, support business looking to expand by removing big city gatekeepers and NIMBY politicians, the people who put up red tape and barriers to block any expansion of our housing supply. These are concrete measures that will make life more affordable and put Canadians back in the control of their lives. After all, government is supposed to serve the people, not the other way around. There is no doubt that there are many regulations that needed to be addressed, far beyond the scope of Bill S6. Much more needs to be done to cut red tape in this country to support Canadians and encourage economic growth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I would like to thank him for his bill on the financial protection of fruit and vegetable growers. When he talks about regulations, when he says small changes are not enough, big changes are necessary, I'd like to give him the opportunity to talk about the regulations for foreign temporary workers. We always talk about this, and on the Agriculture Committee, it's almost a joke because we keep on bringing it up in our reports and nothing has changed. I'd like to hear what he thinks about this. Maybe you can talk about a couple of quick changes that would help farmers bring in workers.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for the question, Madam Speaker, and I'm so happy that he is supporting my bill for financial protection for fresh fruit and vegetable farmers. And as the honourable member knows, I represent the soup and salad bowl of Canada, so farming issues are important. You know, I can think of 2 or 3 farms in my riding that have now had to hire full-time people just to navigate the paperwork that the temporary foreign worker program has become. This, you know, people talk about, you know, cutting regulation and doing this and cutting environment. This is not about that. This is about making this country more efficient. I can think of a cucumber farmer in my riding, Madam Speaker. For example, they had 3 different labels the last 3 years. And why does this matter to Canadians? Because it increases the cost of the product. This costs farmers, it costs the country, and we have to become more efficient.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Island Power River.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend for his intervention. One of the concerns that I have with S6 is that a lot of the amendments focus on eliminating paper. I agree to this to some degree, but I also recognize, as a person who represents a more rural and remote riding, not all people have digital access. And as the seniors critic for the NDP, I also recognize that a lot of seniors contact my office requesting paper copies of information or forms from different federal departments. So I'm just wondering if this member has any thoughts on this, and does he agree that we need to work with our systems to assure access of information to people who do not have digital access?
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Well, I thank the honourable member for the question, and yes, I do. You know, this is about common sense, Madam Speaker, and it is to my questions. I have seniors in my riding as well that aren't as well versed in email or whatnot, and they do require paper copies of things. And I think we can become efficient to give those people what they require and have an and/or. You know, we still require some things to be done via fax, some things to be done via paper, some things electronically. You know, we have to get a system where there's compromise that works for the people and works for Canadians and becomes more efficient.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for this speech. As he indicated, there is no counterpart for a Minister of Reducing Red Tape on the government side. One initiative I'm impressed with that the Shadow Minister has undertaken is a website where actually Canadians can submit their ideas for reducing red tape, www.cutredtape.ca, I believe. Could he share with us one or two good ideas you've seen as a result of this initiative? Thank you.
The honourable member for York Simcoe has just a little over a minute to respond.
Okay, well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, www.cutredtape.ca, if anyone's watching tonight, I'm not sure if anyone is, but thousands of people. Go to that website if you've experienced red tape. I think it's the frustration that people have. You know, the last time, a business reached out to me just last week, said to me, Scott, we own the duty-free chains of stores. And the government came in and said we had to put all kinds of different labels, ingredients labels, nutrition facts labels on all of our products in the store to comply with Canadian laws. The funny thing was, Madam Speaker, that guess what? Everything is for export. None of it is being consumed in Canada or taken into Canada. It's all leaving the country. So why would they have that, those label requirements for those outlets? These are things, common sense, that we need to address.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Madam Speaker, when I first thought I wanted to get into politics, I was about 14 years old, and it was always my dream to speak on regulatory modernization. I was one of those kids who said, if I can make it to Parliament to talk about regulatory modernization, I would know I've really succeeded in life. So I do want to talk about this because I think it's an important issue for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. When I meet with farmers in my riding of Dufferin-Caledon, it's the #1 producer of economic growth, of GDP. And when I speak to small businesses, I ask them, what are the things that make your life more difficult? You would think that the farmer might say, well, that's because I have to get up at 5 a.m., I have to do this, I have to do that. There's always more things to do than I have time for. But actually, what the farmer will say is that the regulatory and tax burdens in this country are the things that keep them up at night and take up so much of their time. And the same thing is said when you talk to small business. And I think the real disconnect is that regulations that get passed by this Liberal government, they assume that somehow, much like a minister's office, there's 1,000 people who are there going to be able to make sure they check box A, they circle the thing in the right direction, all these kinds of things. But most small businesses, and they are the driver of economic activity in this country, they are truly the lifeblood of the Canadian economy, they are very small organizations. And it's often
one or two people who are working so hard to understand what the regulatory burden is for their business, on top of actually trying to make their business successful and make their business profitable. And that's the challenge that we have all across this country. I'd want to divert momentarily because the other big thing they talk about, regulation and the carbon tax. The carbon tax is such a punishing thing for Canadian businesses, especially in the farming sector. I had the opportunity to visit farms on our last break week. I met with a number of them, and I asked them, how much carbon tax did you end up paying in the past year? The first farm I went to, they said they paid $17,000 in carbon taxes. Can you imagine how much that is? How much that impacts that family's bottom line? That's $17,000 that they don't have to invest in a new combine, to invest in more sustainable agricultural practices, or to actually just put some food on the table. These are the kinds of difficult things that are being experienced. And when you add on to that the difficulty of complying with regulations from across this country, it is a burden that is wearing down Canadians, which is why it was so great to hear from my colleague talk about the plan to cut red tape, which is something that a Conservative government will absolutely do. And one of the things that is so interesting is this will make 46 slight changes to regulations. I actually had the opportunity to look at the Government of Canada's forward regulatory plan. So well, this from 2021 to 2023. So this is going to nibble around the edges of 46 slight changes. The plan is actually to bring in 270 new regulations. So this is exactly what the problem is, Madam Speaker. We're going to nibble around these 46 things and then bring in 270 new ones. Now, I'm not very good at math, but I would say that that's approximately 234 more regulations that are going in that are potentially coming out. And that's how this government works. Somehow they think that adding the regulatory burden, making it more complex, making it more difficult for small and medium-sized businesses to understand and implement, that is somehow the way forward for economic success. And we know it's not, and we see that with growth projections for Canada's economic growth going forward. We are continuously moving down. We're moving down on the productivity scale as well. We're becoming less and less productive. I would suggest that you're less productive because you're spending more time in your office trying to navigate through the myriad of red tape regulations as opposed to actually putting the productive effort into your business. And this is the challenge that we have after 8 years of this Liberal government. More regulations, more all the time. And so the other problem with the regulatory process from this government is it is a regulate first and then ask questions after. So they don't do the hard work, which is to see, is there a way that we can promulgate these regulations that won't be so burdensome, that won't be so hard for businesses to comply with? And I'm just going to speak very briefly to one example on that, and that is on film plastic regulations. So the Government of Canada just said, we think you should get to a 60% recyclable content. The technology doesn't exist. It's not even close to existing. So they bring forward a regulation, which maybe it's well-intentioned to add recycled content into plastic film, but they don't actually take the time to figure out whether or not it's actually possible. So what does that do? Well, imagine if you're in that business and you find out that you have to now comply with a regulation where your own scientists, your own R&D are saying, we have no idea how this is possible. And this is just one tiny little example that's going on across the country from coast to coast to coast. So why is it so hard for the government, if they're going to bring in a new regulation, to consult with businesses that are going to be affected before they bring the regulation in? That's actually how you can find the path forward if you're going to bring in a new regulation. But instead, Madam Speaker, what they do is they decide this is the path forward and businesses need to comply whether they can or they can't. And if they can't, well, that's too bad. I guess they'll just leave the country. This is incredibly disturbing to me as the way to move forward with regulatory reform. Another thing that I want to talk about is giving the Minister of Transportation the ability to make interim orders. So this is a very broad discretion that's being granted to the Minister of Transportation. We know the Minister of Transportation. He's the jolly fellow that has been governing the country with the chaos at our airports over the last 2 years. I don't know about other people in this chamber, but air travel in this country is really not an enjoyable experience anymore. If you get your flight on time, which is rare, right? Then there's some kind of chaos at the airport where you're landing, so you're sitting for an extended period of time. My own recent experience flying from Toronto to Ottawa was show up at the airport, get to the gate, when it's time to board, and you're told, oh, the pilots didn't show up. So, like, they didn't know 15 minutes before, then there's a problem with the plane. Then the crew times out. Then the flight's delayed even more. And this is happening all over the place. The number of complaints that are being filed with respect to this is astronomical. So, Madam Speaker, my submission would be the last minister that should be getting any authority to make any new regulations on anything would be the minister who has governed the chaos at our airports. And it's all across the transportation sector, Madam Speaker. And this affects our supply chains, right? We know that part of the cost of living crisis in this country is a result of challenges with our supply chain. And who could fix these things? Well, maybe the Minister of Transport could, but clearly the Minister of Transportation cannot. So why are we going to give the Minister of Transportation any more authority to make things worse than they already are in this country? There is a bright future, though. In the Conservative Party, we have promised if any new regulation comes in, a regulation has to go out. This will not be 46 minor changes while bringing in 270 new regulations. It's going to be a bright new future. We're going to consult with businesses, we're going to reduce red tape, and get the economy of Canada moving. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nunavut.
Thank you. I wonder, first of all, I don't know what the education system is like in his writing of Dufferin Caledon. I'm sorry if I mispronounced it. But simple mathematics is what should be expected in S6. I know that this legislation covers about 30 pieces of legislation in order to try and help reduce red tape. And I wonder if the member agrees that because it covers at least 30 pieces of legislation, that the summary of the bill that says repeal or amend provisions that have over time become barriers to innovation and economic growth is actually a good way to make sure that S6 is a way to reduce red tape.
The member for Dufferin Caledon.
Yeah, I want to thank the member for the question. It's a good question. So it is actually making some differences. I did say that. The challenge is it's not ambitious enough. As I pointed out, when you look at the Government of Canada's forward regulatory plan from 2021 to 2023, the plan is to actually bring in 270 new regulations. So if you're going to take out, she says 30, I said 46, and then bring in 270 new regulations, I think you're defeating the purpose. The government should be more ambitious. The government should be working harder to reduce red tape, and that's the real problem with this piece of legislation.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Just building off of the comment that the member made towards the end of his speech, I found it interesting. He was complaining that there are too many regulations in the country, but then said the Conservative approach would be to eliminate, or sorry, he said for every new regulation they added, they would eliminate one, but wouldn't that just result in the same number that already exists, which he's complaining is too high?
The member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, Madam Speaker, I feel like I'm preparing for the LSATs, and this is a logic games test. That's if you're bringing in a new regulation. You actually have to eliminate one. But if you're not bringing in any if you're just eliminating regulations, which is the plan, Madam Speaker, you take out a whole bunch. That's the difference. That's the trick that the member didn't pick up on. We're actually going to take a whole bunch out, but if we do have to bring in a new one, we'll also take one out. Regulation of this country will always shrink under a Conservative government.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to my honourable friend, I did actually put forward in a previous Parliament, I haven't been able to get it back through the legislative drafting, a private member's bill called Think Small First, which was designed for small business specifically to ensure that there be a regulatory review of any new regulations specifically to consider how it affected small business. It's based on a similar bill that was brought forward by the Green Party in the European Union. So I have a lot of sympathy, but not for cutting deeply without figuring out where we need regulations because they help protect health and safety. My specific question to him was, I was just met with the College of Family Physicians, and they pointed out that there's a federal regulatory burden that costs our healthcare system on forms that doctors have to fill out for the federal government, and I wonder why that isn't in this bill, and if he has any thoughts.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, I would suggest that's exactly why I've said the bill isn't ambitious enough. That's a great example. We do have to not just randomly cut regulations. We have to streamline regulations in a way that protects consumers, protects the environment, but also protects those small and medium-sized businesses so they can grow and add to the economic prosperity of the country.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to be in the Chamber once again, and I'm pleased to rise on Bill S6. The stated purpose of this bill, Madam Speaker, is to reduce administrative burdens for businesses and to facilitate digital interactions with government, to simplify regulatory processes, make exemptions from certain regulatory requirements to test new products, and make cross-border trade easier through more consistent and coherent rules across governments. The proposed measures were a result of, I'm told, a public consultation by the Treasury Board Secretariat, as well as a call out to federal departments on what changes they require to further streamline the regulatory process. The Regulatory Modernization Bill is instituted, and I believe for the first time this year, to optimize regulatory processes between departments. This is the second Regulatory Modernization Bill, with the first instance of this legislation being introduced in 2019 under the Budget Implementation Act. The stated purpose of this legislation is to reduce administrative burdens for businesses, facilitate digital interactions with government, to simplify regulatory processes, and make exemptions from certain regulatory requirements to test new products, and again, to make cross-border trade easier. In all, Bill S6 proposes 46 minor changes to 29 acts that are administered by the following 12 organizations: the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, Natural Resources Canada, Environment and Climate Change Canada, Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship Canada, Fisheries and Oceans Canada, Canada Border Service Agencies, Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada, Health Canada, Transport Canada, and Parks Canada. Bill S6 thank you. Bill S6 would remove, the first one would remove the requirement that the notice of bankruptcy be published in a local newspaper and allow the superintendent of bankruptcy to issue directives regarding how the notice will be published. That's actually a pretty interesting regulation, Madam Speaker. I can't remember the last time I saw an advertisement in the Abbotsford News, the Mission City Record, or the Ashcroft-Cache Creek Journal outlining that someone was bankrupt. I think I might even follow up with a question to the Library of Parliament to see the last time this regulation was used. Perhaps in the 21st century economy, we can outline people's bankruptcies over Facebook. The second regulation Bill S6 seeks to amend would be allow an application for mediation to be withdrawn and for the trustee to proceed with an automatic discharge of the bankrupt where an agreement had been breached between the trustee and the bankrupt before a scheduled mediation. The third change this bill would bring into effect would be to make changes to the Weights and Measures Act to provide a temporary permission mechanism allowing the minister to permit temporary permissions for devices for use in trade, set terms and conditions, and would allow the minister to revoke such a permission. The next regulation this bill deals with is to repeal the regulation making authority related to the requirement for contact information on vending machines that dispenses liquids. Oh my goodness. The next one is to repeal the requirement for dealers and traders to notify Measurement Canada when they import a measuring device for use in their business. I guess with the onset of Amazon and the ease at which we can find scale these days, it's probably a good regulation to repeal. The next regulation would be to revise the coming into force date for recent amendments to the Act in 2018's Budget Implementation Act. The next one would be to change the term annual return to a term that is less confusing for stakeholders. I'm not quite sure what bill that would refer to exactly. Bill S6 would update language pertaining to the handling of hazardous products in the workplace to ensure alignment with the Hazardous Products Act. What's interesting is I would be remiss if I did not mention another government bill coming from the Senate, the Independent Senate Group again, on CEPA, in how changes to the Hazardous Products Act may intertwine with the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. The next area of regulation this bill seeks to change is to amend the Agricultural Products Marketing Act to simplify the regulatory system for provincial agricultural marketing boards. I look forward to hearing from government members how, in fact, by simplifying the regulatory system for provincial agricultural marketing boards, we might see more local produce in our grocery stores. Madam Speaker, I come from a riding with the highest farm gate sales per capita in Canada, and there's broad unanimity amongst my constituents and in my riding that we need to see more local produce on the shelves. After the floods last year, this was of particular concern because many of the prime blueberry fields in the province were flooded out when the Nooksack River in Washington State washed away the agricultural lands on Sumas Prairie. So I look forward to seeing how the minister will enact such regulations to improve the way local produce is marketed in Canada. The next regulation is to amend the Health of Animals Act to enable the minister to approve a program elaborated by a third party for the purposes of preventing the introduction of any vector, disease, or toxic substance, or for controlling, eradicating, or preventing the spread of vectors, diseases, and toxic substances. Similar to this amendment to the Health of Animals Act, earlier this week in Parliament we debated the member from Foothills' private member's bill, which also talked about the Health of Animals Act in the context of biosecurity on farms and the challenges that many agricultural producers are facing in respect to the avian flu and other diseases which are impacting agricultural sectors. I will note, Madam Speaker, that in the United States, due to the fact that maybe perhaps their biosecurity provisions on agricultural properties and under the Health of Animals Act wasn't as robust perhaps as we have it in Canada, led to a massive increase in poultry prices and the destruction of hundreds of thousands of birds meant for consumption. So I'm happy to see this amendment to ensure that we do the best to protect our farmers and our consumers consuming their food. Another amendment in Bill S6 also touches upon the Health of Animals Act to enable the minister to make an interim order that may be used when immediate action is required to deal with a significant risk to protect animal and human health and the environment. I think this is a good sense regulation that speaks to my previous point that we need to give the Canadian Food Inspection Agency the tools they need when there is another case of avian flu or another disease impacting our agricultural products like foot and mouth disease, which has also impacted production in the Fraser Valley at previous times. The next amendment in Bill S6 makes changes to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency Act, which would allow the agency to deliver services and businesses to interact with CFIA through electronic means rather than having to rely solely on paper-based transactions. This change would reduce administrative burden for businesses and allow them greater flexibility in their interactions with government. Madam Speaker, anytime any government agency is taking a step forward to digitize their interactions with Canadians, I think that's a positive step. Myself and the member of Kingston had a debate a few months ago about the immigration services that MPs provide in our constituency offices, and we both agreed that sometimes we take on too much of this work on behalf of public servants. And in many cases, the constituents who come to my office and they talk about their interactions with citizenship and immigration always decry the fact that so much of what they have to do is still based on paper forms that are anachronistic. So I'm happy that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency is making these relevant regulatory changes to allow people to communicate by email in the 21st century. That's a good change. The next regulation in S6 I'd like to discuss is to amend the Safe Food for Canadians Act to amend the definition of food commodity to align with the definition of food in the Food and Drugs Act as amended in 2019. The next one is to provide authority to make regulations as a result of Canada entering into a free trade agreement. I think this specific regulation, we won't know the context of it until it's enacted and put into practice by the Minister of Trade upon this bill hopefully receiving royal assent, Madam Speaker. There are a number of amendments related to the Canada Transportation Act to enable new mechanisms to be used to integrate regulatory changes stemming more quickly from updates to international transportation safety standards. This would ensure that our transportation sectors meet the most up-to-date safety standards and keep pace with changes in technology and innovation. Madam Speaker, Abbotsford is home to Cascade Aerospace. I was actually able to speak on a concurrence motion to a regulatory change that might be covered in Bill S6, and that was the fact
that when students are learning or taking the test to be an airplane mechanic or to work in the aviation sector, the training manuals still require students in the 21st century to go through a module on cloth wings. I don't think there are many planes in Canada made with cloth any longer. Cascade Aerospace specifically said that Canada and the aerospace industry at large has asked for many years that Canada's regulatory process be more in line with the FAA in the United States to stay competitive and allow for companies like Cascade to bid on contracts with American companies to provide the types of manufacturing and high-tech jobs we're looking for in Canada. So hopefully this regulation to the Transportation Act will help us get there. The next regulation would be to revise the Electricity and Gas Inspection Act to broaden the type of sampling that could be used as the basis for verification or re-verification of meters beyond only statistical sampling. The next one would be to make changes to the Canada Petroleum Resources Act and the Canada Oil and Gas Operations Act to provide flexibilities to update regulations for miscellaneous technical or administrative changes. The next regulation would be to make changes to the Canada Land Surveyors Act to modernize the legislative framework that regulates the Canada Land Surveyors profession. On this side of the House, Madam Speaker, we've been speaking a lot about the designation of skilled workers in Canada. Hopefully this is a positive change that will allow more immigrants, for example, to work as surveyors in our communities. Like many professions, we're seeing a shortage of workers, especially in skilled fields such as this one. Hopefully this regulation will encourage more people to become surveyors in Canada and do the necessary work to build our roads and prepare neighborhoods for development as we look to see more housing construction in Canada. In fact, I just had to hire a surveyor recently in Abbotsford for my own house, and I was very pleased with the service they provided, but due to the shortage of workers, I couldn't believe the bill I had to pay at the end. But hey, that's a debate for another time, Madam Speaker. But let me just conclude a bit with looking over some of the remarks made by Senator Wu, who sponsored this bill on behalf of the government. Now, Senator Wu is one of 5 senators from the province of BC. When he sponsored this bill, Madam Speaker, I almost felt he was a member of the Liberal government. He talked about looking ahead, that the Treasury Board Secretariat would be considering more proposals for another regulatory modernization bill. And he talked about his close working relationship with the Treasury Board Secretariat as if he wasn't independent but a member of the Liberal government. This is particularly challenging for me, Madam Speaker, because one, I actually think this bill is really, really important, and it's doing a lot of things that stakeholders and deputy ministers across the Government of Canada have been asking for a long time, and that's just to clean up the balance sheet, so to speak, so government can function more effectively on behalf of Canadians and provide us the services that we collectively need and the regulation that's required to run different sectors of our economy and our consumption of goods and produce. But Madam Speaker, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that it was hard for me to see that it was the government not tabling this directly in the House of Commons, but going through the Senate. British Columbia right now has a population just over 5 million people. That means for every senator we have, they represent effectively 1 million people, Madam Speaker. In Ontario, it's not much better. It's at 592,000. And on Prince Edward Island, it's 38,000. Madam Speaker, the government shouldn't be doing its important work through their Liberal senators in the other chamber. They should be doing the important work here in the chamber. And Madam Speaker, going back to the Senate, as a British Columbian, I hope one day that we have a more effective voice in Canadian Confederation. You know, when I go door knocking during elections, it doesn't matter. Almost every day, someone's going to raise the fact that Ottawa doesn't adequately represent the interests of my province, largely due to the fact that we only have 6 senators allotted to us, 5 in place right now, and we pay equalization payments to other provinces, and we have the 3rd highest population. Madam Speaker, in the years ahead, Indigenous people are going to take more control of their life through natural resource development. There are a number of amazing companies that are partnering with Indigenous people in the natural resources sector, and I am very optimistic about trade and commerce on Canada's West Coast in the years ahead. And I hope by the economic growth that we're going to see, that is going to drive the Canadian economic growth in the 21st century, that one day, Madam Speaker, we're going to have a sufficient number of senators or equal representation in Ottawa, because British Columbians deserve it, Madam Speaker. Thank you for your time tonight.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, if the member wants to understand why certain provinces such as PEI have various different representations in the Senate, he should probably just pick up the Constitution and have a look at that, and perhaps that'll help to inform him on that. To be honest, his discussion at the end there, the last 30 or 45 seconds, was probably the most passionate of his entire 20-minute speech. He seemed to speak a lot about, how much he's in favor of the bill, I guess, and rhetorically speaking about the need or lack of need for a lot of the regulations. So Conservative after Conservative have indicated their support for this, Madam Speaker. So I'm wondering if the member can inform the House as to when we might be able to get on with this and vote on this, and if he could do that in at the same time sparing me the rhetoric of needing every Conservative to represent their constituents to speak to this specific bill, that would be great too.
The Honourable Member, order. The Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his good faith question. The reality is, Madam Speaker, that it is the Liberal House Leader who will ultimately make a decision when each of the bills before Parliament is brought to a vote in its negotiation with their coalition partners, the NDP, and the official opposition, the Conservatives. So I came and I spoke in good faith on Bill S6. Many of the regulations related to the Health of Animals Act, on biosecurity, I think are really relevant, and it's a good bill. But ultimately, in terms of its passage, and when we come to a vote on it, will be determined whether or not the Liberal House Leader is willing to work with the official opposition to make sure that bills are properly scrutinized and debated accordingly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I find it interesting to talk about voting when we feel like it, and in the same speech, to hear a relatively convincing argument for more efficiency for officials and paperwork. I feel like there's a bit of a contradiction. How does he reconcile that? Does he not think that maybe, yes, indeed, we could move on to the next thing and progress and set an example for our government to improve red tape?
Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
C'est exactement, Madame la Présidente, on doit réduire.
Yes, exactly. We have to reduce regulations where it's necessary and improve regulations that protect our food in Canada. We have a lot of work to do. Sometimes we need to reduce regulation, and other times we need to improve regulation in order to deal with demands of our 21st century economy.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to just give a recognition to the honourable member from Fraser Valley, who seems to have a certain je ne sais quoi, a certain flair that the honourable member from Le seems to have. And I appreciate that in his delivery of petitions. And now it sounds to me, based on his speech, that he has a newfound passion for an elected Senate, one that is mixed member proportional representation, one that allows for true democracy to happen. And I would love to hear this member talk about ways in which we can make the Senate more accountable beyond the patronage appointments of the past Conservative and Liberal governments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Mission Fraser Canyon.
Let me just say, equal, elected, effective. The first action I ever took as a Canadian in the democratic process was to put a wonderful Reform Party of Canada sign on my dad's front lawn. And from that day, I learned about how the Senate has underrepresented my province since its inception into Confederation, and that one day, through economic reconciliation with First Nations, we might see British Columbia gain its proper place in this federation, but we can't do it without working with Indigenous Canadians so they can take control of their lives, get the Indian Act out of the way, let them flourish through resource development and partnering with businesses to create a new life and new opportunity for young people, especially young Indigenous peoples across our great country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the honourable member for Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon. I think we're all astonished by the turn this debate has taken on modernizing regulations. I just wanted to express to him some degree of sympathy that the electoral boundary redistribution will deprive him of representing the town of Ashcroft and the extraordinarily vital and engaged citizenry. As well, I think you're losing Lytton, which we already lost and action has not moved. I'm not facetious about losing Lytton. We shall never lose Lytton. It must be rebuilt. But I ask the honourable member, is it inevitable that his boundaries are redrawn in that fashion?
The honourable member for Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the good faith question from my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands. Firstly, during the redistribution process, the member knows the Fraser Canyon and all of those communities have a really special place in my heart, as they do for her. I think Ashcroft is like the Sedona of Canada, and it has such a bright future. And there's so many amazing things going on there, and you cannot find, it's one of the only ecological zones in Canada that is actually a desert. And it is beautiful, and I encourage everyone to visit the village of Ashcroft. I would be remiss, however, if I didn't mention tonight Cache Creek. There's flooding going on in Cache Creek that has increased every year since the 2017 Elephant Hill fire. In fact, since that time, we lost the fire chief to a previous flood, and it just goes to show how much work we have to do on climate mitigation and adaptation for small communities like Cache Creek to give them a future, and so they're not subject to these annual floods which tear apart businesses and homes for people. And yes, my staff will continue working hard to support Lytton. We've made progress. We're working in good faith with all parties. Building permits can be issued now, but we have so much more to do and get done.
Questions and commentaires, honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With all the enthusiasm of my honourable colleague, I'd like to know if he'd be interested of considering in a reformed Senate the arrival of separatists in the Senate. I'm not saying we'd go there, but I'd be curious to see if he'd be ready to hear that, because it represents a relatively important proportion of Quebecers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The right of every Canadian, even Quebecers who don't believe in Canada, is to vote with their conscience, even for an elected Senate. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much. And I do appreciate the turn this has taken. I'm learning so much about the honourable member. In his passionate remarks, he used this phrase that Conservatives like to use, which quite frankly is made up, this idea of economic reconciliation. If the member wants to have true reconciliation. I'd love for him to put on the record the ways in which their government, if elected, would remove the red tapes in its entirety by just giving land back to have true reconciliation with First Nations on all the legal fictions that remain out there under the treaties.
The honourable member for Mission Matsui Fraser Kent.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Hamilton for his question. I think he forgot to point out that I think we need to abolish the Indian Act. I also said that in my debate tonight. We have so much work to do, but you know what, Madam Speaker, it's not me stating that they want economic reconciliation. It's the Stalo Nation pushing to have more control over forestry tenures so that they can take control of their own resources. And that's why I'm pleased to outline again that the Conservative Party is taking an Indigenous-led process to develop a new way to reconceive how we develop natural resources in Canada. And many of my First Nations that I rep, not my First Nations, but First Nations constituents that I represent, like Lytton, benefit a lot from some of the economic development already taking place and receive large sums of money. I believe the Lytton Tribal Council, one member was telling me, receives over $1 million a year in remittances. They entered that agreement in good faith with the tech resources. We have so much to do, Madam Speaker, but ultimately we're not going to get there until, as the member pointed out, the Indigenous people of Canada have more control over their lands. Thank you.
Debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
If I may, before I give the honourable member the floor, I think I have a point of order from the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am speaking with regard to the matter of privilege raised yesterday by my colleague, the member for Wellington Halton Hills. As mentioned by my colleague from Ontario, as mentioned in the third edition of the House of Commons procedure, I know you know this, Madam Speaker, on pages 107 and 108. In order to discharge their parliamentary duties, members must be able to conduct their parliamentary activities without obstacle. Anyone who is prevented from doing so, this would be considered a violation of parliamentary privilege. This goes back many years to the days of the British Parliament, adopted in 1033. To insult or threat a member when they enter or leave the House constitutes a violation of their privilege. It is a crime and a serious offense. Now, Madam Speaker, between exercising the basic fundamental right to participate in Parliament, as you know, Madam Speaker, Joseph Mango on page 245 of his work on parliamentary privilege, second edition, refers to the fair balance between free debate and intimidation and or coercion. Any impediment to the work of a member of Parliament, including speaking freely, is not a violation. Consequently, any act coming from an organization, rather any act from an outside organization which could influence a member of Parliament cannot be considered as an undermining of privilege, even though pressure has been made. However, any action taken with the aim to influence a member of Parliament through abusive means can be a breach of privilege. And this comes to an unacceptable means of pressure. Further, the Speaker in this case yourself, Madam Speaker, must be convinced that the facts support the allegations of an MP who claims the ability to carry out their duties have been undermined, and it certainly is the case, in my opinion, when it comes to the Member of Parliament who raised the question of privileged. Two definitions in the HoC Manual on Parliamentary Privileges. The definition of Thomas Erskine May on page 235. Prestige, Privileges and Usages of Parliament. 24th edition says that a Member of Parliament participates in debate by giving a speech, as we are doing tonight, but also by voting, by giving notice of motion, or presenting a petition, a committee report. Any of these acts all of the activities of a member taking place in the House. As you know, Madam Speaker, on September 1973, Speaker Lamoureux stated on page 7609 of the House of Commons, I do not hesitate to reaffirm that parliamentary privilege includes the right of a member to acquit him or herself of his or her duties without the threat of, without being threatened or being intimidated. Madam Speaker, in the case we are dealing with, there was an attempt at intimidation on May 1st, 1986. Speaker Bosley said on page 1287 of the House of Commons debate that if a Member of Parliament cannot carry out his or her duties because of intimidation or threats, attempts at corruption, or any other unacceptable behavior, this represents a violation of parliamentary privilege. Then, on March 24, 1994, Speaker Parent said on page 2706 of the House of Commons debate, threats of blackmail should never be taken lightly. In such a case, the very essence of freedom of expression is undermined or loses all of its meaning. And no MP under these circumstances can carry out his or her duties. On March 6, 2012, the Speaker concluded that there had been a campaign of intimidation by anonymous online hackers as they broadcast a video on YouTube targeting a former colleague and members of his family because he had tabled a certain bill in the House. When he made his decision, the Speaker at the time said on page 5834 of the House of Commons debates, people entering politics expect that they must be accountable for their actions to their voters, and persons concerned by the initiatives he or her defends. In a healthy democracy, vigorous debate is encouraged. Lastly, the rules and procedures of the House were drafted so as to allow adversaries to engage in respectful debate on complex and delicate issues. However, when duly elected representatives are threatened personally because of their work in Parliament, because they tabled a bill, made a statement, or voted a certain way, the House must take this very seriously. I would like to repeat this. The House must take this issue very seriously. So there is a new concern with regard to the incident, and though we don't know all the details, there's no procedural obstacle preventing the Speaker from concluding that, in fact, there was a a situation where parliamentary privilege was violated. The House of Commons has the power to defend its authority and dignity. In other words, the House can consider any bad behavior and act accordingly. So this is a very wide... This provision gives the House great latitude in dealing with an incident like the one we are discussing, and this incident involving the member for Wellington-Halton Hills deserves quick and decisive action. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
La question étant déjà...
Now, the issue is already under consideration by the Speaker. Thank you to the honourable member for his contribution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know it's evening, and many of us are not used to being here this late in the day, and maybe we really aren't there or aren't here. This is all a dream, because I have difficulty believing that this government is actually doing something about this mountain of red tape Canadians face. And while it's true, Bill S6 doesn't do much, at least they are doing something. Before the people of Edmonton Manning asked me to represent them here, I was a business owner. For over 20 years, I worked to build a company that had sales not only domestically but internationally. I have first-hand experience in how the excessive regulations and red tape this government imposes on business hurts Canadian companies and prevents them from being competitive, costing, put simply...
The Honourable Member, 2 seconds. Can I ask the Honourable Members if they want to have conversations to please go to the lobbies? Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Yes. Yes. Madam Speaker, thank you. This is the second interruption from the other side for some reason. I'm splitting my time today with another member, probably a member from Mirabel, and thank you. It is good, therefore, to see a bill that intended to reduce the administrative burden government places on business. That facilitates digital interactions with government and simplifies regulatory processes. All our legislation should be aimed at making government smaller and simpler to serve the Canadian people rather to handicap them. This is a new idea from the Liberals, one I hope that they stick with. I'm encouraged to discover that this bill makes exemptions from certain regulatory requirements to test new products without sacrificing safety, and will also make cross-border trade easier through more consistent and coherent rules across governments. Ask any business person and they will tell you that all too often the rules applied by one government department are not consistent with those applied by another department. It was also encouraging to hear that the measures proposed in Bill S6 are the result of a public consultation process by the Treasury Board Secretariat, as well as asking federal departments what changes are required to further streamline the regulatory process. Consultation makes sense, and I would encourage the government to try it in other areas too. I would also encourage the Liberals to speed up the process for eliminating unnecessary government red tape. The Regulatory Modernization Bill, the RMB, is supposed to be instituted annually to optimize regulatory processes between government departments. By doing this every year, the hope is a bureaucratic hill of red tape won't be allowed to grow into a mountain. If you look at the Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat's website, you will in fact see that the legislation is referred to as an annual regulatory modernization bill. Now, admittedly, English is not my first language, but I was led to understand that annual describes something that happened every year. This is the second RMB this government has offered us. The first only was 4 years ago. This one was introduced last year, but obviously hasn't been a priority for the Liberals. Simple math says they need to introduce 4 more RMBs this year to bring up to the date. But as we have seen with the budget and the government's financial plan, simple math is not their strong suit. The 2019 RMB made changes to the 12th piece of legislation in these areas, or in areas of transportation, pest controls, electricity, and gas inspection. For example, the Canada Transportation Act and the Food and Drugs Act were amended to allow for innovation, permitting limited exemptions from regulatory requirements for regulatory sandboxes to test new products that would benefit Canadians, such as tissues developed through 3D printing. The Electricity and Gas Inspection Act was amended to support the use of new technologies, including zero-emission vehicles, light-emitting diodes like LED, and the hydrogen fuel vehicles. The Canada Transportation Act was amended to allow for digital and electronic processes and documents in addition to in-person or paper-based ones. Changes to the Pest Control Act remove a redundant review requirement when another review was already considering the issue or could be modified to include the issue. Amendments to the Food and Drugs Act provided more clarity to industry about which regulations to apply to their products. Now we have Bill S6, which proposes 46 minor changes to 29 acts that are administered by the 12 different government organizations, including the following: Canadian Food Inspection Agency, Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, Natural Resources Canada, Environment and Climate Change Canada, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada, Fisheries and Oceans Canada, Canada Border Service Agency, Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada, Health Canada, Transport Canada, and Parks Canada. It is good to see that the bill has a larger scope than the previous RMB, that the Liberals are discovering more places where the government needs to get out of the way. It is the least they can do. Ask any business person, and they will tell you Canada has a red tape and productivity crisis, which is why, to me, this bill is both encouraging and disappointing. Encouraging because at least the Liberals are beginning to understand that there is a problem. Disappointing because there's so much more that needs to be done. And an annual bill that is in reality brought to this House once every 3 or 4 years is not enough to solve the problem. The items addressed in this bill are minor at best and do little to address the onerous red tape regime that is slowing economic growth in Canada. It is the barest of the bare minimums the Liberals could make in reducing red tape and bureaucratic overreach. It does nothing to substantively address the bureaucratic and red tape stifling economic growth. It is a Liberal bill heavy on announcement and light on delivery. Certainly, no one would object to the changes proposed, which includes amending the Health of Animals Act to enable minister to make an interim order that may be used with immediate action is required to deal with a significant risk to protect animals and human health and the environment. This is just a basic common sense. Making changes to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency Act, which would allow the agency to deliver services and businesses to interact with CFIA through electronic means rather than having to rely solely on paper-based transactions. This change would reduce administrative burden for businesses and allow them greater flexibility in their interactions with government. Paper-based transactions are usually slower than electronic ones. This is also a matter of common sense. And making changes to the Department of Citizenship and Immigration Act to enable information sharing to help administer any federal or provincial law for permanent and temporary residents. This bill has 3 main purposes. First, to make doing business easier, especially where government is involved. Secondly, to provide flexibility and agility in government regulatory systems. And thirdly, to improve the integrity of the regulatory system. It is a good start, but it is only a start. As the mountain of red tape grows, we need to do better. Given the track record of the Liberal government, though, maybe I am dreaming. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires de l'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In a bill on the modernization of regulations, I have to pay homage to Jocelyne Trudel from my riding, who is going to retire from the Caisse Populaire. I want to pay tribute to her because I'm a member of the Caisse, and this woman has really worked hard for the credit co-op. She's been very generous. And I have a question for my colleague. How can we help our administrators to simplify, to streamline all the red tape in our businesses? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you for the honourable member for his question. This is a business case, basically. And when you do business, you structure it properly and you put the proper steps that are streamlined by nature. You don't put processes and then you start adding red tapes over and over and over to thicken the bureaucratic process so the business cannot be done. That's one way of doing this. It has to start in the roots and has to be a culture of any government running this country.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his excellent speech. He did sort of give reference to his life before entering the House of Commons. We're so fortunate to have him here with a very strong background in business. So as the government goes on to do the third iteration of S6 from a completely business perspective, as we did see in the Globe and Mail today, that this is a time in Canada where fewer Canadians than ever are considering starting a small business, sort of what some considerations might be for business or even small business when they go for, when the government proceeds with the third round of these regulation changes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thanks for my honourable colleague from Calgary-Midnapore. From a business experience, from an observation, basically, small businesses, I know so many people, so many friends, and they're trying to be in business, so they're already in business. The amount of red tape that they're facing is incredible. It's so risky nowadays to think about starting a business. And those regulatories start with the government, and the government has to understand the common sense of doing business to be able to be, for the businesses to be competitive, for their ability to survive on the long term, and to be able to be productive enough so they can continue to do business and to be encouraged to do so. The current environment of doing business in the country is not encouraging whatsoever. The government needs to act much, much quickly.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nunavut.
Considering the title of this bill, an act to modernize regulations, and in this time of reconciliation, a lot of legislation is quite outdated when it comes to Indigenous peoples. A lot of regulations are quite outdated when it comes to Indigenous peoples. Specifically, I would like to also ask about the Species at Risk Act, because it does point to some species that impact my riding, as I talked about to another member of Parliament regarding barren ground caribou, the Atlantic walrus, the Atlantic cod. The Species at Risk Act, I think, will make significant improvements about how these species at risk will be dealt with. And I wonder if the member agrees that in terms of modernizing regulations, that modernization must include regulations to ensure that Indigenous engagement always happens when it's going to impact Indigenous well-being.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
I thank the honourable member for her questions. I believe the Indigenous community, as well as other communities in Canada, where we're talking about business communities, are the victims of red tape and regulations that so much, as I said, the red tape and the bureaucratic process is so thick that basically stopping the oxygen from getting into the body. That's how I describe it. That's why I think we need to open up. We need to realize that we cannot continue doing what we're doing, because the longer this is taking, the more risk that we have to kill the body. I hope that's not going to be the case, but we need to do better, and we need to do it faster. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's 10:20 on a Wednesday evening, Madam Speaker. I know you're looking forward to the end of my speech and the end of the evening. Nonetheless, I would like to take a moment to pay tribute to the House employees who are here with us tonight and are working hard.
Je veux particulièrement remercier les pages.
I'd especially like to thank the pages. We often forget them, but they are here with us, they work with us, they are colleagues. I saw some of them studying earlier, and one of them was trying to integrate some equations, and I tried to help them, but unfortunately without success. I need to study up on my math. Anyway, I just wanted to say I really appreciate all of them working so late. Now, we look at this bill for what it is. I have the description here: minor regulatory amendments to reduce red tape on businesses, facilitate digital interaction with government, simplify regulatory processes, and so on and so on and so on. And let's admit the truth, Madam Speaker, this is a routine bill. Sometimes the government needs to adjust regulation, update legislation, update standards. This is not a debate that ought to take This is not a debate that should take 6 hours like this. It's inefficient. It's very inefficient. Parliamentary inefficiency personified. There is no principle, no spirit to this bill. This bill should go directly to committee. It should be directly studied at committee. Many pieces of legislation will be modified by this. It required expertise. I think this is a horrifying use of our time. A horrifying use of House resources to sit around wasting time, faffing about on this until midnight. There are important parts of this. Yes, it is going to make life easier for businesses. It's going to simplify all sorts of things. There's everything but the kitchen sink in here. There's stuff about electricity, gas, use of new technologies, favoring international harmonization. I can see, Madam Speaker, that you are just as passionate as I am about this topic. Weights and measures, more flexibility for new technology, also one of my great passions. It's also going to amend other legislation. For example, it wants to amend the Shareholders Act in order to make sure that everything's harmonized. And there's a series of changes like this. Now, some are more substantial than others. For example, the Canada Oil and Gas Operations Act. Well, when we change standards and we change regulation, that needs to be published in the Canada Gazette. It's very important that specialists and experts be up to date, and that's why we publish these things in the Canada Gazette. And here we would be repealing Section 15 that requires that these publications be made. Now, we do understand that the Canada Standards Council has analyzed 19 regulations from Natural Resources Canada, and it was realized that some things were no longer relevant. For example, 167 out of the 367 standards were withdrawn, replaced, that were just no use anymore. So the point here is to facilitate the process of regulatory amendment. But there are some problems with that. In the law as written, there is no distinction between cosmetic, functional, minor changes and changes that might be more substantial. And we know that the matter of regulation and standards in the oil sector is very important, Madam Speaker. There's a series of standards like that. Earlier, in my question to some colleagues, for example, the parliamentary secretary to the president of the Treasury Board, what this reminds us of is that this government is able, through legislation, to adjust regulation or little pieces of legislation that aren't properly tailored or that haven't aged well or that contain errors, and that they can do so in a routine fashion as we're doing today. The government is perfectly capable of that. Madam Speaker, I am on the Regulation Committee, a joint committee. And what we do at that committee, which is a little-known committee, is that we evaluate problems in regulation. We get legal advice that tells us, for example, oh, the French version doesn't say the same thing as the English version. There's a problem because the interpretation of such and such a regulation might be ambiguous in the courts. It might cause problems. There were even cases where there were potential violations of the Charter. So, depending how the regulation is drafted, it can cause issues, Madam Speaker. And at that committee, it's gotten to the point where a few weeks ago, there was a notice of disavowal of a disagree, even though it actually had been going on for 27 years. Very often we write to ministers, we wait, we don't hear anything, we go back and forth with departments. It's something that goes practically back to the time of the patriarchs. We wait and wait. And I think it's very important to reflect on this, the importance of correcting these kinds of mistakes in routine legislation like this. Earlier, my colleague for Berthier-Masquinongé said, well, the legislation was drafted 5 years ago and now we're finally debating it. But in some cases, it's been much longer than that. So I think, Madam Speaker, that this is something that should be considered. But beyond that, we want to simplify things. We want things to be better for the business sector, for taxpayers. And there are solutions that could be debated. And one of those is the independence of Quebec. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know how much you love filling out your tax return. We spoke about this earlier. But having two departments of finance, two ministers of finance, two departments, two sets of public servants who are studying the budget, studying supply, that's not efficient. Perhaps it's time to get rid of that. Two revenue agencies, one in Ottawa and one in Quebec City. That's something that ought to be fixed. And if there were a single tax return, we could ensure that public servants who are currently at the revenue agency for Quebec, they could be reassigned elsewhere, and they could be working on things where we need them. It would be also great to not have two environment departments and two sets of standards. That would be great. And it would be great not to have two governments that are always fighting over who is going to get certain points of GST and looking for who is going to have first access to the tax base. Madam Speaker, I can see you're thinking it. There's two health departments. One that is responsible for hospitals and gives services, and the other one that imposes conditions. And the Quebec Health Department is not even sure if it wants to transfer in some cases because there are so many strings attached. It's practically not even worth it. It's almost more costly to accept the money. And that's without even touching on inconsistent tax rules between Quebec City and Ottawa. For example, the capital gains deduction. And then there's embassies, there's consulates. It's very confusing. Some in Ottawa, some in Quebec City. It's so ineffective, as well as two departments of transportation. Or the double environmental assessments that Ottawa is determined to do, even though that violates Quebec's sovereignty. Or about infrastructure. Cases where Quebec is being bossed around. And it's gotten to even the point where even conservatives want standards on housing, and that's without even touching on education, post-secondary education. It's gotten into the area of hiring research chairs. It's causing so much confusion, duplication of effort in housing and all sorts of other areas. Labor standards, the French language, two departments of innovation, 2 departments of natural resources, 2 departments for climate change, heritage here in Ottawa, which is supposed to take care of the French language, but is ignoring what the Quebec Department of Culture wants. It seems to me that if we actually want to make things easier, I mean, it's great when life is easy. We like that. Well, we should just leave Canada. We should leave. I think the 9 provinces can have a great time without us. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Not true, Madam Speaker. I would miss I'd miss Quebec if they were to leave Canada, as the member indicated towards the end of his speech, and I would even suggest that a good portion, if not a majority, of Quebecers would feel the same way. But back to his speech and his original at the beginning of his intervention, he spoke about the need for even having this discussion right now, and I couldn't agree more. We're literally talking about something right now that everybody is in agreement with. It's primarily just been Conservatives getting up to speak to this. I'm baffled as to why, when everybody's in agreement with this, and notwithstanding the fact that I know people will stand up and use the excuse of making sure they represent their constituents by talking about this, can the member try to shed some light on why it is we're not moving along? All it takes is everybody to stop talking, and then by default we just go to a vote. Why does he think that we're not able to do that?
Honorable Député de Mirabel.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Well, Madam Speaker, I'm not in on the secrets of all the negotiations that brought us here, but I'll repeat what I said earlier. This is waffling about wasting time. When we're at first reading on the principle of bills, well, we accept the principle and then we decide if it needs to be sent to committee or not, because there's some idea in the bill, but this is just about little regulatory changes that impact a variety of laws. The evaluation of all this would be very technical. It's by definition something that should be dealt with at committee. And Madam Speaker, for those who think that it's a good idea to debate this for hours until midnight, they have not actually followed the debate, because the quality of the speeches, the quality of their content, bears witness to the fact that this is not the right place here in the House of Commons to go into the details of all this, the nitty-gritty. No, that should be done at committee, and I find it very unfortunate. Do you know why, Madam Speaker? Because we have a lot of work to do. We have a ton of work. Legislation, debates, there's no lack of them, and we are losing out on an important opportunity to work on them intelligently.
For Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his intervention. I want to compliment him on both his rapidity of speech and the simplicity of his speech. And that, because I do not understand the French language well enough, I want to compliment our translation services for providing me with a very simple way for me to understand. And so, as I understand, I actually have a two-part question to him. First of all, given the plainness that I was able to understand, I would expect that he would be able to support our Conservative initiatives when we form government for a plain language law that would reduce a lot of the bureaucratic languages that would form around that. And secondly, I was a bit confused by his constant points about removing duplicity around having 2 departments looking at different things. So I'm confused as to whether he would want then 10 departments or 13 departments looking after the various aspects of provincial law, or whether it would be better to have just one federal aspect.
L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The honourable member from Mirabel. Well, I hope the interpretation services are listening, because I'll say this slowly, Madam Speaker. What I would do is I would take Quebec, I would remove it from Canada, and there would be no more federal government. And that way we'd get rid of half of our departments. And that would be just fine.
The honourable member for Port Moody-Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the member from Mirabel for the speech, and I take the irony of us talking about efficiencies in a bill that is about efficiencies. And I am interested in the comments around reduction in duplicity, but I wonder if there is some other in-house efficiencies that this member could share, because I sometimes think about whether we could have shorter speeches to get more business done in this House, and I just wonder if he's got other ideas of how we can be more efficient in the House. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's not that necessarily that parliamentary rules aren't good, and I don't think we should necessarily be muzzling members, shortening speeches. I think in this House there are 338 smart people who understand the content, who want to work for their constituents, Madam Speaker. And if I did not have the very highest esteem for each and every one of the members in this House, I would not be so shocked about the poor use we're making of our precious time.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be able to address the House this evening, as well as the various people that I know are watching at home. I know my kids are watching. They wanted to watch the hockey game, but I told them no. It's important for you to be watching your dad on CPAC instead. And given the score, though, they'll be glad of the choice that has been made for them. Madam Speaker, the bill we're debating tonight. And I want to assure members I will not be splitting my time, by the way. The bill we're debating tonight is Bill S6. This is a bill dealing with the issue of regulatory modernization. And I have to say we've heard some complaints from the member for Kingston and the Islands who does a lot of speaking and does a lot of complaining about other people speaking in this place, saying, well, why are people interested in speaking to this bill? Why are people interested in speaking on behalf of their constituents about the important policy issues that are raised by this bill? And I think it's clear in the substantive, important speeches that have been given by various members that there is a lot to say. But in particular, I think to distill the essence of why this debate is important, it's because on so many fronts, this government's failure to take seriously the need to modernize regulations, the need to consider the competitiveness of our economy, the need to consider, broadly speaking, the environment in which businesses operate, the failure of this government to understand what is important for our businesses to succeed is at the heart of so many challenges that are facing this country. It's important to remind people, and I think this is something Conservatives understand in particular, that we want to have strong social programs, and that strong social programs must be built on a foundation of economic prosperity. If we ignore the economic prosperity side of the equation, and then we talk about, well, we want to be giving more money to people, well, that's not going to add up at a certain point. And this is why we need to have a strong economy driven by a strong private sector that's able to create jobs and deliver opportunity. And that a strong economy provides the platform on which we can then do more for each other, do more for the most vulnerable. But it has to be on that foundation of prosperity. And it's something that the government and the parties of the left in general, I think, very much fail to understand. We need to have a strong economy built on a strong private sector, and that requires the kind of regulatory modernization that we're talking about. And so we had various bills over the last number of weeks that deal, broadly speaking, with questions of the economy. We have regulatory modernization proposals. We have this bill, Bill S6. We have the Budget Implementation Act. And I have to say, in the midst of all of it, I would never refer to the presence or absence of members in this place, Madam Speaker. But let's just say that in terms of the statements that are on the record, the questions that are answered, we've heard very little from the Finance Minister. And we now have a discussion going on at the Finance Committee about the Budget Implementation Act. And there's a simple ask from Conservatives to say that on issues around the state of our regulations, the state of our economy, what's in the budget, it's a reasonable ask to say Canada's Finance Minister should come and speak on the budget for, let's say, at least 2 hours. The finance minister not only has not answered questions in this House very frequently for quite some time, the finance minister, the government is not willing to agree to a simple amendment to the programming motion from Conservatives saying that the finance minister should come for 2 hours to answer questions on the Budget Implementation Act. Because if the finance minister is actually the person setting the economic agenda in this country, and I know Bill Morneau, the previous finance minister, has said since leaving office, he says most of the decisions about this, the economic direction of the country, are actually made in the Prime Minister's office. But if we believe that it's the finance minister that's setting the tone, surely we should expect that the finance minister would be available to answer questions on these important topics. And as it relates to the strength of our economy, as it relates to regulatory modernization, I think there are many questions to be answered. Because here's what I see in terms of the approach of the government. The approach of this government is kind of a retread of this old left-wing government knows best idea when it comes to the economy. But it expresses itself now in a very different way. You see, at one time, parties of the left were more explicit in calling for draconian state regulation, state control, picking winners and losers, interfering in the economy, controlling the means of production, as at least one member is still willing to say, perhaps, but that is kind of the explicit interventionist language that we used to hear from parties of the left in this place and elsewhere. Now the government is taking a new approach to the justification of their agenda, but it's still a retread of the same basic philosophical idea, which is they still think fundamentally that the government knows best which sectors are going to succeed in the future, where new technologies are going to come from, which sectors are no longer required. And so their budget has this policy of significant subsidies towards certain sectors, of piling regulatory burdens on other sectors, of saying we think these kinds of things are going to be the sectors, the companies, the investments of the future, and these other things are just not. So the government is still trying to make these decisions, but they're trying to implement these decisions with a greater level of subtlety. It's kind of the long arm of the state trying to mask itself in velvet gloves, right? But the interventionism inherent in this government's industrial policy is still very, very evident. And so their efforts to undertake regulatory reform are actually very selective. They would like to talk about regulatory reform, but actually be selective in their implementation of it. Offer selective subsidies and tax advantages to certain kinds of companies, to certain companies in certain regions, and leave in place a significant regulatory burden in other areas. And Conservatives will support S6 because it's better than nothing, but we also see it as lacking in ambition. Lacking in ambition for truly making this the kind of country where we're, as I think we used to be, where we're a great magnet for investment, not just in particular sectors where the government is trying to subsidize what they think the winners of the future are going to be, but actually to be the kind of country where anybody with a good idea, anybody with a good and profitable idea can come here and invest, and those regulatory burdens are removed. By the way, Madam Speaker, one area where we really need regulatory reform, I would say, is in the area of getting critical natural resource projects, especially in the oil and gas sector, approved. And the need for this was put in sharp focus by the horrific, genocidal Russian invasion of Ukraine. In the context of this invasion, it became clear what a mistake it had been for various European countries to become so dependent on gas imports from Russia. And the need for a rapid transition away from that dependency became very clear. So there was an opportunity for Canada to say, we have a unique vocation in the democratic world, and that is to supply the world with secure and stable access to energy. And at the time, Conservatives were saying that. We were saying, you look at the democratic world. Most of the world's democracies are geographically small, densely populated nations. In Europe, but also in East Asia, there are many democracies that look like that are geographically small, densely populated. Canada is relatively unique in the democratic world as being a geographically vast, sparsely populated nation, very rich in natural resources. So we could be that critical source of energy security for our friends, allies, and partners throughout the democratic world, so that they don't have to be reliant on hostile powers that don't share our values and don't have the same security interests. I would like to see Canada step up and fill that vital need. And in order to do that, we are going to have to modernize, update, improve our regulations when it comes to getting projects approved. And it's clear that Liberals don't want us to fulfill that role. They talk a good talk sometimes about supporting Ukraine, but they don't see this vital strategic opportunity for Canada stepping up and filling this gap as being a supplier of the energy security that our allies need. And the Gas Association was saying right away, we need to improve the regulatory environment, make it easier for projects to move forward. And I think there were some mixed messages sent on that from various members of the Liberal cabinet, but no action on it. The Prime Minister said, well, there's no business case for these projects. They're just saying there's no business case. And then European countries have gone and signed deals and found sources of energy elsewhere. Canada still has such immense potential. And why wouldn't we seize that opportunity, Madam Speaker? Why wouldn't we seize this opportunity to now expand the development of oil and gas, creating wealth here in Canada and supplying our allies and partners with energy security? And I know some members are going to say perhaps that that the regulatory burdens that are imposed on energy companies are in service of the environment. But if you look globally, if you look at the alternatives, you can see that that's not at all the case. In fact, in so many cases, in particular gas exports from Canada, can displace not only the conflict energy sources and save lives by reducing European dependency on Russia, but we can also be displacing less environmentally friendly sources of energy. I know some countries in Europe made the mistake of being reliant on Russian gas. Other countries in Europe are still using coal because their response to the threat posed by the Putin regime has been to say we don't want to be reliant on Russian gas, so we'll take whatever alternatives we have available to us, which may mean coal. So Canadian energy exports, the fact that we're a free democracy exporting energy and that we can displace coal with Canadian gas, this can be good for global security and good for the environment. But that requires regulatory modernization. That requires a willingness to go, I think, much further than Bill C-6 has done, to have a greater level of ambition in terms of what we can be as a country, what we can accomplish, and that requires us to broaden the range of the kind of regulatory changes that we're prepared to make. And I think this would be the right approach, and it's the one that Conservatives have been championing. In general, I'll say, Madam Speaker, in terms of just the gaps and the need for regulatory modernization, we have bureaucracy out of control in this country. We have a government that has massively expanded the public service, but at the same time, they've dramatically increased their spending on outside consultants. So go figure that one out. They're spending more on the public service and substantially more on contracting out. You'd expect if you're spending more on the public service, you need to contract out less, or if you have a smaller public service, then you'd contract out more. Aside from the sort of more underlying arguments about contracting out or not, you'd expect those things to be somewhat inversely proportional. But this government spending more on bureaucracy, spending more on contracting out, and in the midst of all this, not actually being able to achieve any kind of labor peace. We had this We have this strike right in the midst of the time when Canadians are filing their taxes. So they can't get answers. And talk about the regulatory burden, the red tape people face. It's hard enough trying to figure out how to file your taxes, and then when you don't have the people that are supposed to be available to answer your questions, this, I think, underlines the impression that so many Canadians have that everything is broken, that the government just isn't working. And again, S6, I think, does a little bit, but it doesn't solve the fundamental problem. So what's the alternative, Madam Speaker? What can we propose as an alternative in terms of regulatory modernization? Well, I think you've seen that the previous Conservative government and other Conservative parties around the world have taken the one-for-one approach, that if a new regulation is brought in, you have to find an old regulation to repeal. And that recognizes the fact that there are likely plenty of regulations out there that are outdated, that no longer apply. But it creates an impetus for governments to always be looking to repeal old regulations that are no longer necessary and replace, if a particular minister or department wants to bring in a new regulation. So this is an approach that has been used successfully in the past and has created an impetus for government to actually go further when it comes to removing gatekeepers, to streamlining processes, and making this the kind of country where it is easy to invest, create jobs and opportunity. Madam Speaker, thank you. The member for Kingston and the Islands enjoyed the pause. So I'll just take another drink here and let him reflect on the things being said. All right. Well, I'm glad there are. I wouldn't ever suggest that there are very few Liberals in the House to hear this speech, Madam Speaker. But I know many will be watching at home. And some might be online as well. Mr. Speaker, the member suggests my kids might be asleep. If the kids have trouble sleeping, we usually find clips from the member for Kingston and the Islands, and we play them, and they're snoozing. It's true. Actually, that's the punishment. When the kids are misbehaving, we tell them, if you don't stop fighting, you have to watch Mark Garretson speak. Pardon me. I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize, Madam Speaker, and withdraw. What I meant to.
We're late in the day, but we do have to be cautious in how we use our words, starting with the names of fellow members.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I meant to say that when my kids misbehave, I play speeches from the member for Kingston and the Islands as a punishment. I did not mean to say his name in this place. We'll see about that, Madam Speaker. But I wanted to just return to one issue that has been in the news lately, and that is another, I think, area where I would challenge the government to do more when it comes to modernizing processes. And this is around how our institutions respond to the issue of foreign state-backed interference. Many Canadians are deeply concerned about foreign state-backed interference, as they should be. We're dealing with an instance here in the House where we find out a member of the House of Commons has had his family threatened by a foreign government, and that those threats have involved the action of a accredited diplomat here in Canada. That diplomat continues to be an accredited diplomat, and the government hasn't dealt with this. The government didn't, for a number of years, inform the member about these threats to his family. And these are issues, of course, that we are raising in question period and elsewhere. Conservatives have been calling on the government to take action here to expel diplomats involved in foreign interference in Canada, but to respond to I think a broad range of challenges associated with foreign interference as well, to have a foreign agents registry and other such action. But when it comes to government structures and processes, I think one of the challenges we see is that there are various institutions that are charged with keeping Canadians safe in various ways. And it's not always clear for Canadians that are victims of foreign interference or institutions that feel they face these kinds of threats, where to engage or how to get that support. What I've heard in conversations with those that have been victims of this kind of foreign and state-backed interference is that very often they feel that they get the runaround. So they might go to the RCMP, they might go to local police, they might go to CSIS, they might go to Foreign Affairs, and then I might be directed in between different institutions. What we now have is a proposal from the government to create an Office of Foreign Interference. Well, probably an Office Against Foreign Interference. Maybe not, yeah. But in effect, the proposal from the government is to say, well, we're gonna put aside a few $1 million and create another office over here, which is ostensibly another institution that's dealing with the problem that has not been dealt with. And I don't really blame these other institutions. I think the problem has often been political will. I suspect that in many cases things have been brought to the attention of the government. The government hasn't been willing to take the appropriate action, and that has led to a great deal of frustration on the part of some of these other institutions. Clearly, we see a lot of frustration on the part of CSIS. So, Madam Speaker, I see my time is running short, but I'll just say on this point, I think the government needs to take a serious look not only at their own failures, but also at how to strengthen our institutions, strengthen our structures in terms of how we respond to these issues of foreign interference, and make the kind of substantial legislative and other changes that are required to move us forward. So to say overall, Bill S6 is better than nothing. I will be voting for it. But needless to say, the country is still piled in red tape. There are still far too many gatekeepers, and there's still much more work that's required.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite.
The member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. Even though I'm completely opposed with the vision he has presented us with, and we saw a classic demonstration of economic neoliberalism where government and regulation are demonized, including government services and social programs, the social safety net, and environmental protection. These are all obstacles. You'd think we're back in the Reagan-Thatcher era where might is right and the free market will fix everything. Capitalism is the solution to everything. However, I have a question for my colleague because he has illusions with regard to what's being done or not for the most disadvantaged in society. He says his party wants to reduce taxes, fine, but if he does not tax billionaires or large corporations, it means cuts and years of austerity, years of misery for people who are already down. So I have a simple question. If he wants to cut services and if he can't get more money from the wealthy, what solutions is he proposing?
Respectfully, the honourable member has completely mischaracterized my view. And if he'd indulge me for a moment just to say there is an important distinction between neoliberalism and conservatism. Conservatives do not believe that capitalism is the solution to every problem. We believe there are many social problems that require other kinds of solutions, that strong families, strong communities, resilient, virtuous individuals are much more important to the health and well-being of a society than the nature of its economic system. But we do believe that capitalism has a much better record than the alternatives, including alternatives that he champions, at creating wealth. And wealth provides us with some of the tools for solving other kinds of problems. If a society has more wealth, it can use that wealth to uplift conditions of people, including the most vulnerable, in various ways. Indeed, to invest in social programs. But you cannot have strong, well-funded social programs if you don't have economic prosperity. And that's why we've made the case that if you have a strong energy sector developing and using Canada's natural resources to create jobs, opportunity, and wealth, you then have more available. You have a bigger pie to support the most vulnerable and to ensure that you have the resources to solve other problems. That doesn't even guarantee that those other problems do get solved. But it means you have the resources to try to solve them. That if you're trying to solve problems of poverty, mental health, other social challenges in a society lacking in prosperity, you just have less money to try to invest in those things.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his well-informed speech. I too share that I will be supporting this bill, but as he articulated, it will not be going far enough. Where will the next government, our government, go to ensure that we have more economic prosperity so that we have the resources for more social program?
Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that some of the memorable phrases from our leader would say it very well. We're interested in removing gatekeepers. We're interested in smaller government and bigger citizens. And we're not talking about individual size. We're talking about citizens that are resilient and able to work within communities, within families, within local government structures to solve problems through their own genius and creativity. Conservatives believe that in every individual is inherent dignity, responsibility, and also creativity. And that a government which gets out of the way and unleashes individual creativity, it's not only good for the economy, but it's part of how we solve the social challenges that we face as well when we remove barriers not just for businesses, but also remove barriers to prevent not-for-profits from moving forward. You talk about removing red tape. We talk a lot about removing red tape for business. I think we just talk more as well about removing red tape for not-for-profit organizations. And I know the member who comes from International Development Act background will know about some of the red tape not-for-profit organizations face, and we spent some time championing the need to reform direction and control regulations, for example. There are many areas where those gatekeepers are not only impeding private sector for-profit development, but are also impeding good work that could be done by not-for-profit organizations. So this is the vision Conservatives are bringing forward. It emphasizes freedom and removing gatekeepers, not simply because freedom is important in and of itself, because removing those barriers that the state puts in the way of individual or not-for-profit organizations' freedom is what unleashes that creativity and allows us to solve problems together.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I apologize for being late on my feet here. I was riveted by the speech, and I do want the member to explain a little bit further about the idea of governments first taking either our rights or material and then giving back, as in the government never actually creates anything, or they never actually give something on to the citizens before that they haven't taken beforehand. And I just want to get his thoughts on the concerns that I share on that topic.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Great point from my colleague. The way this government talks about government spending, you would think it was their own money, right? It's we're gonna give people this for dental care. We're gonna give people this for groceries. We're gonna give them that. And there's not, I think, an appreciation that money comes from the people you're giving it back to. So in every case, the government promises new spending. They should provide some explanation of where that money's coming from, and not propose that they're just creating. Well, they do create money out of thin air, I suppose. But the problem with that is that causes inflation. So somebody's paying for it regardless. If the inflation tax is another way of taxing Canadians, but it still has the same effects of a tax. So it's not to say that there isn't a place for government spending. There is absolutely a place for taxation of government spending. But every time the government spends money, there is a corresponding cost to that, and that cost is borne by Canadians. And the government should acknowledge that when they're going out and defending their proposals.
Comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I found the exchange very interesting a couple minutes ago, where one Conservative had asked his colleague, the member who's speaking from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, about how they would eliminate red tape in order to create more wealth, which would then apparently be used to help to lift people out of poverty. Found that exchange to be very interesting. Reminds me a lot of the whole theory behind Reaganomics. Let the wealthy get even more wealthy, and then that means that the poor will do better as well. And we all know how that experiment has panned out. So my question, I guess more directly, would be, can he name or refer back to one Conservative government in the history of this country that was successful at lifting, successful at reducing the poverty rate in Canada?
Honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll start with the example that I know best, which is the previous Conservative government. The previous Conservative government brought in targeted tax relief for the lowest income taxpayers. We lowered the GST, which was a regressive tax. We brought in universal child care supports directly to parents that emphasize choice in child care. Imagine that, letting parents decide how they raise their own children and providing them with the support to do so. We lowered the GST. We raised the base personal exemption, which took 1 million Canadians off the tax rolls. We lowered the lowest marginal tax rate. In fact, if you look at all of the taxes we cut, all of those tax cuts were targeting the lowest income earners in terms of income tax cuts. We also cut business taxes, which stimulated more economic activity and helped to create jobs. But this line you hear from the Liberals sometimes is that, oh, conservatives are trying to help those at the top. Well, actually, if you look at the tax cuts we brought in, we raised the base personal exemption, we lowered the lowest marginal tax rate, and we cut the GST. All of these major tax cut changes were giving tax relief to Canadians at the lowest end. And they created jobs and opportunity. Despite bringing Canada through the global financial crisis, we reduced the debt to GDP ratio for the country overall. We left the country in a strong, balanced budget position. And this government has added more debt than all of the previous prime ministers combined, making previous Liberal governments look relatively conservative by comparison.
Debate, the honourable member for Banff-Edrie.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I begin, I'll just remind that I will be splitting my time with the member for Simcoe North. There's a certain irony, I think, in a Liberal government that, by all accounts, thrives on weaving red tape and thick layers of regulations into almost every government process, now putting forward a bill that outlines measures, and I'll quote from Bill S4's preamble, that repeal or amend provisions that have over time become barriers to innovation and economic growth. And then to add to that quote, and to add certain provisions with a view to support innovation and economic growth, end quote. So the great irony here is the bill's stated goal of supporting innovation and economic growth would probably be better achieved, well, would certainly be better achieved by replacing this worn-out Liberal government with a new Conservative government that has respect for the economic fundamentals that create wealth and job creation in this country, and that properly balances regulations with the need to ensure that we have an innovative free market. But perhaps this bill is an effort by the Liberals to try to burnish their credentials on this front. And those members over there know that their party lacks any credibility on this issue, Speaker. And remember that it was just this year that the Canadian Federation of Independent Business gave the Liberals the worst ever federal government grade for their inaction on reducing red tape in its red tape report card. And I can guarantee that every member on that side has heard the outcry from constituents and from business leaders in their own ridings. I'm sure at every income bracket and in every economic sector, about their government's destructive penchant for heavy intervention in the economy, for burdensome restrictions and regulations, and for ever increasing taxes. It's hard to ignore. The Liberal inclination is to pursue at every opportunity to suppress and suffocate businesses, and that's among the reasons why Canada has a serious red tape and a serious productivity crisis.
Exactly.
You see it, for example, in the housing crisis that we examined only yesterday in this House, Speaker, during our party's opposition motion. We have a housing crisis in this country, and one that needs to be urgently addressed. Home ownership and rental affordability continue to pose a crisis for Canadians struggling from this government's inflationary policies, with monthly mortgage costs more than doubling since the Liberal government took office. And with the average cost of rent now at about $3,000 a month. Simply, we need more housing in this country to not only address the existing need, but that doesn't even mention the coming demand as our population continues to grow. This country needs smart, responsive policy that enables a response to the demand to provide the affordable housing stock that a growing population needs. But to have that, the market needs the tools to be nimble. It needs government to stop intervening in processes as a matter of course, rather than only when strictly necessary. Unfortunately, interference seems to be deeply rooted in the culture of these Liberals. Their response to a housing crisis is to stick with the failed policies and the entrenched interests that block construction of new housing by insisting on tying unnecessary red tape and layers of bureaucracy into the process of getting new housing built. It's instinctual for them to use restriction and red tape to complicate problems rather than reasonably streamlining processes in order to find solutions. For example, as another way of providing an example, we have a shortage of healthcare workers in this country, Speaker. After 8 years under these Liberals, more than 6 million Canadians don't have access to a family doctor. 6 million Canadians that lack access to a family doctor. Now, one of the obvious solutions is more doctors. And the obvious first source for more doctors are those already in this country. We have nearly 20,000 foreign-trained doctors who are already here who could help ease those shortages. But a great many of them can't work in Canada because of the red tape and regulations that prevent them from getting licenses. And there are ways to streamline the onerous layers of bureaucracy to allow these individuals to more efficiently prove their qualifications to work in Canada and to meet our standards. But the Liberals won't do it. They prefer to keep failed processes and policies in place rather than responding in an innovative fashion. This is another thing that will change under a soon-to-come Conservative government, Speaker. We're going to remove the gatekeepers and eliminate the red tape that prevents foreign-trained healthcare workers already here in our country from being able to practice their professions. Our party's Blue Seal plan to efficiently license professionals who prove that they're qualified is going to help ease that shortage that under the Liberals has Canada projected to be short by 44,000 physicians by 2030. Now, I wanted to take a minute now to address what I would say is probably the most significant thing that we could do in this area in terms of removing some of the red tape and some of the barriers and burdens that government puts up that would really help to unlock the potential of our economy, not only in my home province of Alberta, but all across this country of Canada. And that would be to remove some of the burdensome regulations and ever-changing, it seems, regulations and restrictions that we put up to being able to get major energy projects built in this country. I think about the pipelines that this government has effectively killed with their ever-changing restrictions and regulations that they put in place. You know, when you think about projects like Northern Gateway, you know, that was ended because of a ban on tanker traffic off of our west coast. You think about projects like Energy East that just finally had to throw up the white flag because they were like, you know, this government just keeps changing the rules as we go along. And you can't, when you're spending billions of dollars to try and go through a process, literally hundreds of millions into the billions of dollars in some cases to try and go through these processes, and then the government just pulls the carpet out from under you, eventually you have to quit throwing good money after bad. And that's what happened in the case of a project like Energy East. And I could go on with that, but I wanted to touch also on LNG, on liquid natural gas. And this has been pretty widely talked about in recent years, but it's been something that as Conservatives we have talked about for a number of years now. pretty much since this government first took office. Because when this government took office, there were 15 proposals for LNG projects that sat on the Prime Minister's desk, and not one of those has been built. And we could be meeting the needs of Europe and other parts of the world in terms of those needs for LNG that can replace Russian gas, for example, that could actually replace coal-fired power in places like China. And those kinds of opportunities are stifled because of red tape and regulation in this country. And we could be creating billions of dollars in economic activity for this country. We could be creating hundreds of thousands of jobs for Albertans and for all Canadians. And we could be having an immeasurable impact in a very positive way on our environment in terms of reducing emissions. We could be having a major impact on human rights. We could be having a major impact in improving global security and global energy security. This could be major. It could unlock so much potential in this country. So we should be seeking ways when we talk about housing, when we talk about pipelines, when we talk about major projects. I really only have a minute? Wow. But we could be doing so much if we could just get the government interference out of the way, because everyone knows that we need regulation, and we need to ensure the rules there's proper rules, but we need to make sure that it's being done in a reasonable way, and we need to make sure that we have a government that understands that there's real cost to red tape. It makes our country less competitive in the world. It makes our citizens less successful. But this government is content to continue to increase the size and the cost of government while creating more regulations that make life even more expensive. But that failed approach doesn't bring in more skilled immigrants. It doesn't bring in more doctors, more tradespeople, or bigger paychecks for workers that we need here in Canada. So it's obvious that the real work on tackling red tape and bringing common sense to the regulatory structure will only begin under a new Conservative government.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We've been in this House at midnight sessions before, and I guess I understand in cases where Conservatives are opposed to legislation. I mean, we've heard that the standard Conservative refrain seems to be something about North Korea, whatever legislation we don't like, it turn Canada into North Korea. Seems to be a recurring frame that we heard in the past. But I am a bit perplexed about Conservatives supporting legislation, but still refusing to let it come to a vote. It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. And I think, Madam Speaker, given the gravity of what Canadians are facing in so many different ways, we do have a duty as members of Parliament to move legislation forward, to move it to committee. There's no doubt legislation can be improved. It's at the committee that normally happens. And so I'm a bit perplexed by the Conservative strategy. As I've said before, Madam Speaker, there's two bloc parties in the House of Commons, the Bloc Québécois and the Bloc Everything Party. And the Bloc Everything Party is the Conservative Party.
Member for Brant-Frederick.
Well, I guess I could say there's two Liberal parties in this House as well. There's the Liberal Party, and then there's the NDP Liberal Party that's propping them up. So if we want to talk about two parties, let's talk about that. Yeah. But what I'd like to do in response to the member's question is this. Thank you, Speaker. What I'd like to do in response to the member's question is to say this. This bill claims that there's three issues that it's being addressed. It talks about ease of doing business, regulatory flexibility and agility, and integrity of the regulatory system. And I think everyone here agrees those are worthwhile goals. But this bill, at best, we could say, Speaker, that this is better, this is something here is a little bit better than nothing. And we could say that. But I think it's really important to get the points on the record that I've made tonight, to point out that there is so much more this government could be doing. And so, I find it difficult to listen to a member stand up here and say that when you talk about incredibly important points that would create billions of dollars in economic activity, that would create hundreds of thousands of jobs in this country, that would improve our environmental outcomes, that would be better for human rights, that would be better for global security. For a member to stand up and try and claim that somehow those things are not important, that just shocks me.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Yes, thank you. I would like to challenge the Conservatives' rhetoric about red tape and the lack of red tape being removed in this bill. They've used a lot of words like needing tools to have regulations to be nimble. And I would like to challenge this fictional reality with actual text of what's in the bill. And I'll read even just one tiny little example of what's in the bill. So, for example, the Weights and Measures Act, among other things, enables the Minister of Industry to permit a trader to temporarily use or have in their possession for use in trade any device, even if the device has not been approved by the Minister of or examined by an inspector. How is this a form of red tape when it's allowing measures to happen without specific devices that are even undefined when it comes to Weights and Measures Act?
Member for Banff-Avery.
Well, I guess I would say perhaps she should ask that question of their coalition partners in the Liberal Party. It's their bill. You know, I guess what I was really struck with listening to the member was this. It's really sad to see what's become of once principled NDP party. At one time, they were defenders of principles. They weren't necessarily principles that I shared, but I had respect for the fact that they had principles that they stood up here for in this House of Commons. And now, to watch them essentially be defenders of a Liberal government that they are supposed to be in opposition to is really sad and pathetic to see.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise here this evening with you and share my thoughts on Bill S6. But before, I just wanted to acknowledge I was present in the chamber, or I was able to hear the intervention from the honourable colleague from New Westminster Burnaby about the point of privilege that was raised earlier. I want to say I welcome his comments and thoughts on that matter, and it's an important issue. I will turn to S6 in a second, but just to say this, the number one thing that I hear from Canadians who happen to catch any of the proceedings that on TV, they say, nobody answers a question. And for the life of me, I can't understand why the government cannot answer a simple question of when they found out, yes or no. So let's turn to Bill S6, shall we, Madam Speaker? This is a bill that's supposed to modernize the regulatory environment. It is going to make 46 minor changes to 29 acts, across 12 different organizations. Apparently, this is supposed to be an annual bill. It's a little bizarre that it's coming in through the Senate, but that tells you one thing. There's actually no owner within the government, within the executive branch, that's supposed to be in charge of red tape or regulatory reduction, because they have to farm out this work to a member of the Senate. So why is it that the government has to find an owner in the Senate? They don't have anyone over there that's even responsible for regulatory modernization. They have to find an owner that's in a different chamber. On my first instincts in looking at the bill, look, I'm supportive of the bill. It seems reasonable, but we have to ask ourselves, are these really the life-changing regulations that we should be looking to reduce for Canadians? The other questions I have for the government, are they going to accept amendments at committee if we have other really good ideas? We just took another senator's private member's bill and we blew it up. We're going to accept a ton of other amendments to that senator's bill, so hopefully we'll do that with this one. Also, the government's not even measuring how many regulations we have. There are over 4,000 regulations in the consolidated regulations of Canada, and we're going to take out 45. But we don't know how many regulations are elsewhere. And there's a saying, what gets measured gets done. But we don't even have a baseline. And the government actually, by its own admission, is thinking about bringing in over 250 regulations over the next couple of years, but this year is only taking out 45. So it seems a little bizarre to claim some great victory that this is going to change the life of Canadians. They seem relatively minor. I look forward to hearing the amazing testimony at committee from officials that are going to say how this is going to revolutionize Canadian lives and make us more innovative, but I'm not sure. We shouldn't hold our breath for that. It's important to remember what this government was elected on. They said better is always possible. Sounds really nice, but why doesn't somebody ever just say, why can't we make government simpler? Why can't we make it simpler for Canadians to deal with the government? I'll give you a great example. The government has an idea of the underused housing tax. Now, if you don't use your house for your own personal reasons, you're supposed to fill out a form and you're supposed to prove that that it's an allowable use for which you don't have to pay this special tax. But guess what? The form is 6 pages long. If you try to go on and figure out whether you qualify for this exemption, I can tell you, it is confusing even the most sophisticated accountants. And guess what? You have to do the form every single year. And if you're a farmer or you're a builder and you build multiple homes, it's unclear whether you qualify for the exemption, so you have to fill out that paperwork every year. Why doesn't the government just say, hey, listen, if you fill out the form once, that's all you have to do until you dispose of the property, and then it would make sense. Hey, if there's a change of control of the property, but if there is no change, why do you have to fill out the form just to say to the government, oh yes, everything's the same as the last year, but I have to fill out the same 6 pages? Like, this is the approach that this government takes to bringing in new regulations. Now, it wasn't that long ago that you could only fax documents into the CRA. In fact, my own personal experience, I got locked out of my CRA account just a few weeks ago, and I owed the CRA documents. I had to provide them documents, but since I was locked out of my account, I couldn't get in. Do you know what the suggestion was, Madam Speaker? It was to fax in the documents. I said, well, why not just email them in? Sorry, we can't accept emails. Well, how about you print off the email and go and put it on the fax machine? Is that not a reasonable solution? So these are the kinds of things that would make Canadians' lives easier and better to deal with the government. Let's take another example of immigration and some of the delays at immigration and regulatory issues that Canadians are dealing with there. There's a young woman who works at a retirement home in Midland. She is currently a PSW at that retirement home. This young woman is waiting for her permanent residency card. She's almost been waiting 2 years. Guess what? This woman is a qualified nurse, but she cannot change jobs while she's waiting for her PR card. How incredibly sad is that? To know that we have a healthcare crisis in this country for lack of labor, to know we have a qualified nurse able to do that job, but the government and its policies and its bureaucracy is preventing that from happening. It's not her fault. That's the government's fault. We're waiting too long to process that application. In fact, just last week, another example, and the member from Banff Airdrie mentioned this earlier, about doctors. There are taxi drivers who are qualified doctors in other countries. I met one of them last week. Wahid is his name, and he was from Afghanistan. And he is an incredible human being. He's a qualified doctor. He has to wait 4 more years in order to practice family medicine in Canada. His English is excellent. He seemed like a very competent individual, but surely there is a way we can get this person into the medical profession a lot sooner. Transport Canada, another great example of some regulations we should change. They cannot approve medicals quick enough to make sure that we can get pilots approved to fly. I'll give you an example. Gary lives in my ride, and Gary is recently retired, and Gary builds planes, his own planes. This is what he does on his hobby. All he wants to do in his retiring years is fly a couple planes. His medical has been sitting waiting to be approved at Transport Canada for almost 2 years. He's about a couple months shy of 2 years. He's in his retirement. He says, Adam, all I want to do is fly my planes. Like how many years do you think I have just to wait to get this, just approved by Transport Canada? I mean, these are regulations that will actually change people's lives if we can, speed them up. Instead we have this list, which doesn't really seem like it seems like a bit of a, low-hanging fruit list from a bunch of other places, but it's unclear to me what the actual impact will be of all these regulations. I hope that we'll get a chance to get some evidence at committee on, the government will be held accountable for how this is actually going to improve the lives of Canadians. But I'll give you one example as I close that the government might want to take back to its own people. The Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act provides that governments may allow electronic documents in the place of paper documents. May. So it's an opt-in provision for departments. I have a simple solution. Departments must have a provision for electronic documents and paper documents. That would be a very simple, easy law to change that would then require each department where they have a form to also produce a digital version. And so, Madam Speaker, I think there are lots of things we could do. I hope the government's open to suggestions at committee, and I look forward to fielding all their questions right now.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his excellent speech. He referenced early in his comments some of the commitments that this present government made when they were elected. The phrases that come to my mind are sunny ways, that sunlight is the best disinfectant. I'm wondering if he could share his opinion as to the transparency of this present government, given the issues that we're facing today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I really appreciate the opportunity from my honourable colleague to expand on, the reasons for which this government believed it was elected in the first place. Sunny ways was the refrain, as we heard. We also heard better is always possible. And those things sound really great, but then 8 years later things get a little tired. It's not so much sunny anymore. It's a little bit of a cloud hanging over everything. It's a little bit less transparent than it was, and better doesn't really seem always possible. It seems to be getting much more difficult for this government. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, since he's on the topic of weighing in on the various different slogans, I'm wondering if he wants to comment on why he didn't once say "bring it home" in his last speech. We know that's the new found slogan of the day for Conservatives. Maybe he wants to address that.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Bring it home, bring it home, bring it home.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. I do, to some extent, agree with some of his statements, especially when it comes to the lack of impacts it has on engaging Indigenous peoples in the various pieces of legislation that it will make amendments to. And I wonder if the member would agree that this Bill S6 could be improved by ensuring that regulations would require that Indigenous peoples are better engaged in any of these pieces of legislation.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question. Look, we should be engaging with Indigenous communities on how we can better serve them. Some of them, as I still understand, still use paper forms. It's actually very difficult to deal with the government. But let's be also clear, all regulations are not bad regulations. Right? So it's like saying unchecked capitalism isn't always necessarily the best thing. You look at the 1930s, we have the Securities and Exchange Commission because of tons of fraud. It's not, we're not saying get rid of every single regulation. We're saying let's just be smart about it. And I think the suggestion from the honourable member is a very good one.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary-Mindapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that fantastic speech. I loved the personal examples that he provided within the speech. Over the last week, this member has asked questions about not only the CRA deadline, but as well the implication of still having public servants from the CRA out on strike. And so I would just like to see if he might be able to provide any further suggestions to the government as they consider these important negotiations with this important group at this time for Canadians as they want to file their taxes and receive their returns. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Simcoe North.
Very excellent question from my honourable colleague. Absolutely. Look, it seems rather unfair for a government to impose a penalty on somebody for filing their taxes late when they are unable to get simple questions answered by the government or by their government, by CRA. So, we said extend the tax filing deadline. They didn't like that for a bunch of reasons. Fine, okay, well, how about just not imposing penalties or waiving penalties? They should waive penalties for those people who owe money but who file late because they actually can't just get a reasonable question. The government says, don't worry, you can use Charlie the chatbot. Well, guess what? Charlie the chatbot just gives you random generic information, and you can't provide Charlie the chatbot with any personal information. So I don't really know how Charlie's going to help replace the 35,000 workers out on strike while they're trying to get a deal. Let's just not punish Canadians for this government's incompetence.
Yes.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to rise to my feet and talk a little bit about S6. And this is how I came about this bill is probably like many people. You read the title, and an act to respecting regulatory modernization. And it reminds me of kind of going through the motions when you go through Netflix and you kind of want to watch something new. So you look at the title and like, well, that kind of fits, and maybe you do the trailer, read the bio a little bit of what's going to go on in the video, and you're like, well, that's something that I could probably get behind. Like, I think we have lots of regulatory issues in Canada, and modernizing them is probably a good thing. We know that over these 8 long years, this Liberal government has introduced more legislation that restricts people, restricts our ability to get the services we need from our government, and restricts our freedoms and our rights in Canada. And any bill that talks about respecting the regulatory modernization, I'd be all over. There's the list of the departments. There's 12 organizations, and I'm not going to read all of them, but all these things are things that we should modernize, and especially in the regulatory side. We have so much red tape. It has been said that we are the most heavily red-taped country in the world. Shame. And the freedoms that it holds back because of all this excess of regulation just gets people sick and tired of dealing with government. They just throw up their papers and say, you know what, heck with this. I'm not doing this. I'm not applying for that. I'm not going to get this program. I'm not going to do this grant. I'm not going to apply for this opportunity because there's no end to the red tape and the forms and the excess of regulation that Liberals are known for. And it goes back to the philosophy, I believe, of the Liberals is that government knows best. Someone knows better than its citizens. And we've seen this time after time about different legislation that gets introduced here, that it is this feeling that these poor citizens need our protection and need our all-knowing government hands to reach into their lives and make it difficult. And I just think it's garbage, Madam Speaker. I think of all the waste that we have in government, all the duplication, all the unnecessary things that people, of everyday people, common people, that go through just to interact with their government. The government that is supposed to help them. And in a lot of ways, they hurt Canadians. They hurt Canadians in productivity. They hurt our potential to grow our country, to expand, to create opportunities for the next generation. And that's where I think this government has failed miserably, is in some of the regulatory changes they did early on. And Madam Speaker, I do question how history is going to look back at these 8 long years, and hopefully they're coming to an end here soon. And I think of some of the lost opportunity, and I think of the regulatory change on C-69. And this is one bill that is terrible for our country, and we've seen the results of the restrictive nature of shutting down everything. And this goes from coast to coast to coast. And I think of one of the largest missed opportunities for Canada. When we look back on these 8 long years, what was the worst missed economic opportunity for this generation and probably the next? And I think of the impact on liquefied natural gas. So when the Liberals came to government, they know better than the industry and citizens on what we should be doing to hopefully lower our emissions and grow our economy. And one of the things there was 15 of them, Madam Speaker, 15 liquefied natural gas plants proposed for Canada. And these aren't just, a mom and pop gas station down the road. These are $10 to $20 billion of economic driving force in those communities. And we had 15 of them proposed. You know how many got built? 0. 0 of these plants. Massive economic drivers, and it was all derailed because of C-69 and the Liberal government. And this is the regulatory framework that they put in that was really their end goal was to shut down industry. And they shut us down, Madam Speaker. They shut down not just the opportunity on the coasts, but they shut down the opportunity for good-paying jobs in my province. In Saskatchewan, the drilling rates for natural gas dropped. I shudder to think of how much opportunities and powerful paychecks these families would have had if the Liberals just wouldn't have brought in this regulation that would have released so much natural gas out of Canada. And what that would have done is actually lowered emissions, Madam Speaker. So those plants, for most part, a lot of it was headed for Asia and the European market. We're positioned perfectly. We can supply the 2 largest markets with liquefied natural gas in Canada. There's no other market that has the known reserves that we have in the ground, positioned in the perfect location from Europe and Asia. And fast forward to what has happened since these plants were canceled because of the regulatory regime, the goalpost kept moving. And what we've had in Asia is more coal plants. What this Liberal government doesn't understand is we need energy. Energy to survive in this climate, energy to prosper. And it's the same in other countries where our liquefied natural gas could have offset all of the tonnage of coal that Asia has been using. What a missed opportunity. Lower our emissions, provide good paying jobs for Canadians, collect royalties that can be put back into our society. This is the virtuous circle that we should be encouraging in every industry. But just this example of how heavy-handed regulatory changes that the Liberals have introduced and the red tape that have canned so many projects. And it's a shame. And I think of the missed economic opportunity, there's no larger that I know of in the history of our country other than this government's change in the regulatory process that killed those 15 plants. Now, that's on the environmental side. We know that natural gas is a superior source of energy over coal. It lowers emissions. It provides good paychecks in Canada. But another thing that it could have helped. And these are probably one of the area that I would hope that the members on the other side realizes is that it could have saved lives in Europe. Energy security is the #1 issue in Europe right now.
That's right.
Putin had the control of European countries for natural gas, and as we know, unfortunately, what has transpired and the invasion of Ukraine and has put a real challenge in Europe's energy security. And if we had these plants, Madam Speaker, how many lives would have been saved? Because maybe even Putin wouldn't have invaded Ukraine. Or if he did, the war would have been that much shorter, because those countries that rely on natural gas, it's not going away. As much as there's people that would like to wish oil and gas away in our lifetime or on our planet, it's always going to be within our mix. And I think of how much more Ukraine could have counted on their neighbors in Europe if they weren't worried about getting cut off by Putin on their natural gas. And that relates exactly to C-69 and why these liberals changed the goalpost and killed this industry that was just getting off its feet. And Madam Speaker, I can't think of another regulatory change that has made that much of an impact negatively to our planet, be it environmentally, be it for energy security, than when the regulatory change on liquefied natural gas.
Member finishes his speech. I believe the honourable member will be sharing his time.
Oh, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I will be sharing my time, so if you would share, how many minutes left do I have? 1 minute. This goes way too quick. So just back to on the regulatory side of things. On anything time that you put a brake on activity, on productivity, it hurts the citizens that you are supposedly there to serve. And it is wrong, Madam Speaker. It has affected my home, your home, our home. We're going to bring it home.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader Senate.
Well, I'm curious to know, Madam Speaker, how many of those plants, those liquefied natural gas plants, the former Conservative Harper government was able to build. I don't believe that sorry, just one? But more importantly, Madam Speaker, is he so sure that the future of our country is so dependent on liquefied natural gas? I mean, yes, there's no doubt that to some degree it will be used, but Madam Speaker, what we're seeing, at least what I'm seeing in my own riding, are people who are literally cutting their gas line off at the street because they're converting their heating sources to heat pumps. Like, heat pumps are the newest thing. They don't require natural gas. There's actually a shift, at least from a home heating perspective, away from natural gas. I'm curious why Conservatives continually put so much of their political capital into fossil fuels.
For Saskatoon University.
Madam Speaker, I have an urgent message for Canadians if they heard that Liberal speak. Do not cut your pipeline to your house. Winter is coming back in probably 7 months, 10 months maybe? No, less than that. 7 months. And the Liberal member thinks that we should be cutting the line to your furnace. You heard it here first, guys. The Liberals would like you to go home and cut your natural gas furnace off. This is ridiculous. Now, on the facts about liquefied natural gas, we approved the only one that is getting built right now. It's not done yet because the regulatory changes have slowed the process. The United States has 6 built since then, and they have 20 more on the books. That is jobs and paychecks that should go to Canadians, not Americans, and it's all because of these Liberals.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Yeah, well, the member speaks about cuts, and of course the Conservatives are absolutely great at cutting essential services for Canadians. We saw that in the dismal decade when the Harper regime was in power. We saw them slashing health care. We saw them forcing seniors to work more years before they could ever get to their pension. They slashed services for veterans. Unbelievable, Madam Chair. Can you imagine veterans who've given their lives to Canada, that have laid their lives on the line? And the Conservative response was, well, we're going to slash all of those services that are provided to veterans. Now, of course, they didn't cut for everybody, Madam Speaker. They gave unbelievable amounts of money to Canada's big banks for profits. They put in place the Harper network of tax evasion countries so that we end up losing $30 billion a year. So the question that I'd like to ask to my colleague, what are the Conservatives going to cut this time?
For Saskatoon University.
Madam Speaker, I feel sorry for the member because he's been here an awful long time. And maybe some of the length and time is shading some of his memory, but the Harper Conservative government increased health transfers every year by 6%. Every year. So what that member just shared, it could be viewed as incorrect, but I won't use unparliamentary language to describe the misleading statistics that he put forward because he knows that's wrong. And I would like to add that he is a coalition partner with the Liberals. And the Liberals, when they had last time they were in government, before this time, slashed the transfers to the provincial governments. And in my province, what that meant was 52 rural hospitals being closed because the Liberals cut the health transfer to Saskatchewan. It's on them as a partner in this costly coalition.
In comments, the Honourable Member for Sandwich School Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just was recently in Edmonton for Earth Day and toured a home that had just cut the gas line supply to the house, Edmonton, where they get rather cold winters. They have an air source heat pump that was installed. They've actually also installed solar panels on their roof. This is the installer was there to talk about the current demand. They can't keep up in Edmonton with homes that want air source heat pumps installed because they work so well in cold climates and cut the heating bills substantially while also keeping air quality in the home safer. I just thought the honourable member would be thrilled to know that this is actually something that happens and doesn't spring from the imagination of the member for Kingston and the Islands.
A brief comment from the Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Absolutely. So the member was in Edmonton last weekend, and it's been a long spring, but it wasn't freezing. And what I would put my faith in is in part, for homeowners' ability to get insurance. If the insurance will not cover your house because they know that it's an inconsistent heat source, you will not get coverage.
Debate. That is debate that is not happening right now. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sandwich School Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm the last speaker tonight, and let's see if I can get in over the noise. This whole debate about... I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, can I start over because there's too much noise?
Could I have some order, please? Order on all sides. The Honourable Member for Sandwich School Islands from the start.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're looking tonight at Bill S6, which is not cutting regulations. It is about modernizing regulations, and we missed some opportunities where we could have improved various aspects of Canadian society by actually cutting some and streamlining some regulations. In the course of this debate, and it may just be my own childhood and my background in working in a small business, but my dad, who was rather funny, we had a restaurant gift shop on the Cabot Trail. We had a lot of tourists coming through. And my father kept getting all these notices from the Government of Canada, tariffs on T-shirts made in Bangladesh one day and something else another day. So we finally decided to start a wall along where people had to wait to get to the washroom. And he posted all these notices that we were receiving from the Government of Canada. And then he made a lovely sign so we could keep it up to date. And it said, "The Government of Canada never sleeps." So perhaps I've been thinking of it because it's approaching midnight, and I suppose I never sleep. But the truth of it is, we could use some sense in regulations. I recently met with, of course, they're a wonderful group. They were in here meeting with many members of Parliament, the College of Family Physicians of Canada. here's some place where I wish we would see action. I generally believe we need regulations to protect health and safety, but some regulations simply don't make sense. The ones that generate unnecessary paperwork for doctors hurt our healthcare system because they tie doctors and their staff up with unnecessary, unproductive work, such as having to write a letter every 5 years that your patient still has an amputated leg. Those kinds of things. The work that has to be issued over and over again to help veterans. That takes a doctor's time to fill out forms and write letters that are completely unnecessary. And often, apparently, especially in the case of CRA, you end up having the patient have to pay for this service separately, the very people least able to pay. So there would be a great deal of sense in trying to figure out how to reduce the regulatory burden, especially where it's impeding our healthcare system. But this piece of legislation in modernizing, and obviously the fact that only one party has put up speakers tonight, and that has been the Conservative Party. Why am I standing here? Because I'm a little bit worried about this bill. It's not necessarily just routine regulatory modernization. My concern is that this bill, which affects 29 different acts, will only go to the Industry Committee for review. Most of it is pretty non-controversial, which is why there's been very little interest in it tonight. But my concern is what happens with the Species at Risk Act changes, which is, when I read this over, I'm not entirely sure they're not substantive. They don't entirely appear to be about modernizing. They appear to be substantial, or at least substantive, changes to the Species at Risk Act. We don't have a great record with the Species at Risk Act. We have, for instance, the southern resident killer whale was listed as endangered in 2003, and the full recovery plan didn't come out to 200 till 2018. Any changes to the Species at Risk Act that are more than purely routine must go to the Environment Committee, not to the Industry Committee. We can say we can send it to committee and study it there, but it's 29 different acts. What if something's there that's a mistake and we just go ahead with it because, well, these are just normal changes? What about the changes to the Fisheries Act to give a fisheries officer discretion not to lay charges? Wait a minute. What if that's substantive? And what if that's a mistake? It's only going to go to the Industry Committee. So in the scheme of things, Madam Speaker, as we approach the midnight hour, I won't be completing the full 10 minutes I was originally allocated, but wrapping things up, I urge some caution here. This is both missed opportunities to actually reduce regulations, but also it not only modernizes. In the reading I've done since working on the bill this evening, and earlier it went since the bill's been tabled in the Senate, I have some concerns. I express those concerns now, knowing full well this bill will be sent right away to the Industry Committee and probably promulgated without changes. But I hope the members of the committee will ensure that they are at least satisfied that changes to the Fisheries Act and changes to the Species at Risk Act do not, in fact, hurt nature in this country any more than we have seen through recent decisions such as Roberts Bank expansion in the Port of Vancouver, which will surely hurt those very same southern resident killer whales. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise tonight to pursue a question that was originally asked, and I have to say the circumstances have changed substantially since it was asked, on February 6th. We were approaching, and I still find it, I mean, I have my pin, I wear the Ukrainian flag colors every day. I decided to put this pin on February 24th when Putin launched his brutal and illegal attack on Ukraine. And I want to make it very clear that I personally and the Green Party as a party fully support the Government of Canada's actions in supporting Ukraine, both with humanitarian aid and military aid. It's an unthinkable thing that Russia could invade a country. Well, they haven't invaded. Yes, they have. They've invaded. They've been using drones. They've bombed. They've shelled. And today, of all things, a terrible day in Ukraine, particularly for the city of Kherson, a deadly attack that targeted civilian targets like supermarket or railway stations. So on this day, as I rise to speak about Ukraine, 21 more innocent civilians were killed, 48 were injured. The situation in Ukraine is a desperate one. It's very hard for Canadians with such a large Ukrainian diaspora here to see friends, neighbors, relatives, family sheltering in air raid shelters, listening to the air raid sirens. Things have gotten much worse within the last week. Not that anything has been good since Putin attacked Ukraine. We need to be thinking about not only winning the war, but winning a peace. For the people of Ukraine, yes, they must win. They must protect all territory. We must be with them as long as it takes. But there's a point where we also can look beyond and say, a country that's been fractured and violated through an illegal, brutal war for over a year, the more time it takes to win the war, the more time it will be difficult to create a peaceful situation throughout a country that includes some people who identify more with Russia. How do you, after a dreadful experience, and I hope we will be soon talking about looking back at what's occurred and not looking forward at endless war, we have to continue to support those humanitarian efforts. We have to do more, of course, in a post-war period to think about the stability. We do have to think about the environmental damage that this war is doing, the reckless, dangerous actions of Putin's army in attacking nuclear power stations. We're in a very, very dangerous time, and supporting Ukraine is essential, and I think virtually every Canadian understands that. But we need to also be looking at what will be the humanitarian needs post-war. Now look, of course, we were debating in a late-night emergency debate on Sudan, and one of the things that became so clear is that when there was any hope of looking the other way and leaving Sudan, there was the complete failure to invest in civil society, the complete failure to help keep that society whole. Whatever happens, we must stay with the people of Ukraine, support them, support their military, yes, support their NGOs, the civil society, and please the Lord, this will be over with Ukraine victorious, and we can invest in a peace. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. February 24th marks 1 year since Russia's full-scale invasion began, an event that has displaced millions, killed thousands, disrupted the global economy, and exacerbated global problems such as food and energy insecurity. Cities across Ukraine continue to be hit with Russian missiles. These ongoing attacks are on civilian infrastructure, water, heat, and electricity that people need to live. The serious consequences of President Putin's actions increase every day. Every time Ukraine liberates occupied territory, more Russian atrocities are uncovered. We are seeing appalling human rights violation, conflict-related sexual violence, and the discovery of mass graves and torture chambers. In response, Canada and its allies have mobilized to assist Ukraine. Nearly 1 year after the invasion, the international community continues to offer assistance to Ukraine in order to achieve a lasting peace. In this process, Canada's commitment is to assist Ukraine in its journey towards peace. However, as a sovereign country, only Ukraine has the power to determine its future. Where Russia says it's open to talks, it is asking for the impossible. We call on Russia to cease its invasion and turn to the diplomatic track. All members of the international community have to be concerned about the impacts of Russia's invasion on international security and on global food and energy supplies. We need to be resolute in convincing Putin to end this aggression now. In order to facilitate a just and sustainable peace, Ukraine's territory must remain Ukraine's. Ukraine is taking a proactive approach in its path to peace. President Zelensky laid the groundwork for future peace when he launched his 10-point peace formula last November. Madam Speaker, providing military training and equipment. Canada is providing military training equipment to Ukraine, which is necessary to ensure its survival. However, Canada's military support to Ukraine is only part of the total assistance we provide. Since February 2022, the Government of Canada has committed over $5 billion in multifaceted support, including financial, development, humanitarian, military, and peace and security assistance to Ukraine, as well as immigration measures for Ukrainians fleeing Russia's invasion. We are providing critical military training and equipment to help Ukraine defend itself. We have provided $500 million in loan disbursements to Ukraine through the International Monetary Fund's multi-donor administered account for Ukraine to support Ukraine's economic resilience. We have provided $320 million in humanitarian assistance to respond to the humanitarian impacts of Russia's invasion in Ukraine and neighboring countries. We continue to impose new sanctions against Russian officials and those entities engaged in the war and those guilty of war crimes and human rights abuses. Canada is also working with Ukraine and the international community to hold Russia accountable for its invasion of Ukraine and the atrocities being committed. Canada and its partners are continuing their diplomatic efforts with the international community to encourage support for Ukraine. Canada has strongly supported UN General Assembly resolutions condemning Russia's actions, continues to work with its partners to counter Russian disinformation, and actively encourage the international community to increase its support for Ukraine. Madam Speaker, this is a war for Ukraine's survival and for the future of the rules-based international system. Canada must and will continue to support Ukraine until a just and sustainable peace can be achieved. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In reflecting on the situation in Ukraine and on the future for the people of Ukraine, the nature of Ukraine, the culture and survival of Ukraine, I wanted to reflect on having been extremely moved by the fact that my colleague and deputy leader in the Green Party, Jonathan Pedno, just went to Ukraine for on behalf of me and the party, made a complete visit of his colleagues from where he used to work at Human Rights Watch. He'd been in Ukraine when the war began, going back to see the human rights condition and looking at how Canada is helping. Even now, during the war, it's clear more humanitarian help is needed, more connection to support the people, making sure that our aid reaches the people who need it the most. I thank the Minister for Global Affairs, thank the Minister for Defense for their efforts. We are in this with the people of Ukraine.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, let me be clear. President Putin started this war, and he can back away and end it today. This is a critical moment in Russia's illegal war. Russia has not been negotiating in good faith, and we see no indication that Putin has changed his objectives. On the contrary, he is preparing for new offensives. We cannot accept any Russian claims to seek peace at face value, and their actions contradict such claims. A peace on Russia's terms would be neither just nor sustainable. That is why Ukraine needs our support more than ever. The brave people of Ukraine have inspired us all with their courage, resilience, and commitment to fight for their country and their very existence. Canada will continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Ukrainian people, strongly condemn Kremlin's brutal actions, and provide multifaceted support, including economic, humanitarian, military, stabilization, and development assistance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Madam Speaker, on March 28th of this year, the Office of the Ethics Commissioner, the Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner announced in a Twitter post the appointment of an interim ethics commissioner. What Canadians might not have known from that post was the person appointed was the sister-in-law to a Liberal cabinet minister, but not just any cabinet minister. When red flags went up about that appointment, I raised my concern and that of many Canadians when I posed this question on March 31st. At that time, I stated in this House, quote, We should all remember clam scam, when the then fisheries minister was found guilty of an ethics breach for awarding a $24 million license to a company to be ran by his wife's cousin. Now the Liberals have appointed the same cabinet minister's sister-in-law as ethics commissioner. Really, Mr. Speaker, through you, can they only find family and insiders willing to work with them, or is this another attempt to censor disclosure of their ongoing ethics breaches? Which is it? End quote. The parliamentary secretary responded but did not answer that question. Instead, he danced around it like there was nothing wrong. But after 6 ethics violations, the Liberals had attempted to appoint a family member to the Ethics Commissioner office to cover for them. Now, as days go by, we are seeing more evidence of why they may have attempted to ensure their friends and family were controlling the office of the Ethics Commissioner, as more questions of this government's ethics, or lack thereof, continue to emerge. On Monday, the world learned that this government failed to inform a sitting member of Parliament they knew of yet more evidence that the communist regime in Beijing is actively attempting to meddle in our democracy, that the government knew about it and that they chose to do nothing. This is something that should make all Canadians question this Liberal NDP government's version of ethics. It is unacceptable that the government has known that an MP and his family had been targeted by the communist regime in Beijing for 2 years and did not inform the member about the threats posed to his family. Chinese Canadians across the country deserve to know that the government takes their safety and security seriously. Yet Canada still hasn't shut down Beijing's police stations operating within Canada and has failed to protect members of the community from harassment and intimidation. Is this because the government has no ethical compass? So I will ask again through you, Madam Speaker, can the Liberals and their NDP partners only find family and insider willing to work with them, or was this another attempt to censor disclosure of their ongoing ethics breaches? Which is it?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
I found it incredibly rich, Madam Speaker, that the member would take the time to re-quote his question and then just gloss over the answer that he received, not bothering to even read that into the record as well. So why don't I do that for him now, Madam Speaker? The response that was given was, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs recused himself from all deliberations and decisions related to the appointment of the Ethics Commissioner. The member suggested that that was just dancing around answering the question. Sounds like a pretty direct answer to the question to me. But what's even more important, Madam Speaker, is to reflect on the fact that the individual who was appointed had a 10-year record in senior roles within the Ethics Commissioner's office, which, by the way, began when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister. And the truth is that the characterization of this being sought by this member and Conservatives on this issue, like so many other issues related to this, just goes to undermine the office, to undermine the integrity of the work that they do. And quite frankly, I find it very concerning that time after time after time, Conservatives get up and do the exact same thing. However, it is exactly on brand for what they do.
The Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member tried to say that the question had been answered, but it had not. The question really was, can this government only find family and insiders willing to work with them, or is it another attempt to censor disclosure of their ongoing ethics breaches? Which is it? That question still has not been answered, not by the parliamentary secretary when he answered, nor tonight by this member. After 6 ethics breaches that these government members have been found guilty of, they still don't realize how important ethics are to Canadians. They should have faith that their government, that the members that have been elected to represent this country do have an ethics compass, which this government and these members seem to have lost somewhere along the way. So again, will they actually answer the question? Is it family and friends only, or do you have no one else?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
What an extremely rhetorical question, Madam Speaker, which is just based on the trumped-up conspiracy theories that the Conservatives like to put before this House on a daily basis. The manner in which individuals are selected and appointed is through a process and through processes that ensure that they meet the qualifications. So I hope that that properly addresses his extremely rhetorical question, but more, not at all, but except it does. I am answering the question.
I think we are done.
The process is certainly one that follows all of the rules that are there, and we'll continue to make the appointments that were down.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until later this day at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.